Good to see you all. Welcome to Cosmic Wand. Today's story is going to be epic. What if Harry fell through the veil and woke up in the Lord of Mysteries world? Your support means everything. Like, subscribe, and let's jump into this adventure. Chapter 1, When Prompted. Ctrl++O search Ctrl+K chats projects artifacts code recents hide Cosmic Wand January 1 Harry Potter Gotcha System fanfiction novel analyzing content for title suggestions pattern analysis and story creation cleaning up the narrative Harry Potter raised by the Delacours in France Harry Potter and the Peverell inheritance Harry and Daphne. A pure-blood encounter Harry Potter raised by Snape fanfiction outline Harry Potter raised by Centaurs fanfiction outline Harry Potter fanfiction with Dark Lord Memories Izuku Tales January 107 Writing the next chapter Izuku Tales January 118 Writing the next chapter Izuku Tales January 127 Izuku Tales January 117 Izuku Tales January 106 Izuku Tales January 126 Izuku Tales January 116 Izuku Tales January 105 Izuku Tales January 125 Izuku Tales January 115 Izuku Tales January 104 Izuku Tales January 124 Izuku Tales January 114 Izuku Tales January 103 Izuku Tales January 123 Izuku Tales January 113 Izuku Tales January 112 All chats Ayush Max Plan Cosmic Wand January 114 What if Harry fell through the veil and woke up in the Lord of Mysteries world? Write a long-form fanfiction novel-style story based on the above title/concept. The story must be consisting of 15 chapters, with each chapter being a minimum of 10,000 words. Use casual language, slang, and a friendly, energetic voice. It should sound like you're excitedly telling a story. Romance develops naturally through genuine connection, not mechanics. Always prioritize show, don't tell. Always show through action and not just tell it repeatedly. Chapters must be titled, Chapter 10, Name, and end with, Chapter 10 End. Generation process, first response, provide a brief story outline, plot, themes, character arcs, chapter breakdown. After outline, immediately begin writing Chapter 1 when prompted. Each subsequent prompt will request the next chapter. Continue until all 15 chapters are complete. Story outline. What if Harry fell through the veil and woke up in the Lord of Mysteries world? Core concept Harry Potter, after falling through the veil of death during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, doesn't die. He wakes up in the gaslit, fog-choked streets of Backland, capital of the Lone Kingdom, in a world where Beyonders walk among ordinary humans, ancient gods scheme in shadows, and madness lurks at the edge of every pathway to power. Armed with his magic, which functions strangely here, his lightning scar, which now seems to resonate with something old, and absolutely zero understanding of what's happening, Harry must navigate a world of secret organizations, eldritch horrors, and a card game that could reshape reality itself. Main themes: identity and self-discovery. Harry's always been defined by prophecy and others' expectations. In this new world, he's nobody, and that's both terrifying and liberating. The nature of power and its cost. The Beyonder pathways offer incredible abilities, but at what price? Harry learns that power here extracts payment in sanity, humanity, and sometimes your very self. Found family. Again Harry lost everyone. Now he must learn to trust again, to build connections in a world where everyone has secrets. Fate versus free will. The goddess of fate, the fool, the schemes of ancient gods. Is Harry just trading one prophecy for another, or can he finally forge his own path? Healing and moving forward, processing trauma, survivor's guilt, and learning that surviving isn't the same as living. Character arcs Harry Potter, primary protagonist, starting point, traumatized, grieving serious, confused, operating on survival instinct midpoint, beginning to understand this world, forming connections, discovering his magic interacts uniquely with Beyonder powers endpoint, accepted his past, chosen his future, becomes something new, neither purely wizard nor purely Beyonder, but something unprecedented. Audrey Hall, primary love interest, introduction, encounters Harry during a tarot club. Adjacent incident, initially sees him as a curiosity, possibly a threat. Development, recognizes his genuine nature through her spectator abilities, becomes intrigued by his unreadable emotional patterns, his acclimacy remnants and trauma create static, arc, through Harry, learns to value genuine connection over observation, helps him process trauma while confronting her own sheltered existence. Klein Moretti/The Fool, mentor figure, role, mysterious benefactor who senses something wrong and right about Harry. Simultaneously interest, Harry's lightning scar resonates with spheroid energy. His magic operates outside known pathways. Klein needs to understand if Harry is a threat or an opportunity. Development, grows to genuinely care for Harry, sees echoes of his own displacement and loss. Supporting cast. Furs Wall, fellow outsider, bonds with Harry over feeling like they don't belong, teaches him about the world. Zio Deri-cha, initially suspicious of Harry, becomes protective. Their shared, fight first, ask questions later, mentality creates camaraderie. Dunn Smith, brief but impactful mentor figure, sees something in Harry worth nurturing before tragedy strikes. Original characters, fellow displaced souls, Backlund Street Kids. Harry befriends a mysterious antiquarian who knows more than she should. Power system integration. Harry's wizard magic doesn't follow Beyonder rules, it's something older, something that predates the pathways. His abilities can cast familiar spells, but they're unstable in this world. His Patronus manifests differently, drawing on something beyond memory. His lightning scar marks him as touched by death, possibly connected to the death pathway. Eventually discovers he can intuit Beyonder abilities, learning them in ways that shouldn't be possible. The mystery, why does his magic work here? What did the veil really connect to? And why do ancient beings seem to recognize him? Romance development, Harry x Audrey, chapters 1-4, no romance, pure survival and world building. Chapter 2, The City of Smoke and Secrets. Chapter 2, The City of Smoke and Secrets. Harry woke to the sound of factory whistles. They came in layers, first one, high and piercing, then another, deeper, then a dozen more until the whole of East Borough seemed to vibrate with the combined shriek of industry demanding its workers. Around him, the bodies packed into Mrs. Went's boarding house stirred and groaned, dragging themselves upright for another day of labor that would barely keep them alive. Harry lay still for a moment, staring at the ceiling beams above him, letting the previous day's revelations settle into something approaching order. Beyonders. Pathways. Sequences. 22 routes to power, each one a ladder that could take you to godhood or drop you into madness. Churches that controlled knowledge like dragons hoarding gold. And underneath it all, things that lurked in shadows and waited for the unwary. And him. Harry Potter. A wizard in a world that had never heard of wizards, carrying a scar that marked him as touched by death, with magic that operated on rules this reality didn't recognize. No pressure. He pushed himself upright, wincing at the complaints from muscles that still hadn't forgiven him for sleeping on stone floors for over a week. His body was adapting, he was young, resilient, and had survived worse, but the adjustment period was brutal. Morning, strange one. Mrs. Went's voice cut through the general chaos of people preparing for their days. She was standing near Harry's corner, arms crossed, watching him with an expression that mixed suspicion with something that might have been concern. Morning. You were out late last night. Northborough, Tommy said. Harry should have known Tommy would report back. The kid was a survivor, and survivors shared information with the people who could protect them. Following a lead, Harry said, the same thing he'd told Tommy. Someone who might be able to help me figure things out. Mrs. Went's eyes were sharp. You're mixed up in something. I've been running this place for 20 years, boy. I know the look. Seen it before, people who stumble into things bigger than themselves. What happened to them? Some made it out. Found their footing, built lives, disappeared into the city like everyone else. She paused. Most didn't. Harry met her gaze steadily. I appreciate the warning. Not a warning. An observation. She turned to go, then stopped. You've been good. Quiet, no trouble, pay on time. That buys you some goodwill in my house. But if whatever you're mixed up in brings trouble to my door, it won't. See that it doesn't. She walked away, and Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. She wasn't wrong to be cautious. The things Stanton had described, Beyonder incidents, church investigations, the casual violence that accompanied any brush with the supernatural in this world, any of that could spell disaster for a place like this. A place full of people who had nothing and couldn't afford to lose even that. Harry needed to be careful. Not just for himself, but for everyone around him. He gathered his meager possessions, his wand, hidden in an inner pocket, his remaining coins, a notebook he'd purchased to record his observations, and headed out into the morning. Backland in daylight was a different creature than Backland at night. The fog was still there, of course. It was always there, a gray blanket that muffled sounds and blurred edges and made everything feel slightly unreal. But the gaslights had been extinguished, replaced by weak sunlight that struggled through the haze, and the streets that had seemed menacing in darkness now just looked tired. Harry walked without any particular destination, letting his feet carry him through the maze of East Borough while his mind worked. Stanton had given him homework. Not the kind Hogwarts professors assigned, no essays or spell practice, but something more fundamental: observe. Watch. Learn how this world actually worked, not just the theoretical framework of Beyonders and pathways, but the day-to-day reality of life in Backland. You can't navigate a world you don't understand, Stanton had said. And you can't understand it from books alone. You need to see it. Feel it. Let it become part of you. So Harry observed. He watched the factory workers streaming toward their shifts, faces gray with exhaustion before the day had even begun. He watched the street vendors setting up their stalls, hawking everything from roasted chestnuts to mysterious tonics that promised to cure ailments Harry had never heard of. He watched the children, far too many children, running errands, picking pockets, doing whatever it took to survive another day. And he watched the others. The ones who didn't quite fit. The ones whose eyes held something different, something aware, something that marked them as more than ordinary. A woman in a dark coat, walking with a purpose that parted crowds without her seeming to notice. A man standing perfectly still on a street corner, watching the flow of people with an intensity that made Harry's skin prickle. A pair of figures in matching uniforms, Nighthawks, maybe, or some other church enforcement, moving through the morning crowd with the easy confidence of predators who knew nothing here could touch them. Beyonders. They were everywhere, Harry realized. Hidden in plain sight, going about their business while ordinary people walked past without a clue. It was like the wizarding world back home, a secret society layered on top of the mundane one, but somehow more integrated. More dangerous. In the wizarding world, there was a clear divide. Wizards lived in their own communities, went to their own schools, had their own government. The separation was intentional and maintained. Here, though, Beyonders and ordinary people existed in the same spaces, breathed the same air, walked the same streets. Which meant the danger was everywhere too. Harry ducked into an alley, checking to make sure he wasn't being followed, a habit that had served him well since arriving, and pulled out his notebook. Day 8, he wrote. Beyonder presence in East Borough higher than expected. Counted at least 6 probable Beyonders in 2 hours of observation. Church enforcement visible but not aggressive, patrol patterns, not hunting. Something keeping them from interfering with daily life. He paused, thinking. Need to understand, what's the relationship between Beyonders and ordinary people? How do they coexist? What keeps the system stable? Also need to understand, what happens when the system breaks down? He'd heard stories already. Tommy's whispered warnings about people who went wrong. The woman tracing patterns in the air. The way ordinary people gave certain street corners a wide berth without seeming to know why. The system broke down regularly, Harry suspected. It was just managed, contained, by the churches and their enforcers. Managed like a disease that couldn't be cured, only controlled. Harry closed his notebook and kept walking. Around midday, he found the market. Market was generous, it was more like a permanent gathering of desperation, a square where people who had nothing tried to trade for something. Makeshift stalls sold goods that ranged from the mundane, vegetables, bread, second-hand clothes, to the questionable, potions of uncertain provenance, charms that promised luck or protection, mysterious sealed packages that vendors refused to discuss. Harry moved through the crowd, keeping his head down and his eyes open. The smells were overwhelming: cooking food, unwashed bodies, industrial chemicals, and something sweet and rotten underneath it all that he tried not to think about too hard. At one stall, an old woman was selling what she called spirit papers, thin sheets covered in symbols that Harry didn't recognize but that made his scar tingle when he got close. For protection, the woman croaked, seeing his interest. Against bad dreams, against shadows, against the things that watch when you're not looking. Only 3 pence, young sir. A bargain for peaceful sleep. Harry studied the papers. The symbols were crude, clearly hand-drawn, but there was something to them. Some resonance that his magical senses picked up even if he couldn't identify it. Do they work? The woman's eyes, rheumy, yellowed, but sharp, met his. They work enough, she said. For most people. Against most things. She paused. You're not most people, though, are you? I can tell. You've got the look. What look? The touched look. The marked look. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. The look of someone who's seen the other side and come back. Harry's hand moved unconsciously toward his scar. I don't know what you're talking about. Course you don't. The woman's smile was knowing. But take some advice from an old woman who's seen more than her share: be careful what you show and who you show it to. There are things in this city that would very much like to meet someone like you. And not all meetings end well. She pressed one of the spirit papers into his hand. Free of charge. Call it professional curiosity. I want to see what happens to you. Harry took the paper, not sure whether to be grateful or disturbed. Thanks, I think. Don't thank me yet. The woman was already turning to another customer. Thank me if you're still alive in a month. Harry found a quiet corner to examine the spirit paper more closely. It was thin, almost translucent, with symbols drawn in what looked like ordinary ink. The symbols themselves were unfamiliar, not runes, not any writing system he recognized, but they had a certain logic to them. Patterns within patterns, each one connecting to the others in ways that suggested meaning even if Harry couldn't grasp it. When he focused his magical senses on the paper, he felt something. A faint hum of energy, different from wizard magic but clearly supernatural in nature. Whatever this was, it wasn't a scam. There was real power here, however minor. Interesting. Harry jumped, spinning around with his wand already halfway out of his pocket, and found himself face to face with a young woman who definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. She was maybe a few years older than him, with short dark hair and a face that would have been pretty if it weren't set in an expression of intense suspicion. She was dressed in practical clothes, trousers, boots, a jacket with too many pockets, and she was looking at Harry like he was a puzzle she hadn't decided whether to solve or smash. Who are you? Harry demanded, keeping his wand hand ready but not drawing. Starting fights with strangers in public was a good way to attract attention he didn't want. I could ask you the same question. The woman's voice was low, careful. You're not from around here. And you've got something that doesn't belong in Eastborough. I have a lot of things that don't belong in Eastborough. I noticed. Her eyes flicked to his hidden wand, and Harry felt a chill. She'd seen that. She'd noticed. Relax. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm looking for answers. Answers to what? To why someone with your characteristics is wandering around the market like a tourist. She moved closer, and Harry resisted the urge to step back. The spirit papers, I understand. Everyone needs protection in this city. But the way you were examining them, that wasn't a customer looking at a product. That was someone studying a foreign artifact. Crap. Harry had been too obvious. Too interested. In a world where supernatural knowledge was controlled and regulated, showing too much understanding was as dangerous as showing too little. I'm curious by nature, he said carefully. Is that a crime? Depends on what you're curious about. The woman studied him for a long moment. My name is Zio. Zio Dericha. And before you ask, yes, I'm a Beyonder. Sequence 8, Arbiter Pathway. I can tell when people are lying to me, so I'd recommend honesty. Arbiter Pathway. Stanton had mentioned that one, focused on law, order, judgment. The ability to detect lies was one of its known characteristics. Harry considered his options. He could lie anyway, occlumency had helped him resist mental intrusion before, but that seemed like a bad way to start what might be an important relationship. He could run, but that would confirm her suspicions and probably make things worse. Or he could do what he'd done with Stanton, take a calculated risk. Harry, he said. Harry Potter. And you're right, I'm not from around here. I'm new. To everything. New to Eastborough. New to Backland. New to this world. He let that hang in the air for a moment. It's complicated. Zio's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes shifted. That's not a lie, she said slowly. But it's also not the whole truth. The whole truth would take hours to explain and probably sound insane. Try me. Harry hesitated. Then, because there was something about her directness that reminded him of Hermione in her more aggressive moods, he gave her the short version. I'm from another world. I fell through something called the Veil of Death and ended up here about a week ago. I have magical abilities that don't follow your pathway system, and I'm trying to figure out how to survive in a world I don't understand. That honest enough for you? Zio stared at him. That's... She paused. That's either the most elaborate cover story I've ever heard, or you're telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. I know. That's what's concerning. She ran a hand through her hair, looking suddenly tired. Look, I'm going to do something I probably shouldn't. I'm going to give you my address. If you're what you say you are, someone genuinely lost and trying to find their way, then you need more help than street vendors can provide. And if you're something else. She didn't finish the sentence, but her meaning was clear. I appreciate that, Harry said. But why would you help a stranger? Because I was a stranger once too. Zio's voice was flat. Because I know what it's like to be thrown into a world you don't understand. And because, she hesitated. Because the Fool has been sending dreams to members of my organization. Dreams about an anomaly. Something new. Something that doesn't fit the patterns. Harry's scar throbbed. The Fool, he said carefully. You know the name. We've met. Sort of. Zio's expression went very still. Then you're definitely someone I need to keep an eye on. She pulled a scrap of paper from one of her many pockets and pressed it into Harry's hand. Come to this address tomorrow evening. There's someone you should meet. Someone who can help you more than I can. Who? A friend. Zio was already turning away. And Harry? Be careful. This city has a way of chewing up newcomers. Especially newcomers who don't understand the rules. She vanished into the crowd, leaving Harry standing alone with a spirit paper in one hand and an address in the other. Well, he thought. That was interesting. Harry spent the rest of the day testing his magic. He found an abandoned building, not hard in Eastborough, where properties were constantly being vacated by people who couldn't pay rent or didn't survive long enough to care, and set up a crude practice space in what had once been a cellar. The walls were thick stone, which would muffle sounds, and the single entrance gave him a clear line of retreat if something went wrong. Something had changed since he'd arrived here. His magic felt different, not weaker, exactly, but altered. Like a familiar instrument that had been retuned to a different key. Basic spells still worked reliably. Lumos lit up without hesitation, the warm golden light as steady as ever. Nox extinguished it. Scourgify cleaned surfaces. Reparo fixed a broken crate. These were the fundamentals, the first things every wizard learned, and they functioned just as they had back home. The middle-tier spells were more unpredictable. Stupefy worked, but the jet of red light was brighter than it should have been, more intense. When Harry tested it on a practice target, a crude mannequin he'd assembled from debris, the spell didn't just stun. It knocked the mannequin across the room with enough force to shatter it against the wall. Protego manifested differently too. The shield was stronger, more opaque, with an iridescent quality it hadn't possessed before. When Harry threw debris at it, the impacts didn't just stop, they absorbed, the energy seeming to flow into the shield itself. Expelliarmus was the most changed. Back home, it had been Harry's signature spell, a disarming charm that stripped opponents of their weapons. Here, when he cast it at the reassembled mannequin, it didn't just disarm. It unmade. The pieces flew apart like they'd never been connected in the first place, scattering across the cellar in a spray of wood and fabric. Okay, Harry muttered, staring at the destruction. That's new. He spent an hour documenting the changes, testing spell after spell and recording the results in his notebook. The pattern that emerged was troubling. Basic spells, unchanged. Combat spells, amplified, sometimes drastically. Utility spells, altered in ways that defied prediction. Complex spells, unreliable, effects varying wildly. And then there was the Patronus. Harry had been avoiding it since the incident with the shadow things, but he couldn't avoid it forever. The Patronus charm was one of his most powerful abilities, and he needed to understand what it had become. He took a deep breath. Focused on his happy memories, harder now, with Sirius's death so fresh, but still possible if he reached back further. The first time he'd ridden a broomstick. The first time he'd cast a successful spell. The moment he'd realized he had a godfather who loved him. Expecto Patronum. Silver-white light erupted from his wand. It churned, just like before, taking shape after shape, searching for a form, but this time Harry pushed back. Focused his will, his intent, his desperate need for this to work properly. The light stabilized. And what emerged was, beautiful. It wasn't prongs. Harry had known it wouldn't be, somewhere deep inside. His father's stag had been a reflection of who Harry was when he'd first learned the charm, a boy trying to live up to impossible expectations, desperate to connect with parents he'd never known. He wasn't that boy anymore. The creature that coiled in the air before him was serpentine, but not a snake. It had an elegant, flowing form that reminded Harry of eastern dragons from the few pictures he'd seen, long and sinuous, with feathered wings and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. But the most striking feature was the antlers. They rose from the dragon's head like a crown, branching, magnificent, unmistakably servine. A stag's antlers on a dragon's body, two symbols merged into something new. Prongs is still in there, Harry realized. Just, changed. Like me. The Patronus regarded him with those gleaming eyes. It was doing that thing again, the thing that patron users weren't supposed to do, where it seemed actually aware, actually present, actually thinking. Then it turned its head toward a corner of the cellar. Harry's wand came up instinctively. There, in the shadows, something was watching. He could feel it now, that prickling sensation of being observed by something that shouldn't exist. Eyes forming in the darkness, too many to count, all focused on him. Not today, Harry said. The Patronus moved. It was faster than anything Harry had seen, a blur of silver-white light that tore through the shadows like they were tissue paper. The watching presence screamed, that same awful sound from before, and then collapsed, dissolving into ordinary darkness as the Patronus circled back to Harry's side. Good boy, Harry said, then felt ridiculous for talking to a magical construct. Girl. Good, whatever you are. The Patronus made a sound that might have been amusement, then dissolved into silver mist. Harry stood in the cellar, breathing hard, his scar throbbing with that unfamiliar ache. The shadow things were real. They were persistent. And for some reason, they seemed very interested in him. He needed to figure out what they were and how to deal with them permanently. And he needed to do it before they figured out how to deal with him. That evening, Harry returned to Mrs. Wentz to find Tommy waiting for him. The kid was perched on an overturned crate near the entrance, legs swinging, watching the street with the casual alertness of someone who'd learned early that attention was survival. "You're back late," Tommy said. "People are talking." "What kind of people?" "The kind that notice things." Tommy hopped down from the crate and fell into step beside Harry as he headed inside. "Word is, a stranger's been asking around. Questions about newcomers. Questions about anyone who doesn't fit the usual patterns." Harry's stomach tightened. "What kind of stranger?" "Couldn't say for certain. My contacts described someone in church colors, black and red, which means Evernight, but not official church. More like, affiliated. Someone who works for them without being one of them. Church of the Evernight Goddess. The same church whose reading room Harry had used. The same church that controlled the death pathway, the pathway that supposedly dealt with spirits, the afterlife, things beyond the grave. The pathway his scar resonated with. "Do they know about me specifically?" "Not yet." The questions were general: anyone unusual, anyone who's appeared recently, anyone who might be touched. Tommy's voice dropped. "They're casting a wide net. You're not the only fish, but you might be the biggest." Harry thought about the encounter with Zio, about the dreams she'd mentioned, about the fool's apparent interest in him. "Thanks for the warning." "Don't thank me. Pay me." Tommy's grin was quick and sharp. "Information isn't free in East Borough, stranger. You want to survive here, you learn that quick." Harry dug in his pocket and pulled out a few coins, local currency now, converted from his remaining wizarding money. He pressed them into Tommy's hand. "Worth every penny." "Worth more, probably. But I like you." Tommy pocketed the coins with practiced ease. "You're not like most strangers. Most of them are either running towards something or running away from something. You're just, running. Trying to find your feet. That obvious? To someone who knows how to look." Tommy's expression shifted, became almost serious. "Word of advice, though. The church investigator. They'll narrow down eventually. Find out you exist. When they do, you've got choices. You can run, try to stay ahead of them, keep moving, never settle. You can hide, go so deep underground that even they can't find you. Or you can face them. Face them? Go to the church yourself. Present yourself. Let them examine you, catalog you, decide what to do with you." Tommy shrugged. "It's risky. They might decide you're dangerous, lock you up, do worse. But it also takes away their power. They can't hunt what isn't hiding." Harry thought about that. It wasn't terrible advice, in fact, it was remarkably sophisticated for a street kid who couldn't be more than 11. "You've thought about this before." "I think about lots of things." Tommy's voice was carefully neutral. "My mum, she was touched. I told you that. She tried hiding. Tried running. In the end, she tried facing them." He paused. "Didn't work out for her. But maybe it could work out for you. You're different. Stronger, maybe. And you've got friends in strange places, if half of what I've heard is true." "What have you heard?" "That someone matching your description was seen talking to a known Beyonder in the market. That the Beyonder in question is associated with some very interesting people. And that there's been a lot of activity lately in certain circles, activity that might be connected to you or might just be coincidence." Tommy's grin returned. "I don't believe in coincidence." Neither did Harry. Not anymore. Thanks, Tommy. Really. Like I said, don't thank me yet. Tommy was already moving toward the door. Thank me when you're still alive in a month. That seems to be the standard around here. He disappeared into the evening, leaving Harry standing in the doorway of Mrs. Wentz with a head full of questions and a growing sense that his time in the shadows was running out. That night, Harry dreamed of the grey fog again. But this time, he wasn't alone. The space above the grey fog was different than before, sharper, more defined, as if Harry's repeated visits were somehow making it more real. The impossible structure still hung overhead, pulsing with colors that shouldn't exist, but now Harry could make out details. Patterns in its surface. Shapes that might have been windows or might have been eyes or might have been something else entirely. And across the fog, seated at a table that hadn't existed a moment before, was a figure. The Fool. Harry recognized him, or at least, recognized the mask and the sense of vast intelligence behind it. But this time, the figure was clearer. More present. As if he'd decided to stop hiding behind layers of mysticism and actually have a conversation. Harry Potter. The voice was still layered, still resonant, but more human. You've been busy. Not busy enough, apparently. Harry moved closer, finding that he could walk on the fog if he just didn't think about it too hard. People are looking for me. Church people. The Church of the Evernight Goddess. They've noticed the disturbance in the Death Pathway's resonance. The Fool tilted his head slightly. Your presence in this world is like a stone dropped in a still pond. The ripples spread further every day. How do I stop the ripples? You don't. That's not how this works. The Fool gestured, and suddenly there was a chair opposite him. Sit. We need to talk about what you are. Harry sat, feeling the surreal weight of having a conversation with an entity of impossible power in a space that existed between realities. What I am. Your magic doesn't follow the rules of this world. It should be impossible, a completely parallel system of supernatural ability that evolved independently of the pathways. And yet here you are. The Fool's tone was almost academic. The question is why? Why did the Veil send you here? Why does your scar resonate with death? Why can you access this space, which should be restricted to those who have consumed the Fool Sequence's potion? I don't know the answer to any of those questions. I know. That's what makes you interesting. The Fool leaned forward slightly. Let me tell you a theory. It's incomplete, there are pieces missing, but it might help you understand your situation. I'm listening. The original creator, the being that existed before the gods, before the pathways, before everything, fragmented long ago. Its power was divided, becoming the spheroid and the pathways and the outer gods and everything in between. This world is the result of that fragmentation, a reality built on the ruins of something older and stranger. Harry thought about creation myths, about the stories he'd learned growing up. None of them had prepared him for this. But, the Fool continued, the Creator's power wasn't the only power that existed. There were other things, other systems, other realms, other ways of touching the supernatural. Most of them were absorbed or destroyed in the fragmentation. A few survived, hidden in corners of existence that the pathways never reached. My magic? Possibly. The veil you fell through, it wasn't just a doorway between worlds. It was a scar. A wound in reality that connected your world to the primordial space between realities. When you passed through it, you didn't just travel. You were filtered. Processed. Changed. Harry touched his scar involuntarily. That's why my magic is different here. That's why you exist here at all. The Fool's voice was heavy with significance. By all rights, you should have been destroyed, your magical core incompatible with this reality's fundamental laws. Instead, something adapted you. Made you compatible. And in the process, it left traces of itself in you. Traces of what? That's the question, isn't it? The Fool stood, and the table dissolved into fog. I don't know what you are, Harry Potter. Not entirely. But I know you're important. And I know that the churches and the outer gods and things even stranger will all want to understand you, to use you or destroy you or both. That's not exactly reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to prepare you. The fool began to fade, his form becoming less distinct. Go to the address that Zio gave you. Meet the person waiting there. And when you do, remember this, trust is a choice, not an instinct. Choose wisely who you extend it to. Wait, Harry reached out, but the fool was already gone. One more thing, his voice echoed through the fading gray fog. The shadow things that hunt you. They're not natural to this world either. They're attracted to your presence, to the gap between what you are and what this reality expects you to be. Kill them when you can. And find out where they're coming from before they find out how to kill you. The dream dissolved, and Harry woke to morning light and the distant sound of factory whistles. The address Zio had given him was in the workers' district, not quite East Borough, not quite North Borough, but somewhere in between. The buildings here were newer than East Borough's ruins but still worn, still tired, still showing the strain of housing too many people with too few resources. Harry found the building without much trouble, a modest apartment block with a shared entrance and narrow stairs leading up to individual units. The number Zio had written corresponded to a door on the third floor, plain and unremarkable. Harry knocked. For a moment, nothing. Then footsteps, and the door opened to reveal a young woman with golden hair and green eyes that widened slightly when she saw him. "You're Harry," she said. "Zio described you, but I didn't expect." "Didn't expect what?" "You're younger than I thought." She stepped aside, gesturing him in. "I'm Furs. Furs Wall. And I think we have a lot to talk about." The apartment was small but comfortable, filled with books and papers and the general clutter of someone who spent their time thinking rather than tidying. Furs led him to a sitting area and produced tea with the ease of someone who'd done this many times. "Zio said you're new," Furs said, settling into a chair across from Harry. "New to everything. That you're not from this world." "That's right. And the fool has taken an interest in you." "That seems to be the case." Furs studied him for a long moment, her expression thoughtful. "I'm a writer," she said eventually. "A novelist. But I'm also a Beyonder, Sequence 8 of the Mystery Prior Pathway. My abilities let me see things. Sense things. Particularly things related to knowledge and secrets." Harry felt his scar throb slightly at her words. "And what do you see when you look at me?" "That's the strange thing." Furs leaned forward, her eyes intent. "When I look at you, I see contradictions. You're marked by death, but you're not walking the death pathway. You have power, but it doesn't follow any sequence I recognize. You're a mystery, a genuine mystery, and in my experience, genuine mysteries are rare. Is that good or bad? Depends on who's doing the investigating." Furs smiled slightly. "I'm Tarot Club. That's our group, the one the fool leads. We're Beyonders from different pathways, working together, helping each other advance and survive. Zio is one of us. And the fool seems to think you might be worth helping too." Harry absorbed that. A group of Beyonders, led by the mysterious figure he'd been dreaming of, who might be willing to help him. What would that help look like? Information, first. Teaching you about this world, about the Beyonders, about everything you need to know to survive. Furs paused. And protection, maybe. The churches are interested in you. Having allies could make the difference between being studied and being something worse. And in return? In return, we learn from you. Furs's voice was honest, almost blunt. Your magic, your world, everything you can tell us. You represent a completely different approach to the supernatural. That knowledge could be invaluable. It was a fair deal, Harry thought. Information for information. Protection for cooperation. Not so different from what Stanton had proposed. Okay, he said. Where do we start? Furs smiled, a real smile this time, warm and welcoming. At the beginning. Tell me everything you know about magic. The conversation lasted hours. Harry told Furs about the wizarding world, about Hogwarts, about wands and spells, about the different branches of magic and the people who practiced them. He told her about the Statute of Secrecy, about Muggles, about the way two societies existed parallel to each other without most people ever knowing. In return, Furs told him about the pathways. There are 22 sequences in each pathway, she explained, starting at sequence 9 and ascending to sequence 0. Each sequence grants specific abilities, but also costs. The higher you rise, the more you change, physically, mentally, spiritually. By sequence 1, you're barely human. By sequence 0. Godhood, Harry said, remembering Stanton's words. Exactly. But it's more complicated than that. The pathways aren't just routes to power, they're connected to specific concepts, specific aspects of reality. The death pathway deals with spirits, the afterlife, entropy. The fool pathway deals with disguise, manipulation, playing different roles. Each one has its own logic. And the potions? That's how advancement works. Each sequence requires a potion, a combination of ingredients that embody that sequence's characteristics. Drink the potion, digest it properly, and you advance. Fail to digest it, and you lose control. Harry thought about this. The idea of drinking magical potions for power wasn't entirely foreign, Polyjuice potion, Felix Felicis, various healing drafts, but the idea of potions that changed you fundamentally was something else entirely. What happens when you lose control? Furza's expression darkened. You become a monster. Literally. The power overwhelms you, your mind shatters, and your body transforms into something that represents the pathway's corruption. We call them mad beyonders or losing control. The churches exist partly to hunt them down before they can cause too much damage. And the churches control the potions. They control the formulas, the ingredients, the knowledge of how to advance safely. Join a church, and you get access to that knowledge, but you also have to follow their rules, serve their agendas. Furs shrugged. That's why groups like the Tarot Club exist. We trade information, help each other find ingredients, share advancement techniques, all without church oversight. Sounds risky. Everything in this world is risky. Furza's voice was matter-of-fact. At least with the Tarot Club, we get to choose our own risks. Harry could respect that. He'd spent his whole life having choices made for him, by the Dursleys, by Dumbledore, by prophecy. The idea of a group that valued choice, even dangerous choice, appealed to him. Tell me about the fool, he said. Who is he really? Furs hesitated. I don't know his real identity. None of us do, except maybe Mr. Hanged Man, and he's not talking. What I know is that he's powerful, more powerful than any of us, and that he seems genuinely committed to helping us. He leads the Tarot Club meetings, provides guidance, sometimes shares information that we couldn't get any other way. And he's interested in me. Very interested. Furs met his eyes. He's been talking about an anomaly for weeks now. Something that doesn't fit the patterns. Something that might change everything. She paused. I think you're that anomaly, Harry. And I think the fool is trying to figure out if you're going to change things for the better, or for the worse. Harry thought about that. About being a chess piece in someone else's game, again. About prophecies and chosen ones and the weight of expectations he hadn't asked for. What do you think? Furs smiled slightly. I think you're a scared kid trying to survive in a world he doesn't understand. And I think that's probably the most human thing I've seen from a supposed anomaly. She stood, moving toward a bookshelf. Come on. let me show you some of my research. If you're going to survive in Backlund, you need to understand how deep the rabbit hole goes. The sun was setting by the time Harry left Furza's apartment, his head spinning with information. Pathways and potions and churches and conspiracies, it was almost overwhelming. But underneath the confusion, there was a strange sense of excitement. After days of fumbling in the dark, he was finally starting to understand this world. Starting to see the patterns, the rules, the ways things connected. He was still an outsider. Still an anomaly. But he was an anomaly who was learning the game. As he made his way back toward Eastborough, Harry's scar began to throb. Not the dull ache he'd grown accustomed to. This was sharper, more insistent, a warning pulse that made him stop in his tracks and scan the street around him. Nothing obvious. The usual crowd of workers heading home, vendors packing up their stalls, children playing in the gutters. But something was wrong. He could feel it. There. In an alley across the street, movement that didn't match the rhythm of the city. Shadows gathering, deepening, taking on that unnatural quality he'd seen before. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. The shadows smiled. It was the only way to describe it, a curving line of darker darkness that stretched across the alley's entrance like a mouth opening wide. Marked 1. The voice was like gravel in his skull, painful and intrusive. We've been watching. Waiting. You shouldn't exist, but you do. That makes you interesting. I keep hearing that word, Harry said, keeping his voice steady despite the fear crawling up his spine. Maybe I should start charging for the entertainment. The shadow mouth widened. Humor. We like humor. It makes the terror sweeter when it comes. Who are you? What are you? We are the watchers in the dark. The eyes that never close. We were born in the spaces between your world and this one, parasites of the primordial void. And you, Marked 1, are a bridge. A door. A way back to what we lost. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. I'm not a door to anything. Not yet. But you will be. When we wear your flesh and speak with your voice and use your mark to tear open the wound between worlds. Then you will be everything we need. The shadows lunged. Harry was already moving, wand slashing through the air as the first spell left his lips. Expecto Patronum. Silver-white light exploded from his wand, the serpent dragon Patronus materializing in a fury of radiance and power. It met the shadow mass head-on, tearing through darkness with claws of pure light. The shadows screamed, that horrible, reality-scratching sound, and recoiled. But they didn't flee. Not this time. Instead, they reformed. Drew together into something more coherent, more solid, a vaguely humanoid shape with too many limbs and too many eyes, standing in the alley like a nightmare made manifest. Stronger than expected, the shadow thing acknowledged. But not strong enough. Not yet. We will return, Marked 1. When you're weaker. When you're alone. When no one is left to protect you. It dissolved, not destroyed, Harry realized with a chill, but retreating, fading into ordinary darkness until only the normal shadows of evening remained. His Patronus circled him once, protective and alert, then dissolved into silver mist. Harry stood in the street, breathing hard, his scar burning with that sharp, warning pain. The shadow things weren't mindless. They weren't random. They had plans that involved him, his mark, the connection between worlds. He needed help. Real help. More than street kids and nervous beyonders could provide. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he would find a way to contact the fool directly. To demand answers, not hints. To figure out what these things were and how to stop them before they figured out how to stop him. But tonight, he needed rest. Needed to recover. Needed to be ready for whatever came next. Harry made his way back to Mrs. Wentz, wand never leaving his hand, eyes scanning every shadow he passed. The city of smoke and secrets had shown him another layer of its darkness. And somewhere in that darkness, something ancient and hungry was learning his name. Mrs. Went was waiting when he arrived. Not obviously, she was pretending to check a roster near the entrance, but her eyes tracked Harry as he came through the door, noting his disheveled appearance, his tight grip on something in his pocket, the way he moved like someone who just survived a fight. "Trouble?" she asked quietly. "Nothing I couldn't handle." This time. Her voice was flat. "I told you before, I don't want trouble in my house. It didn't follow me. I made sure of that." She studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "See that it doesn't." "But..." She hesitated, which seemed uncharacteristic. "If you need help. Real help, not the kind Tommy provides. There's a woman. In the back room. She's been here longer than anyone, knows things most don't. Name's Agnes. She might be able to advise you." Harry filed that information away. "Thank you. Don't thank me. I just don't want my building burned down because you brought something you couldn't handle." Mrs. Went turned away. "Get some sleep. You look like death warmed over." Harry almost laughed at the irony. That night, his dreams were different. Not the grey fog. Not the fool's mysterious realm. Instead, Harry found himself standing on a plain of darkness, surrounded by stars that seemed far too close. The air was cold, not the damp chill of Backlund, but something deeper, more fundamental. And he wasn't alone. A woman stood before him, dressed in robes of absolute black that seemed to absorb what little light existed in this space. Her face was obscured by shadow, but Harry could feel her gaze on him, ancient, patient, knowing. Child of Death's mark. The voice was different from the shadow things. This was soft, almost gentle, like a mother speaking to a frightened child. "You carry a wound that does not belong in this world. A scar left by a power that died long before the pathways were born. Who are you?" "I am the night. The rest. The end of all journeys." The figure moved closer, and Harry felt no fear, only a strange sense of peace. "I am the goddess your world never knew. And I am interested in you. Everyone seems interested in me lately. You speak to hide your fear. That is wise, fear attracts predators. But you need not fear me." The goddess, and Harry was certain now that's what she was, extended a hand. "I offer you sanctuary, child. Protection. A place in my church, where you can learn and grow without the parasites that hunt you." Harry hesitated. "What do you want in return?" "Understanding." The word hung in the air like a promise. "You are a mystery, Harry Potter. A piece of a puzzle I have been contemplating for longer than your species has existed. I would know you. Understand you. And perhaps, in time, help you understand yourself." It was tempting. More than tempting. The shadow things were hunting him, the churches were investigating him, and he was alone in a world he barely understood. The offer of protection, of answers, of someone powerful actually being on his side. But Harry had learned, through hard experience, that offers of help often came with strings. "I need time to think." "Take all the time you need." The goddess was already fading, the darkness around her deepening. "But know this, the things that hunt you will not wait forever. And when they come in force, you will need allies who can stand against the void. My church offers that. Consider it." She was gone. Harry woke to find dawn light creeping through Mrs. Went's grimy windows, his scar throbbing with a warmth that was almost comforting. Two powerful entities had now made contact. The Fool, mysterious and cryptic. The goddess of the night, offering protection in exchange for understanding. And somewhere in the shadows, things that wanted to wear his flesh and use his mark to tear holes between worlds. Harry Potter had survived a lot in his 15 years. Dark lords, death traps, a tournament designed to kill him, the death of people he loved. But this was different. This was bigger. This was a world of gods and monsters and powers beyond anything he'd imagined. He needed to learn faster. Grow stronger. Find allies he could trust. And most importantly, he needed to figure out what he actually was, what the veil had made him, what his mark meant, what his presence in this world signified. The city of smoke and secrets was waking up around him. And Harry Potter, the boy who fell through death and landed somewhere else entirely, got ready to face another day. Chapter 3, The Nighthawk's Interest. Chapter 3, The Nighthawk's Interest. The church investigator found Harry 3 days later. He'd been expecting it, honestly. Tommy's warning, the increasing frequency of church patrols in Eastborough, the way certain people had started watching him with a little too much interest, all the signs pointed to his window of anonymity closing fast. What he hadn't expected was how they found him. Harry was leaving Furz's apartment after another lengthy session of information exchange when he noticed the man waiting across the street. Tall, lean, wearing the black and red colors Tommy had described, with a face that could have been carved from granite and eyes that seemed to look right through the world into something else entirely. The man didn't approach. Didn't call out. He just stood there, watching, as Harry descended the stairs and stepped onto the street. Okay, Harry thought. This is happening. He could run. His magic gave him options, disillusionment, apparition, though he wasn't sure that worked the same way here, various escape spells. But running would only confirm whatever suspicions the church already had. And besides, he was tired of running. Tired of hiding. Tired of feeling like prey. Harry walked directly toward the man. Up close, the investigator was even more imposing. His features had that weathered quality of someone who'd seen too much and stopped being surprised by any of it. A thin scar ran from his left eyebrow to his jaw, white against tanned skin. And his eyes were wrong. Not obviously. Not in a way that most people would notice. But Harry, who'd spent the last 2 weeks learning to read the subtle signs of Beyonder influence, could see it. There was something behind those eyes. Something that wasn't entirely human anymore. Harry Potter, the man said. His voice was gravelly, like he didn't use it often. You're a hard person to track down. I wasn't aware I was being tracked. Then you're either very good at lying or very bad at observing. The ghost of a smile crossed the man's face. I'm guessing the former. Dunn Smith. Captain of the Nighthawks, Backlund Diocese. Harry's heart rate increased, but he kept his expression neutral. Nighthawks. Church enforcement. The people who hunted mad Beyonders and investigated supernatural incidents. The people who could make him disappear if they decided he was a threat. Is this an official investigation? It's a conversation. Dunn Smith gestured toward a nearby cafe, the kind of establishment that probably served terrible coffee but provided privacy. Walk with me. It wasn't really a question. Harry walked. The cafe was nearly empty at this hour, just a bored-looking waitress and a pair of factory workers nursing drinks in the corner. Dunn chose a table near the back, positioning himself with a clear view of all exits. Harry sat across from him, keeping his wand hand free under the table. You can relax, Dunn said, signaling the waitress. If I wanted to detain you, I would have brought more people. And different people. He ordered 2 cups of coffee, then turned his full attention back to Harry. You've been in Backlund for what, 3 weeks now? And in that time, you've attended a Church of the Evernight Goddess reading room, had multiple encounters with known Beyonders, met with Isengard Stanton of the Psychology Alchemist Society, and survived at least 2 attacks by entities that our experts can't identify. Harry kept his face still, but internally he was recalculating. They knew more than he'd thought. A lot more. You've been watching me. We've been investigating a disturbance. You just happened to be at the center of it. Dunn leaned back in his chair, studying Harry with those not quite right eyes. The thing is, Harry Potter, and yes, we know that's your name, or at least the name you've been using, you don't make sense. How so? In every way possible. The coffee arrived. Dunn took a sip, grimaced slightly, and continued. You appeared out of nowhere 3 weeks ago with no documentation, no history, no connections. Your abilities don't match any known pathway. You're being hunted by things that shouldn't exist outside of specialized containment. And everywhere you go, you leave traces of energy that our diviners can't identify. Sounds like a lot of work for your diviners. It is. Dunn's voice was flat. And normally, someone with your profile would already be in custody. Thoroughly investigated, catalogued, and either recruited or dealt with. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. But you're also clearly not hostile. Our observers report you helping street children, warning ordinary people away from dangerous areas, actually protecting civilians during those entity attacks rather than just fleeing. Dunn's expression was unreadable. That's not the behavior of a threat. That's the behavior of someone with training. Someone who's been taught that power comes with responsibility. Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the Order of the Phoenix. About all the lessons, explicit and implicit, he'd received about what it meant to be someone who could do things others couldn't. Where I come from, we had a saying, he said carefully. With great power comes great responsibility. A good saying. Dunn set down his coffee cup. Here's my problem, Harry Potter. You're an unknown quantity in a city that doesn't react well to unknown quantities. The churches are interested in you. The secular authorities are interested in you. Various, less savory organizations are interested in you. And those things hunting you, whatever they are becoming more aggressive. I've noticed. Have you also noticed that their attacks are escalating? That they're getting smarter, more coordinated, more willing to risk exposure? Dunn's voice hardened. Last night, one of them manifested in a populated area. Killed 3 people before the Punishers put it down. It was looking for you. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. 3 people. Dead. Because something was hunting him. I didn't know, he said, and his voice sounded hollow even to his own ears. I believe you. But that doesn't change the reality. Dunn leaned forward. You need help, Harry Potter. Real help, from people who understand what you're dealing with. I'm offering that help. In exchange for what? Cooperation. Information. And eventually, if things work out, possibly recruitment. Dunn's eyes met Harry's steadily. The Nighthawks aren't perfect. We serve the church, and the church has its own agendas. But we also protect people. We hunt the things that prey on ordinary humans. We try to maintain some kind of order in a world that constantly threatens to descend into chaos. And if I refuse? Then you're on your own. We won't hunt you, not unless you give us reason to, but we won't protect you either. And eventually, someone will get to you. The churches, the government, the entities, one of the Beyonder organizations that's less friendly than the Tarot Club. Dunn shrugged slightly. It's your choice. But I think you know which option gives you the best chance of survival. Harry sat in silence, turning the offer over in his mind. It was tempting. Very tempting. The Nighthawks had resources, knowledge, legal authority, all things Harry desperately needed. And Dunn seemed genuine, at least as far as Harry could tell. Not friendly, exactly, but honest. The kind of person who said what he meant and meant what he said. But joining the church meant accepting their rules, their hierarchy, their agenda. It meant giving up the independence he'd fought so hard to maintain. And it meant trusting people he barely knew with secrets that could destroy him. I need time to think, Harry said finally. Dunn nodded, unsurprised. Take a week. But Harry, his voice dropped, became almost gentle. Don't take too long. The things hunting you aren't going to wait forever. And the next time they attack, more people might die. He left money on the table for the coffee and stood. "When you're ready to talk, come to the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Queensborough. Ask for me. I'll make sure you're received properly." Then he was gone, walking out into the grey afternoon light of Backlund, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and his cooling coffee and the weight of 3 strangers' deaths on his conscience. Harry didn't go back to Mrs. Wentz immediately. Instead, he walked through the workers' district and into the edges of East Borough, through streets that were becoming familiar now, past faces he was starting to recognize. The routine of the city flowed around him, vendors calling their wares, workers trudging home, children darting through crowds, and Harry let himself be carried by it. 3 people had died. Because of him. Not directly, he hadn't killed them, hadn't even been present, but the causality was clear enough. Those shadow things were hunting him. They'd manifested looking for him. And when they couldn't find him, they'd taken their frustration out on whoever was nearby. This is what it means to be marked, he thought bitterly. This is what it means to be special. People die. People always die. Cedric had died because Voldemort wanted Harry. Sirius had died because Harry had been tricked into a trap. And now strangers, people who didn't even know he existed, were dying because something from between worlds wanted to use him as a doorway. The pattern was familiar. Horrifyingly familiar. Harry found himself in a small square with a dried-up fountain at its center. He sat on the fountain's edge, heedless of the cold stone, and stared at nothing. What was he supposed to do? Run. He'd been running since he arrived, and it hadn't helped. The shadow things found him anyway. More running would just mean more deaths in more places. Fight? He could defend himself, his Patronus was devastatingly effective against the entities, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. Couldn't protect everyone. Couldn't prevent attacks that happened when he wasn't around to stop them. Hide. Where? How? He was already living in the closest thing to invisibility this world offered, and they'd still found him. Or, he could accept help. The fool had sent him to Stanton. Stanton had connected him to Furs. Furs was part of the Tarot Club, which seemed genuinely interested in his well-being. And now Dunn Smith was offering the resources of the Nighthawks. Everyone wanted something from him, sure. His knowledge, his abilities, his mysterious connection to whatever the veil had touched. But was that so different from the wizarding world? Dumbledore had wanted him to be a weapon against Voldemort. The Ministry had wanted him to be a symbol. Even his friends, Ron, Hermione, everyone, had expected things from him. The difference was whether they also cared about him as a person, not just a resource. Harry thought about Dunn Smith's face when he'd mentioned the 3 dead civilians. There had been something there, regret, maybe, or frustration. The look of someone who genuinely didn't like seeing innocent people hurt. That was worth something. His scar throbbed, and Harry touched it automatically. The ache had become constant now, a background awareness that something was different, something was watching, something was waiting. Sometimes it was stronger, during the entity attacks, during his dreams of the grey fog, and sometimes it faded to almost nothing. But it never went away completely. Marked, Harry thought. In more ways than one. His mother's protection had left him with a lightning bolt on his forehead. The Veil's passage had left him with, what? A connection to death. A bridge between worlds. A wound in reality that bled into nightmares. He needed answers. Real answers, not the cryptic hints the fool provided or the academic theorizing of the Tarot Club. He needed someone who could look at his scar and tell him exactly what it was, what it meant, what it was doing to him. And if anyone could do that, it would be the church that controlled the death pathway. Harry stood up from the fountain's edge. He wasn't going to accept Dunn's offer. Not yet, not completely. But he was going to investigate it. Meet with the Nighthawks on his own terms, learn what they could teach him, and make his decision based on actual information rather than fear and speculation. It was time to stop hiding and start engaging. Back at Mrs. Wentz, Harry found Tommy waiting in his usual spot. "You look like someone punched you in the soul," the kid observed. "Bad day." "Met a church investigator." "Nighthawk captain." Tommy's eyebrows shot up. "And you're still walking around? Either you're more impressive than I thought, or things are stranger than I knew." "Little of both, probably." Harry sat down on a crate opposite Tommy. "He made me an offer. Cooperation in exchange for protection and resources. The standard recruitment pitch." Tommy nodded sagely, looking far too old for his years. "Did he mention the part where you belong to them if you accept? Where everything you do becomes church business, church oversight, church approval?" "He implied it would be less restrictive than that." "They always imply that." Tommy's voice was bitter. "My mum got the same pitch, from a different church. We just want to help you, Mrs. Wilson. We just want to understand your gifts. You'll have complete freedom within our framework." "Know what complete freedom means in church speak?" Harry shook his head. "Means they let you choose your own quarters and your own meals. Everything else is assigned. Duties, deployments, social contacts, all managed by the hierarchy. You're not a person anymore, you're a resource. An asset. And assets don't get to say no. Is that what happened to your mother?" Tommy was quiet for a long moment. "She said no," he said finally. "Refused the recruitment. Tried to manage her gifts on her own, with help from people like Stanton." He paused. "She managed for almost 2 years. Then something went wrong during an advancement attempt. She didn't lose control completely, but she wasn't herself anymore either. The church stepped in then, for public safety, they said, and took her to one of their facilities." "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Be smart." Tommy's eyes were hard. "The churches aren't evil. Most of them do genuinely good work, protect people, keep the really bad things from getting loose. But they're also institutions. And institutions care about their own survival first, their mission second, and individual people somewhere further down the list. So what do you recommend?" "Same thing I'd recommend to anyone: play all sides, commit to none. Take what they offer, give what you can afford to lose, and always, always, keep something in reserve." Tommy grinned, sharp and knowing. "That's Eastboro wisdom, stranger. Works for street kids and kings alike." Harry thought about that. It wasn't unlike the approach he'd been developing on his own: gather information from multiple sources, build relationships without surrendering autonomy, maintain independence while accepting help. "Good advice," he said. "Course it is. I'm very clever." Tommy hopped off his crate. "Oh, one more thing. That woman Mrs. Went mentioned, Agnes, in the back room. She's been asking about you." "Asking what?" "This and that. Where you came from, what you can do, why you're here." Tommy shrugged. "I don't know what her deal is, but she's not normal. Lived in Mrs. Wentz for years, barely ever comes out, and when she does, weird things happen around her. Might be worth talking to. Or might be worth avoiding. Your call." He vanished into the evening crowd before Harry could ask more questions. Agnes. The mysterious backroom woman who knew things she shouldn't. Another thread in the increasingly tangled web Harry was trying to navigate. One thing at a time, he told himself. Dunn Smith first. Then the Tarot Club. Then, maybe, Agnes. He headed inside to prepare for tomorrow. The Church of the Evernight Goddess dominated its corner of Queensborough like a Gothic dream made manifest. Harry had seen impressive buildings before. Hogwarts was hardly modest, but this was different. Where Hogwarts had felt warm despite its grandeur, ancient but welcoming, this church radiated something else. Power. Authority. The weight of centuries of accumulated faith and fear and desperation. The architecture was all dark stone and pointed arches, stained glass windows depicting scenes Harry couldn't quite make out, spires reaching toward a sky that was perpetually grey with Backlund's endless smog. At the entrance, massive doors of blackened oak stood open, revealing a vestibule lit by candles that burned with an unnaturally steady flame. Harry took a deep breath and walked inside. The interior was dim and cool, smelling of incense and old stone. Rows of pews stretched toward an altar dominated by a statue that made Harry's scar throb the moment he looked at it. A woman. Cloaked in darkness, her face partially obscured, her hands extended in a gesture that might have been blessing or beckoning. The goddess of the Evernight, Harry realized. The same entity who'd appeared in his dream, offering protection and understanding. He pulled his gaze away with effort. "Can I help you?" A priest had appeared, seemingly from nowhere, a young man in black robes with the careful expression of someone trained to manage difficult visitors. "I'm here to see Dunn Smith. He's expecting me." The priest's expression flickered, just slightly, but Harry caught it. Whatever reputation Dunn Smith had within the church, it was enough to make junior clergy cautious. "Wait here. I'll inform the captain." Harry waited. The church was quiet at this hour, mostly empty except for a few scattered worshippers. Harry found himself studying them, ordinary people, for the most part, seeking comfort or answers or just a moment of peace. But there were others too. People who moved differently, who watched their surroundings with the casual alertness of those accustomed to danger. Beyonders. Church-affiliated, probably. Members of the various orders that served the goddess. One of them was watching Harry. She was maybe 30, with dark hair pulled back severely and eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. She wasn't doing anything obvious, just sitting in a pew, apparently lost in contemplation, but her attention was fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin prickle. He met her gaze steadily. After a moment, she smiled, a thin, knowing expression, and looked away. That was a test, Harry realized. She was gauging my reaction. Seeing if I'd flinch. He filed the encounter away for later analysis. Harry Potter. Dunn Smith had arrived, appearing at a side door with the same silent efficiency as the priest. He was wearing church robes now, formal and imposing, but his expression was the same as yesterday, neutral, watchful, waiting. "Captain Smith. You came. Good." Dunn gestured toward the door. "Let's talk somewhere more private." Harry followed him through corridors that twisted deeper into the church complex. The architecture became less ceremonial as they went, more functional, more utilitarian, until they reached what was obviously an administrative area. Offices, meeting rooms, the bureaucratic infrastructure that kept a major religious institution running. Dunn's office was sparse but comfortable. A desk covered in papers, a few chairs, bookshelves lined with volumes that Harry's senses told him were more than ordinary texts. And on one wall, a large map of Backlund marked with pins and notes in a code Harry couldn't read. "Sit," Dunn said, settling behind his desk. "Let's establish some ground rules. I haven't agreed to anything yet." "I know. That's why we're establishing ground rules for a conversation, not a recruitment." Dunn's lips twitched, the closest Harry had seen him come to genuine amusement. Rule 1, Honesty. I won't lie to you, and I expect the same courtesy. If there's something you can't tell me, say so. I'll respect that. But don't feed me false information. Agreed. Rule 2, Confidentiality. What we discuss stays between us unless we both agree otherwise. I'm not going to run to my superiors with everything you say, and I expect you to extend the same consideration. That's surprisingly reasonable. I'm a surprisingly reasonable person. Dunn's expression sobered. And Rule 3, Mutual Benefit. I'm not here to exploit you. I'm here because you represent an unknown, and unknowns in my city tend to get people killed. If we can work together to understand what you are and what's hunting you, we both win. If not. He shrugged. We go our separate ways and hope for the best. Harry studied him for a long moment. Either Dunn Smith was an exceptional liar, or he was exactly what he appeared to be, a pragmatic man trying to do a difficult job in an impossible situation. "All right," Harry said. "What do you want to know?" "Let's start with the basics. Where are you actually from?" Harry had prepared for this question. He'd spent the last few days working with Furs to develop a version of his story that was true enough to pass beyond our detection but vague enough to protect the most sensitive details. "Another world," he said. "A parallel reality, maybe, or a completely separate universe, I'm not sure which. I fell through a portal and ended up here." Dunn's expression didn't change. "Go on." "In my world, there are people with supernatural abilities. We call ourselves wizards. Our magic is different from what you have here, it uses wands as focus objects and follows different rules, but it's definitely real." Harry pulled out his wand, showing it to Dunn without offering it. "This is mine. Holly Wood, Phoenix Feather Core. I've had it since I was 11. Dunn looked at the wand with professional interest. "And your abilities?" "Spells. Different ones for different effects." Harry considered demonstrating, decided it was better to be cautious. "I can show you, if you want. But I'd rather do it somewhere with fewer potential witnesses. Later, perhaps." Dunn leaned back in his chair. "What about your scar?" Harry's hand moved involuntarily toward his forehead. "That's complicated. I gathered. When I was a baby, a dark wizard tried to kill me. He'd already killed my parents. The method he used, something called the Killing Curse, is supposed to be unstoppable. No shield, no protection, nothing can block it." Harry paused. "But my mother had done something. Sacrificed herself in a specific way, invoking an ancient magic. When the curse hit me, it bounced back. Killed the dark wizard instead. Left me with this scar. And the scar is significant somehow. It connected me to him. The dark wizard, he didn't actually die. Part of his soul got embedded in me, in the scar. For years, we were linked. I could feel when he was near, sometimes see what he was seeing. And it hurt, whenever he was close or emotional, the scar would burn." Dunn's eyes had sharpened. "A soul connection. Through a wound that was supposed to be fatal." "Yes. And when you came here?" "Through the portal." The scar changed. Harry touched it now, feeling that familiar ache. "It still hurts, but differently. And it reacts to things here, to the death pathway, to the entities hunting me, to certain powerful presences. I don't fully understand what it's become." Dunn was quiet for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. "Let me tell you what we've observed," he said finally. "Since you arrived, our diviners have detected fluctuations in the death pathway's spiritual resonance. Nothing dramatic, subtle shifts like ripples in a still pool. We traced the disturbances to East Borough, then to you specifically." "What does that mean?" "It means your presence is affecting the fundamental magical structure of this world." Dunn's voice was grave. "The pathways aren't just power sources, they're the laws that govern supernatural reality here. When something disrupts them, even slightly, the effects cascade. Spirits become more active. Dormant phenomena wake up. And things that prey on spiritual disturbances. The shadow entities. We've been calling them void parasites, based on our preliminary analysis. They seem to feed on gaps in reality, spaces where the normal rules don't apply." Dunn's eyes met Harry's. "And you, Harry Potter, are the biggest gap we've ever seen." Harry absorbed that. He'd known he was different, known he didn't fit the patterns of this world, but hearing it stated so bluntly was something else entirely. "So I'm attracting them. Just by existing. More or less. Your presence creates friction. Your magic operates on rules that contradict this reality's fundamental laws. The contradiction generates energy, and that energy draws predators. Great. I'm a magical lighthouse for nightmare creatures. That's a fairly accurate metaphor, yes. Dunn's tone was dry. The question is what we do about it. What are my options? Several, none of them ideal. Dunn ticked them off on his fingers. Option 1, we find a way to send you back to your world. Eliminate the contradiction at its source. Problem, we don't know how to do that, and our best experts doubt it's possible. Harry's chest tightened. Not possible. He'd been holding on to the hope that maybe, somehow, he could go home. Option 2, we find a way to integrate you into this world's magical structure. Align your abilities with the pathways, eliminate the contradiction that way. Problem, that would fundamentally change what you are. You'd become a Beyonder, following a specific sequence, subject to its rules and limitations. You mean I'd have to give up my wizard magic? Possibly. We don't know enough to say for certain. Dunn paused. Option 3, we find a way to manage the contradiction. Contain your energy signature, mask your presence, reduce the attraction for predators. That's our current best approach, but it's a temporary solution. The void parasites are adapting, getting better at finding you. Eventually, containment won't be enough. And option 4? Dunn's expression was grim. Option 4 is you stop existing. Either the parasites succeed in consuming you, or someone decides you're too dangerous to live and takes action. He held up a hand as Harry tensed. I'm not advocating that. I'm just being honest about the full range of possibilities. I appreciate the honesty, Harry said, not entirely meaning it. Which brings us back to the question of cooperation. Dunn leaned forward. I can offer you resources. Protection. Access to experts who can study your condition and look for better solutions. In exchange, I need information and compliance with certain safety measures. What kind of safety measures? Regular check-ins. Containment training. Protocols for handling the parasites when they attack. And, Dunn hesitated. Permission to place certain markers on you. Spiritual tracking, essentially. So we can find you if something goes wrong. Harry's instincts rebelled at that last part. Being tracked meant being controlled. It meant surrendering his ability to disappear if things went bad. But it also meant help arriving quickly if the parasites attacked. It meant not being alone. How would these markers work? They're prayer-based, Dunn explained. Not invasive. We'd essentially register you with the goddess. Her awareness would extend to you, and by extension, ours. You'd be able to remove them anytime. They're cooperative, not compulsive, but while they're active, we'd know approximately where you are and if you're in danger. A goddess watching him. Tracking him. Knowing his location at all times. Harry thought about the Evernight goddess's appearance in his dream. Her offer of sanctuary. Her interest in understanding him. Can I think about it? Of course. Dunn stood, signaling that the formal conversation was over. Take a few days. Talk to your other contacts, and yes, I know you have them. The Tarot Club, Stanton, probably others I haven't identified yet. A faint smile. I'm not asking for exclusive loyalty. I'm asking for working partnership. There's a difference. That's refreshingly honest. I find that honesty saves time in the long run. Dunn moved toward the door. Before you go, though, I want to show you something. Evidence that we're not the only ones interested in you. The evidence room was in the church's basement, past multiple locked doors and wards that made Harry's scar throb. The precautions weren't surprising, this was clearly where the Nighthawks kept their most dangerous acquisitions. What was surprising was the room itself. It was organized chaos, shelves of sealed containers, walls of documentation, tables covered with artifacts that radiated various types of wrongness. Harry's magical senses were overwhelmed, trying to process so many sources of power in such close proximity. We confiscate materials from mad beyonders, failed rituals, supernatural incidents, Dunn explained. Most of it gets destroyed eventually, but we keep samples for study. Understanding what went wrong helps prevent future problems. He led Harry to a table in the back, where several items were arranged under glass covers. These were recovered from the Void parasite attack 3 nights ago. The one where the civilians died. Harry forced himself to look. There were fragments of something that might have been shadow made solid, dark crystalline shards that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. There were patterns traced in what looked like dried blood, forming symbols Harry didn't recognize. And there was a piece of paper, charred at the edges, with writing that made his scar scream. What is that? We don't know. Dunn's voice was careful. The linguistics experts can't identify the language. The divination specialists can't trace its origin. But the content, as best we can translate it. He picked up a transcript lying next to the glass case. The marked one walks the city of smoke. He carries the wound of the old death, the scar of the true ending. When he opens, we will flood through. When he breaks, we will become. Prepare the way. Sing the songs of ending. The bridge approaches completion. Harry's blood ran cold. They're not just hunting me, he said slowly. They're trying to use me as a doorway. That's our interpretation, yes. Dunn set down the transcript. Whatever happened when you passed through that portal, it left you connected to something. The Void parasites believe they can exploit that connection, use you to create a permanent breach between your world and theirs. Or between somewhere else entirely. Possibly. We don't fully understand what's on the other side of your connection. It might be your home world. It might be somewhere far worse. Harry thought about the voice in the veil. The whispers that had grabbed him and pulled him through. The sensation of being filtered, processed, changed. What if the veil hadn't just transported him? What if it had connected him to something that was now bleeding through into this world? What do I do? For now. Be careful. Stay alert. And consider our offer seriously. Dunn's expression was sympathetic, the first genuine warmth Harry had seen from him. I know this is overwhelming. I know you didn't ask for any of it. But the reality is that you're involved whether you like it or not. The only question is whether you face it with support or alone. Harry nodded slowly. I'll think about it. That's all I ask. Harry left the church with his head spinning. The information Dunn had shared was terrifying, but it was also clarifying. For the first time since arriving, he understood the shape of the threat he faced. Not just random attacks by shadow creatures, but a coordinated effort to use him as a bridge between worlds. The bridge approaches completion. What did that mean? How close was he to becoming whatever the parasites wanted him to be? And could he do anything to stop it? He needed more information. The Nighthawks had offered some, but their perspective was limited. They saw him as a problem to be managed, a threat to be contained. Useful, but not enough. The Tarot Club might know more. Klein, the fool, had demonstrated knowledge that went beyond what the churches possessed. And Furs had been researching his condition for days now. Harry changed direction, heading toward the workers' district and Furs's apartment. He was halfway there when he felt the first prickle of warning. His scar throbbed. The air around him seemed to thicken. And somewhere nearby, something was watching. Harry didn't stop walking, didn't change his pace, but his hand moved casually into his pocket to grip his wand. 3 of them, his instincts told him. 2 behind, 1 ahead. Professional formation, they've done this before. Not Void parasites. They felt different. These were human, or at least human-shaped, with the subtle wrongness of Beyonders. Not Nighthawks either. Dunn had said they weren't hunting him, and Harry believed that. Which meant someone else. He ducked into an alley, moving fast, and had his wand out before he'd gone 3 steps. Hominum revelio. The spell washed out, revealing the positions of every human in his immediate vicinity. 4, not 3, he'd miscounted. 2 in the street behind him, 1 on a rooftop ahead, 1 approaching from a side alley. Surrounded. Harry assessed his options. He could fight, probably win, given what his combat magic had become, but that would attract attention. He could run, apparition or disillusionment, but showing unknown abilities might make things worse. Or he could try to talk. "I know you're there," he called out. "Might as well come out." For a moment, nothing. Then a figure stepped out of the side alley. She was the woman from the church. The one who'd been watching him with those seeing-through eyes. "Harry Potter," she said. Her voice was mild, conversational, at odds with the tension in the air. "You're more observant than we expected." "Who's we?" "Friends. Allies. People who share your interest in not being controlled by the churches." She moved closer, her hands visible and empty. "My name is Miss Justice. I'm a member of the Tarot Club. And we need to talk." Harry's wand didn't waver. "Furs didn't mention any Miss Justice. Furs doesn't know everything about our organization. Very few of us know each other's real identities, it's a security measure." The woman, Miss Justice, smiled slightly. "The fool sent me. He said you'd require convincing before trusting us with certain information. He also said to tell you, the serpent's crown suits you better than the stag." Harry's heart stuttered. The Patronus. His changed Patronus, the serpent dragon with the stag's antlers. He hadn't told anyone about that. Not Furs, not Stanton, not the Nighthawks. Only the fool could have known. "What do you want?" "To help you. To understand you. And to propose an alliance that benefits everyone involved." Miss Justice gestured, and her companions emerged from their positions, 2 men in ordinary clothes, 1 woman on the rooftop who was already climbing down. "We're not here to fight. We're here to make an offer. Everyone seems to be making offers lately. That's because you're valuable. The churches want to use you. The void parasites want to consume you. We want to help you survive long enough to make your own choices." Miss Justice's expression was earnest. "The Tarot Club isn't perfect. We have our own agendas, our own secrets. But we're also the closest thing to a neutral faction in Beyonder politics. We don't serve the churches or the governments or the criminal organizations. We serve each other." Harry thought about that. About Tommy's advice to play all sides and commit to none. About Dunn's offer of protection with strings attached. About the goddess's promise of sanctuary in exchange for understanding. And about Furs, who'd been nothing but helpful since they'd met. About the fool, who'd guided him toward allies and warned him about dangers. The Tarot Club had already proven themselves, in small ways. Now they were offering something bigger. What kind of alliance? Information sharing. Mutual protection. Access to resources that the churches don't control. Miss Justice paused. And training. You have power, Harry Potter, but you don't know how to use it properly. Not in this world. We can teach you. The Nighthawks offered training too. The Nighthawks would train you to be useful to them. We would train you to be useful to yourself. Miss Justice's eyes met his steadily. There's a difference. Harry lowered his wand, though he didn't put it away. All right. I'm listening. Miss Justice smiled. Then let's go somewhere more comfortable. This conversation is going to take a while. The safe house was in a part of the city Harry hadn't explored yet, neither wealthy nor desperately poor, just ordinary. The kind of place where people minded their own business and didn't ask questions. Inside, it was surprisingly well appointed. Comfortable furniture, good lighting, even some art on the walls. Miss Justice led Harry to a sitting room where tea was already prepared, as if they'd known he was coming. The fool has precognitive abilities, Miss Justice explained, seeing his expression. Not perfect, the future is always shifting, but accurate enough for logistical planning. That's useful. Very. She poured 2 cups, offering one to Harry. Now. Where would you like to begin? Harry considered. Tell me about the Tarot Club. Really tell me. How it started, how it works, what you're actually trying to accomplish. Miss Justice settled into her chair. The Tarot Club was founded by the Fool approximately 2 years ago. He gathered Beyonders from different pathways, different backgrounds, different nations, people who had skills and knowledge but lacked support. We meet in a space above the gray fog, beyond normal reality, where we can share information and coordinate without church surveillance. The gray fog. I've been there, in dreams. The Fool mentioned that. It's unusual, normally only Beyonders who've consumed the Fool Sequences potion can access that space. Your ability to enter it suggests a fundamental compatibility with the Fool pathway, despite not following any sequence. Harry filed that away. Go on. We have members at various levels of power and influence. Some are relatively new Beyonders, still learning to control their abilities. Others are approaching sequence 5 or higher, significant power by any standard. What we all share is independence. We don't belong to the churches, we're not controlled by the governments, and we believe that Beyonder society needs alternatives to the existing power structures. You're revolutionaries. We're pragmatists. Miss Justice's voice was firm. The churches have done genuine good, they maintain order, protect ordinary people, manage the worst excesses of uncontrolled Beyonders. But they're also authoritarian, secretive, and increasingly focused on their own institutional interests rather than the people they're supposed to serve. We believe there should be other options. Harry thought about the Ministry of Magic back home. About the corruption, the incompetence, the way they prioritized political appearance over actually dealing with threats. About Fudge refusing to believe Voldemort had returned because it was inconvenient. Institutions were the same everywhere, apparently. What does this have to do with me? You're an anomaly. Something that doesn't fit the established categories. Miss Justice leaned forward. The churches will try to force you into their system, make you a Beyonder of a specific pathway, subject to their rules. The void parasites will try to use you for their own purposes. But the Tarot Club, we want to understand you on your own terms. Help you discover what you actually are, not what others want you to be. And what do you get out of it? Knowledge. Perspective. Possibly power, if your abilities can be understood and replicated. Miss Justice's honesty was refreshing. We're not altruists, Harry. We help each other because helping each other benefits everyone. If understanding you leads to new discoveries, new techniques, new ways of doing things, that benefits all of us. Fair enough. There's more. Miss Justice hesitated, seeming to choose her words carefully. The Fool believes you may be connected to something significant. Something that predates the pathways, possibly predates this world's current structure entirely. If that's true, understanding you could change everything we know about how supernatural power works. No pressure. Quite a lot of pressure, actually. Miss Justice's smile was wry. But that's the nature of being special. You attract attention whether you want it or not. Harry thought about the prophecy back home. About being the chosen one, the boy who lived, the one destined to face Voldemort. He'd spent years trying to be normal, trying to escape the weight of expectation. It hadn't worked then. It probably wouldn't work now. Okay, he said. I'll work with you. Share what I know, learn what you can teach me. But I'm not committing to anything exclusive. The Nighthawks made me an offer too, and I'm not rejecting it outright. The Fool anticipated that. Miss Justice nodded. He suggests a parallel approach. Work with the Nighthawks openly, accept their protection, their resources, their training. But maintain a separate relationship with us. Share information in both directions, but keep certain things private from each side. Play both ends against the middle. More like, maintain multiple alliances without fully committing to either. Miss Justice's expression was serious. It's dangerous. If either side discovers you're not fully loyal, they might turn on you. But it also gives you flexibility. Options. The ability to choose your own path rather than being forced down someone else's. Tommy would approve, Harry thought. Keep something in reserve. Never commit fully. How do we communicate? Furs can pass messages. And the Fool can contact you directly through dreams, though he prefers not to do that often, as it attracts attention from things that watch the grey fog. More things I should worry about. Always more things. Miss Justice stood. For now, go back to your life. Accept the Nighthawk's offer, with appropriate reservations. Continue learning from Furs and Stanton. And when we need to meet again, we'll find you. Cryptic. It's a theme with us. She smiled. Welcome to the Tarot Club, Harry Potter. Try not to die. Harry walked back to Eastborough in the gathering dusk, processing everything he'd learned. The shape of his situation was becoming clearer now. He was a resource, valuable to multiple factions, each with their own agenda. The Nighthawks wanted to contain and manage him. The Tarot Club wanted to understand and potentially utilize him. The Void Parasites wanted to consume and transform him. And underneath it all, the fundamental question remained, what was he, really? What had the veil made him? And could he survive long enough to find out? One day at a time, Harry told himself. One problem at a time. One enemy at a time. He'd survived Voldemort. Survived the Triwizard Tournament. Survived a childhood that should have broken him and a world that kept trying to kill him. He could survive this too. He had to. Mrs. Wentz was quiet when he arrived, most of the residents either sleeping or working night shifts. Harry made his way to his corner, exhaustion finally catching up with him. But before he could settle in, he noticed something. A piece of paper on his makeshift bedding. Folded neatly, placed precisely, as if someone had wanted him to find it without attracting attention. Harry picked it up, his scar throbbing with warning. The note was short: stop running. Stop hiding. Come to the 3rd floor, last room on the left. We need to talk about your mother. Agnes. Harry stared at the words. His mother. Someone in this world, in this building, claimed to know something about his mother. It was probably a trap. Almost certainly a trap. Some kind of manipulation designed to exploit his obvious emotional vulnerabilities. But his mother had sacrificed herself to protect him. Her magic, whatever it actually was, had saved his life and marked him forever. If there was any chance someone here understood what she'd done, how it connected to his current situation. Harry folded the note and put it in his pocket. Tomorrow. He'd deal with Agnes tomorrow. Tonight, he needed rest. His dreams, when they came, were full of fire and green light and a woman's voice saying, "Not Harry, please not Harry." And underneath it all, the sense of something vast and patient, waiting to see what he would do next. Chapter 4, Pathways and Prayers. Chapter 4, Pathways and Prayers. Harry didn't sleep well. The note from Agnes burned in his pocket like a physical weight, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw green light and heard his mother's voice pleading for his life. By the time grey dawn crept through Mrs. Went's grimy windows, he'd given up on rest entirely and was sitting against the wall, watching the other residents stir awake around him. We need to talk about your mother. It was manipulation. It had to be. Nobody in this world could possibly know anything about Lily Potter. She died in a completely different reality, 14 years ago, protecting her infant son from a dark wizard who shouldn't exist here. And yet, Harry's scar throbbed with that now familiar ache, and underneath the skepticism, something whispered, what if? What if the veil hadn't just transported him randomly? What if there was a connection, something that linked his world to this one, something that had been there all along? The fool had suggested his magic predated the pathways. The void parasite seemed to recognize his scar as something significant. And the Evernight goddess had called him Child of Death's mark with a familiarity that implied she knew exactly what that mark meant. What if his mother's sacrifice had touched something deeper than anyone realized? Harry pushed himself to his feet, decision made. He was going to talk to Agnes. Not because he believed her, not entirely, but because leaving the question unanswered would drive him mad. The third floor of Mrs. Wentz was different from the ground level. Where the main hall was open and communal, packed with bodies and noise and the constant press of desperate humanity, the upper floors were divided into actual rooms. Small, cramped, probably no better than closets, but private. The domain of long-term residents who'd carved out slightly better existences than the newcomers on the floor below. Harry climbed the narrow stairs, his wand loose in his pocket, every sense alert for danger. The hallway at the top was dim, lit only by a single window at the far end, and the doors on either side were closed and silent. Last room on the left. The door was unremarkable, plain wood, no different from any of the others. But when Harry reached for the handle, his scar flared with sudden heat, and he jerked his hand back instinctively. "It won't hurt you," said a voice from inside. "That's just recognition. Come in, Harry Potter. We have much to discuss." Harry pushed open the door. The room beyond was impossible. Not large, the dimensions matched what the building's exterior suggested, but the space inside was wrong. Deeper than it should be. Fuller. The walls were lined with shelves that held objects Harry couldn't quite focus on, things that slipped away from his vision when he tried to look at them directly. The air smelled of old paper and candle wax and something else, something that reminded him painfully of the Hogwarts library. And in the center of the room, seated in a chair that looked older than the building around it, was Agnes. She was ancient. That was Harry's first impression, a woman so old that age had become almost meaningless, her face a map of wrinkles, her hair white as snow and thin as cobwebs. But her eyes were sharp. Alert. The eyes of someone who had seen everything and forgotten nothing. "Sit," she said, gesturing to a chair that Harry was certain hadn't been there a moment ago. "And please, don't insult us both by pretending you're not ready to fight. I'm not your enemy." Harry sat, but kept his wand hand free. "Who are you?" A complicated question with a complicated answer. Agnes's voice was surprisingly strong for her apparent age. The simple version: "I'm someone who's been watching the boundaries between worlds for a very long time. Watching and waiting for someone like you to appear." Someone like me? Someone marked by the old death. Someone who carries a wound that bridges realities. Agnes leaned forward, her eyes fixed on Harry's scar. Someone whose mother made a sacrifice that echoed across the void. Harry's heart clenched. "You don't know anything about my mother." "I know more than you might think." Agnes's expression softened slightly. "I know she loved you more than her own life. I know she called upon powers she didn't fully understand to protect you. And I know that when she died, her magic didn't just save you from a single killing curse. It marked you as something other. Something that exists between life and death, between worlds, between the rules that govern ordinary existence." "How could you possibly know that?" "Because I was there." The words hung in the air like a physical presence. "That's impossible," Harry said slowly. "She died in Godric's Hollow. In my world. You couldn't have been, I wasn't there physically." Agnes's voice was patient. "But I was watching. Through the veil between worlds. Through the same passage you eventually fell through." She paused. "I've been watching your world for centuries, Harry Potter. Watching and waiting. And when Lily Potter called upon the old magic to save her son, I felt it. Felt it resonate across every boundary I'd ever observed. Harry's mind was racing, trying to process what she was saying. The veil. The veil of death in the Department of Mysteries. You're connected to it. Connected is one word for it. Agnes smiled, a thin, tired expression. I built it. Or rather, I was part of the group that built it. Long ago, before your ministry existed, before your wizarding world had organized itself into nations and schools. We were researchers. Explorers. Trying to understand the nature of death and what lay beyond it. And you found, this world. We found many worlds. Many realities layered on top of each other, separated by barriers that most beings can never perceive, let alone cross. Agnes's eyes grew distant. The veil was supposed to be a window. A way to observe without interfering. But we made mistakes. Pushed too far. And when the barriers weakened, you got stuck here. Some of us did. Others died. A few made it back, but they were changed. The veil became what you know now, a one-way passage into death, or at least into something that looks like death from the other side. Harry thought about Sirius falling through. About the whispers he'd heard, the voices calling him forward. The voices in the veil. The ones that sound like dead people. Echoes. Fragments. The veil remembers everyone who's passed through it, everyone who's died nearby, everyone whose death touched its awareness. Agnes's voice was heavy with old grief. Your mother's voice is there too, now. Part of the chorus. Calling to you. Something hot and painful twisted in Harry's chest. Is she actually there? Somehow. Could I, no. Agnes's tone was firm but gentle. The echoes aren't the people themselves. They're imprints. Memories preserved in the fabric of the veil. Your mother moved on, Harry. To wherever souls go in your world. What remains is just, the sound of her passing. Harry had to look away, blinking against the burning in his eyes. He'd known, logically, that his parents were dead. That they weren't coming back. But hearing it stated so definitively, by someone who apparently understood the mechanics of death better than anyone he'd ever met. It hurt. Why are you telling me this? He asked when he could trust his voice again. What do you want from me? To help you understand what you are. Agnes's expression was serious. Your mother's sacrifice did something unprecedented. The love she poured into that protection, combined with the specific nature of the magic she invoked, created a resonance that touched the veil itself. When Voldemort's killing curse hit you, it didn't just bounce back. It opened a momentary connection, a bridge between your world and the space between worlds. The veil imprinted on me. In a sense. You became a living anchor point. A fixed location that the veil could always find, always connect to. Agnes paused. That's why you could hear the voices. Why the veil called to you. And why, when you fell through it, you didn't simply die like most who enter. Because I was already connected. Because you were already part of it, in a way. The veil recognized you. Processed you. And sent you somewhere instead of nowhere. Harry absorbed this. It made a terrible kind of sense, more sense than anything else he'd heard since arriving. Why here, though? Why this world specifically? That, I'm less certain about. Agnes's brow furrowed. The space between worlds contains many realities. You could have ended up anywhere. But you came here, to a world where death has its own pathway, its own structure, its own God. I suspect. She hesitated. I suspect something guided you. Something that wanted you here specifically. The void parasites? No. They're opportunists, they sensed your presence after you arrived and began hunting you. But the guidance I'm sensing is older. More deliberate. Agnes's eyes met his. I think the Evernight goddess called you. I think she felt your connection to death and reached out across the void to pull you into her sphere of influence. Harry thought about the dream. The goddess's offer of sanctuary. Her claim that she wanted to understand him. She said she was interested in me. That I was a mystery she'd been contemplating. She would be. You represent something that shouldn't exist, a mortal touched by death in a way that doesn't follow her pathway, carrying power that predates her existence. Agnes's voice dropped. The gods of this world are ancient, Harry, but they're not eternal. There were things before them. Powers that existed before the pathways were established. Your magic, your mother's sacrifice, they tap into something older. Something the gods themselves don't fully understand. And that makes me valuable. It makes you dangerous. To everyone. Agnes stood, moving with more ease than her apparent age suggested. The churches will want to control you. The gods will want to understand you. The void parasites will want to use you. And there are other forces, things that sleep in the depths of this world, things that would wake if they sensed what you carry. You're not exactly making me feel better about my situation. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to prepare you. Agnes moved to one of the shelves, her fingers trailing across objects that Harry still couldn't quite see. You need to understand what you are if you're going to survive. Not just the surface facts, the scar, the magic, the connection to the veil, but the deeper truth. The fundamental nature of your existence. And you can teach me that. I can start. Agnes turned back to face him, and in her hands was something that made Harry's scar blaze with recognition. A mirror. Small, circular, framed in silver that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And in its surface, instead of Harry's reflection, he saw stars. Endless stars, scattered across a darkness that was somehow alive. And moving among them, shapes that might have been creatures or might have been ideas or might have been something else entirely. The veil between worlds isn't just a passage, Agnes said quietly. It's a perspective. A way of seeing reality as it truly is, not the orderly surface that most beings experience, but the churning chaos underneath. Your mother's sacrifice gave you access to that perspective. Her love anchored you to your humanity while opening a window into everything else. I don't understand. You will. Agnes pressed the mirror into his hands. This is yours now. A piece of the original veil, preserved from before everything went wrong. It won't give you answers directly, but it will help you ask the right questions. The mirror was warm in Harry's hands, and his scar had settled into a steady pulse that almost felt like a heartbeat. Why are you helping me? Because I've been watching for someone like you for 300 years. Agnes's voice was tired, heavy with the weight of centuries. Because I made mistakes when I was young, and those mistakes cost people their lives. Because I've spent my existence trying to understand the boundaries between worlds, and you might be the key to finally getting it right. Getting what right? Finding a way back. Not for me, I'm too far gone, too changed, too integrated into this reality. But for others who fell through. For the echoes trapped in the veil. For everyone who's been lost to the space between. Agnes smiled, and for a moment Harry saw the person she'd been before age and grief had worn her down. You're a bridge, Harry Potter. A wound that connects realities. And wounds can heal, or they can tear wider. The choice, ultimately, is yours. Harry left Agnes's room with more questions than answers, but also with something he'd been lacking since he arrived, context. He understood now, at least partially, why he was here. Why his magic worked differently. Why the void parasites hunted him and the Evernight goddess was interested in him and everything seemed to revolve around his existence in ways that felt uncomfortably familiar. He was a bridge. A connection point. A living link between his world and this one. And somewhere out there, trapped in a veil or lost in the space between realities, were people who might still be saved. Sirius. The thought struck him like a physical blow. Sirius had fallen through the veil too. Harry had followed trying to save him, had failed, had ended up here instead. But if Agnes was right, if the veil didn't just kill people but transported them, changed them, sent them somewhere. Was Sirius alive? Somewhere in the infinite space between worlds, was his godfather still existing, still conscious, still waiting for rescue? Harry needed to find out. But first, he needed to survive. Needed to learn. Needed to become strong enough to actually do something with the knowledge he was gathering. The mirror Agnes had given him was hidden inside his robes, pressing against his chest like a second heartbeat. He could feel it there, a constant presence, a window into something vast and strange. He'd look into it later, when he had privacy. When he was ready to see whatever it showed him. For now, he had other obligations. The Church of the Evernight Goddess was even more imposing the second time. Harry had sent word through proper channels, a note delivered to the church's public offices, and received a prompt response inviting him to return for continued discussions. The bureaucratic language didn't fool him. Dunn Smith was eager to move forward, probably because every day that passed meant another potential incident, another risk of the void parasites causing casualties. The same young priest met him at the entrance and led him through the same corridors to Dunn's office. But this time, Dunn wasn't alone. A woman stood by the window, silhouetted against the gray light filtering through stained glass. She was tall, severe, with silver-streaked dark hair pulled back in a style that emphasized the sharp angles of her face. When she turned to face Harry, he recognized the quality in her eyes, that not quite right depth that marked powerful beyonders. "Harry Potter," she said. Her voice was cool, measured. "I've heard a great deal about you." "Harry, this is Soest," Dunn said. "She's our specialist in spiritual phenomena. I've asked her to assist with your situation." Specialist was probably an understatement, Harry thought. Everything about this woman radiated authority and power. She was high sequence, sequence 5 or better, if he was reading the signs correctly. "It's nice to meet you," Harry said carefully. "Is it?" Soest's lips curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. "I imagine it's more complicated than nice. You're being evaluated by an organization that could imprison or execute you if we decide you're a threat. That's not usually a pleasant experience." "Soest," Dunn said, a warning in his tone. "I'm simply being honest." Soest moved away from the window, circling Harry with the unhurried grace of a predator. "You wanted me to assess him, Captain. I can't do that while pretending this is a social call." "Assess away," Harry said. "I've got nothing to hide." "Everyone has something to hide." Soest stopped in front of him, her eyes fixed on his forehead. "But let's start with the obvious. Your scar. May I examine it?" Harry hesitated. Letting a powerful stranger this close to his most vulnerable feature seemed like a bad idea. But refusing would undermine his claim of having nothing to hide. "What kind of examination?" "Spiritual perception. I'll extend my senses into the scar, try to understand its nature and composition." Soest's voice was clinical. "It shouldn't hurt, but it might feel invasive. You'll know I'm there." Harry thought about Snape's legilimency lessons. About having his mind torn open against his will. This couldn't be worse than that. "All right." Soest raised her hand, fingers extended toward Harry's forehead. She didn't touch him, stopped about an inch away, but the sensation was immediate and overwhelming. Cold. A creeping frost that spread from his scar throughout his entire body. And with it, a presence, vast, ancient, probing, that pushed against his consciousness like water against a dam. Harry gritted his teeth and held his ground. The presence pushed deeper. He felt it touching the scar itself, felt it recoiling slightly at what it found there. For a long moment, there was silence, just Soest's breathing and the pressure of her perception and the cold that seemed to reach all the way to his bones. Then she withdrew. "Fascinating," she breathed, lowering her hand. Her expression had changed, less clinical, more genuinely intrigued. Absolutely fascinating. What did you find? A wound. Soest's voice was almost reverent. But not an ordinary wound. It's a cut in reality itself, healed over with scar tissue made of solidified death energy. There's a soul fragment inside, dormant, disconnected, but still present, wrapped in layers of protection that I've never seen before. The piece of Voldemort, Harry said. I knew it was there. You know about it? Soest seemed surprised. You didn't mention that in your initial briefings. I didn't think it was relevant. He's dead, really dead, back in my world, and the fragment is just residue. It doesn't do anything. Doesn't it? Soest exchanged a glance with Dunn. That fragment is saturated with death energy. It's what the void parasites are tracking. And it's also what resonates with our goddess's pathway. It's essentially a concentrated piece of the death sequence embedded in your soul. Harry's stomach dropped. Are you saying I'm carrying a piece of your death pathway inside me? Not exactly. It's not aligned with our pathway, it's something else, something parallel. But it shares enough characteristics that our methods of perception can interact with it. Soest paused. It also explains why your scar reacts to things in this world. The fragment is trying to connect, to find its place in the local spiritual ecology. And every time it touches something related to death, it resonates. That's why the Evernight goddess is interested in me. Partly. You're a walking anomaly, a foreign death-touched soul in a world with its own death structure. The goddess would naturally want to understand you, potentially integrate you into her sphere. Soest's expression was thoughtful. But there's more to it than that. The protection around that fragment, the layers that healed the wound, they're not from any source I recognize. They're not death pathway. They're not any pathway. They're something else entirely. My mother's love, Harry said quietly. She sacrificed herself to protect me. That's what the protection is. Soest stared at him for a long moment. Love, she repeated. As a spiritual protection. That's impossible. Harry felt a surge of defensive pride. In my world, it's one of the most powerful forces there is. My mother loved me enough to die for me, and that love became a shield that Voldemort couldn't break. Not impossible. Just unexpected. Soest's voice had lost some of its clinical detachment. In this world, emotional bonds can create spiritual connections, but they don't typically manifest as tangible protection. What you're describing suggests a fundamentally different relationship between consciousness and supernatural power. That's what we've been trying to tell you, Dunn said. He's not from here. His magic follows different rules. I'm beginning to appreciate the implications. Soest turned back to Harry. The good news is that you're not fundamentally dangerous. The death energy in your scar is contained, stable, unlikely to cause spontaneous harm. The protection your mother created is still functional, probably why you survived transit through the veil. And the bad news? The bad news is that the void parasites aren't going to stop hunting you. Your scar is like a beacon to them, a concentrated source of the energy they feed on, wrapped in something they desperately want to break through. They'll keep attacking until they succeed or until you find a way to remove the target. Remove it how? Soest hesitated. There are several theoretical approaches. We could try to integrate you into the death pathway, align your spiritual signature with this world structure, eliminating the dissonance that attracts predators. We could attempt to remove the soul fragment entirely, though that would be extremely dangerous and might kill you. Or we find a way to strengthen your mother's protection. Add layers to it. Make the beacon harder to detect, the prize harder to reach. Soest's eyes met his. That last option would require understanding exactly how the protection works. Which would require studying it in detail. Which would require your cooperation. Harry understood what she was asking. Full cooperation meant full access. Letting them examine not just his scar but his entire magical structure, his memories, his soul. It meant trusting the church with everything he was. I need to think about it. Of course. Soest nodded, unsurprised. But don't take too long. The parasites are escalating. Our preliminary analysis suggests they're preparing something, a coordinated assault, probably within the next few weeks. If we haven't made progress by then, more people will die, Harry finished. Yes. The weight of that settled on his shoulders like a physical burden. More deaths on his conscience. More innocents caught in the crossfire of something they didn't understand and hadn't chosen. I'll give you my answer by tomorrow, he said. I need to process everything. Take the time you need. Dunn stood, signaling the end of the meeting. But Harry, whatever you decide, know that we're not your enemies. We want to help you. And despite what Soest's bedside manner might suggest, he shot his colleague a dry look, we do actually care about your well-being, not just your utility. I appreciate that. Harry left the church with his mind churning. Two paths forward, both demanding trust, both offering power and protection at a price. The Nighthawks wanted to integrate him. The Tarot Club wanted to understand him. Agnes wanted to use him as a bridge. And somewhere in the space between worlds, the void parasites were preparing to tear him open and flood through. No pressure, Harry thought grimly. No pressure at all. He needed to clear his head. Needed space to think, away from the politics and the danger and the constant weight of expectation. Harry found himself walking toward the edge of the city, past the factories and the slums and the crowded streets, until he reached a place where backlands started to thin out. A park of sorts, if park could describe a scraggly patch of tired grass and stunted trees surrounded by industrial wasteland. It wasn't beautiful. It wasn't peaceful. But it was empty, and empty was what Harry needed. He sat beneath one of the trees, pulling out the mirror Agnes had given him. The surface was dark now, showing only his reflection, pale, tired, with shadows under his eyes that spoke of too many sleepless nights. But as he focused on it, concentrating the way he'd learned to concentrate for difficult magic, the reflection began to change. Stars. The same stars he'd seen in Agnes's room, scattered across a darkness that breathed and pulsed like a living thing. And moving among them. Harry leaned closer. The shapes were clearer now. Some of them were definitely creatures, vast, incomprehensible beings that drifted through the void like whales through an ocean. Others were more like patterns, geometric structures of light and shadow that seemed to represent ideas rather than physical forms. And there, at the edge of his perception, something that almost looked familiar. A doorway. An arch of ancient stone, with fabric that rippled without wind. The veil. Not the same veil he'd fallen through, this one was older, more fundamental, like the Platonic ideal that all other veils were shadows of. And through it, Harry could see voices. They hit him like a wave, thousands of them, millions maybe, all crying out at once. The voices of everyone who'd ever passed through the veil, everyone who'd died within its reach, everyone whose ending had touched its ancient awareness. And one voice, clearer than the others, calling his name. Harry. Not his mother this time. Someone else. Someone whose voice made his heart clench with desperate hope. Harry, can you hear me? Sirius. Harry's hands tightened on the mirror's frame. Sirius, he whispered. Is that you? Harry, stuck, can't find the way, it's so dark here. The voice was fragmented, fading in and out like a badly tuned radio. But it was definitely Sirius. Harry would recognize that voice anywhere. I can hear you. Sirius, where are you? How do I find you? Between. The spaces between, followed you through but got lost. Harry, I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry. Just tell me how to reach you. The bridge, you're the bridge, find the connection, follow it back. The voice was fading, the vision in the mirror starting to dissolve. Harry tried to hold on, tried to maintain the focus, but whatever had allowed the connection was slipping away. "Harry, be careful, something else came through with me, something hungry." And then silence. The mirror showed only stars again, vast and cold and utterly indifferent. Harry sat beneath the tree, shaking, the mirror clutched in his white-knuckled grip. Sirius was alive. Somehow, impossibly, his godfather had followed him through the veil and gotten lost in the space between worlds. He was out there, scared, confused, trapped, waiting for Harry to find him. And something else had come through too. The void parasites. Had they followed Sirius? Or had Sirius's passage opened a gap that let them through? Either way, the implications were terrifying. Harry had brought the threat here. Not intentionally, not knowingly, but the connection was clear. His fall through the veil had created a bridge, and that bridge had let things cross over that should have stayed on the other side. "Your fault," whispered a voice in his head that sounded too much like Vernon Desley. "All of this is your fault." Harry shoved the voice aside with the ease of long practice. Guilt wouldn't help anyone. Self-recrimination wouldn't save Sirius or stop the parasites or fix any of the problems that were piling up around him. What he needed was action. Knowledge. Power. He needed to become strong enough to reach across the space between worlds and pull his godfather back. And he needed to destroy whatever had followed them through before it could hurt anyone else. The walk back to Eastborough felt longer than it should have. Harry's mind was racing, trying to piece together everything he'd learned into some kind of actionable plan. Sirius was alive but trapped. The void parasites were connected to his passage through the veil. The Evernight Goddess and the Nighthawks wanted to help him but would inevitably have their own agendas. The Tarot Club offered independence but fewer resources. Agnes had knowledge but unclear motivations. Too many variables. Too many unknowns. Too many people wanting pieces of him for reasons he couldn't entirely trust. Play all sides, commit to none, Tommy had advised. But Harry was starting to wonder if that was possible. The situation was too urgent, the stakes too high. Trying to maintain perfect neutrality might mean moving too slowly, achieving too little, letting people die while he tried to keep all his options open. Sometimes you had to commit. Had to trust someone, rely on someone, let yourself be vulnerable in exchange for genuine support. The question was, who? He was still pondering that question when he reached Mrs. Wentz, and found Tommy waiting outside with an expression that made Harry's stomach drop. "There's trouble," Tommy said without preamble. "Church people. Not Nighthawks, different ones. Lord of Storms, by the colors. They're inside, talking to Mrs. Went, asking about you. The Church of the Lord of Storms." Stanton had mentioned them, more militant than the Evernight Church, more aggressive, more willing to use force. They controlled the Sailor Pathway, the Tyrant Pathway, things related to storms and warfare and dominance. "How many?" "3 that I saw. But there might be more outside. They've got that look, organized, like they're expecting trouble." Harry's mind raced through options. Running would confirm guilt, invite pursuit. Fighting was possible but risky, especially if they had reinforcements. Talking might work, he'd manage to navigate the Nighthawks' interest, but the Lord of Storms Church might not be as reasonable as Dunn Smith. What do they want? Same thing everyone wants. Tommy's voice was grim. They heard about the anomaly in Eastborough. They want to claim you before anyone else does. Claim him. Like he was a resource to be harvested, a tool to be acquired. Harry felt a flash of anger, the same anger he'd felt when the Ministry tried to control him, when Dumbledore kept secrets for his own good, when everyone seemed to view him as a means to their ends rather than a person with his own will. "I'm not going to be claimed by anyone." "Then you'd better have a plan." Tommy glanced nervously toward the boarding house. "Mrs. Went won't give you up easily, she's stubborn that way, but she can't hold them off forever. And if they decide to force the issue, people could get hurt. People will definitely get hurt. Harry took a deep breath and made a decision. Go around back. There's an entrance through the old kitchen, Mrs. Went showed me on my first night. If things go badly, I'll try to create a distraction. You help anyone who needs to get out. And what are you going to do? I'm going to talk to them. Harry straightened his robes, checked that his wand was accessible. And if talking doesn't work, I'm going to show them why claiming me is a really bad idea. The interior of Mrs. Wentz was tense when Harry walked in. 3 figures in blue and white robes stood in the center of the main room, their presence creating a bubble of empty space as the regular residents pressed back against the walls. Mrs. Went herself was standing her ground in front of them, her arms crossed, her expression thunderous. I've told you, she was saying, I don't track my tenants' movements. They come, they go, they pay rent. What they do with their time is their business. We're not asking about his movements. The lead figure, a man with a weathered face and the bearing of someone accustomed to command, spoke with barely concealed impatience. We're asking where he is now. Our seers have tracked him to this location. We know he's been residing here. Maybe he moved on. People do that in Eastborough. Then you won't mind if we search the premises. I'll mind very much, actually. This is private property. You need a warrant from the city authorities, and last I checked, churches don't issue those. We have broader authority than, you're looking for me. Harry's voice cut through the argument, and every head in the room turned toward him. The church representatives reacted immediately, hands moving toward weapons or artifacts, stances shifting into combat readiness. But they didn't attack. Not yet. They were assessing, calculating, trying to figure out what they were dealing with. Harry walked forward until he was standing between them and Mrs. Went. I'm Harry Potter. I understand you have questions for me. The lead figure studied him with cold eyes. You're younger than we expected. I get that a lot. Harry kept his voice calm, his hands visible. I've already been in contact with the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Captain Dunn Smith of the Nighthawks. If your church wants to discuss something, I'd suggest coordinating with them rather than raiding boarding houses. The Evernight Church doesn't speak for all of us. The man's voice was hard. They've had days to act and have done nothing but observe. The Storm Lord demands more decisive action. What kind of action? Containment. Study. Determination of threat level. The man took a step forward. You're an unknown quantity, Harry Potter. An anomaly that doesn't fit the established order. The Lord of Storms doesn't tolerate anomalies. And if I refuse to be contained, then we insist more strenuously. The threat was clear. Harry felt his magic stir in response, ready to defend, ready to fight. Not here, he told himself. Not with all these civilians around. Here's a counter-proposal, Harry said. You leave this building. We arrange a proper meeting, somewhere neutral, with representatives from whatever churches want to participate. I answer your questions voluntarily, you treat me like a person instead of a specimen, and nobody gets hurt. You're not in a position to make demands. Actually, I think I am. Harry let a little of his power show, just a flicker, a hint of what he was capable of. The air around him seemed to thicken, and his scar began to glow with a faint silver light. I've been very cooperative so far. I've talked to the Nighthawks, shared information, agreed to help with their investigations. But I don't respond well to threats. And if you push me... He let the sentence hang. The lead figure's expression flickered, just slightly, but Harry caught it. Uncertainty. The man had expected an easy acquisition, a frightened anomaly who would come quietly. He hadn't expected resistance. You'd fight us? Here, surrounded by innocents? I'd defend myself. And trust me when I say that you really don't want to see what happens when I do that. Harry paused. But I don't want it to come to that. None of us do. So let's be civilized about this. Back off, arrange a proper meeting, and we can discuss whatever concerns your church has like reasonable people. Long silence. Then, surprisingly, the man laughed. Reasonable people. In this world, dealing with beyonders and gods and things that lurk in shadows. He shook his head. You're either very brave or very foolish, Harry Potter. I've been told it's usually both. I believe it. The man's expression hardened. Very well. We'll arrange a formal meeting, but through proper diplomatic channels, not your Nighthawk friends. And if you try to disappear before then, I won't. I've got too much invested in this city to run. The man studied him for a moment longer, then nodded curtly. 3 days. Representatives will be sent with details. He turned to his companions. We're leaving. They walked out without another word, their blue and white robes disappearing into the grey backland evening. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That was incredibly stupid, Mrs. Went said from behind him. Brave, but stupid. Story of my life. You've made an enemy of the Storm Lord's church. They don't forget slights, and they don't forgive them. I know. Harry turned to face her. I'm sorry I brought trouble to your door. I'll find somewhere else to stay. Don't be an idiot. Mrs. Went's voice was gruff. You stood between them and me. That earns you some CR. She paused. Besides, word will spread about this. About the boy who faced down Storm Lord representatives and made them back off. That kind of reputation is valuable in Eastborough. I don't want a reputation. Too late. You've got one. Mrs. Went almost smiled. Get some rest. You look like hell. That night, Harry didn't dream of the grey fog or the veil or any of the supernatural forces that seemed to be competing for his attention. Instead, he dreamed of Hogwarts. The great hall, filled with floating candles and the buzz of student conversation. Ron and Hermione arguing about something trivial while Harry pretended to listen. The smell of pumpkin juice and treacle tart and that indefinable scent that meant home. In the dream, he walked through the corridors, past the portraits that whispered and waved, past the armor that sometimes saluted, past all the magical oddities that he'd taken for granted until they were gone. He climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower, gave the fat lady the password, and stepped into the common room where a fire crackled in the hearth. Sirius was there. Not the Sirius from the Vale, faded and fragmentary, but the Sirius Harry remembered. Solid, alive, with that mischievous grin and those grey eyes that could go from laughing to serious in an instant. Hey, pup, Sirius said. Heard you've been having quite the adventure. That's one word for it. There are others. Complete disaster. Catastrophic mess. Typical Potter luck. Sirius's grin widened. But adventure sounds better, don't you think? Harry wanted to laugh and cry and hug his godfather all at once. I heard you, he said instead. Through the mirror. You're alive. More or less. Alive is a complicated concept when you're stuck in the space between worlds. Sirius's expression sobered. But yes. I followed you through. Tried to, anyway. Got lost along the way. I'll find you. I'll bring you back. I know you will. Sirius reached out, and his hand on Harry's shoulder felt solid, warm, real. That's why I'm here, to tell you it's okay to focus on yourself first. Get stronger. Learn everything you can. Then, when you're ready, come find me. What if I'm never ready? You'll be ready. Sirius's voice was certain. You're James and Lily's son. You've faced down Voldemort, survived things that would have broken most people, kept your heart whole through everything life threw at you. A little thing like the space between realities isn't going to stop you. I miss you, Harry said, and his voice cracked. I miss you too, pup. Sirius pulled him into a hug, the kind of hug Harry had only experienced a few times, the kind that said you're loved, you're safe, you're not alone. But you're going to be okay. I believe that. And when you do find me, we'll go home together. Exactly. Sirius stepped back, still grinning. Now wake up. You've got churches to negotiate with and monsters to fight and all sorts of heroic nonsense. Don't keep them waiting. Harry opened his mouth to respond, and woke up in Mrs. Wentz, tears on his cheeks and a smile on his face. The dream had been just a dream. He knew that. His subconscious processing stress, creating images of comfort and reassurance. The Sirius he'd spoken with wasn't the real Sirius, couldn't be. But it had felt real. And sometimes, Harry thought, that was enough. He got up, dried his face, and prepared to face the day. He had churches to negotiate with, monsters to fight, and a godfather to save. Time to get to work. The next 3 days were a whirlwind of activity. Harry met with Dunn Smith again, explaining what had happened with the Storm Lord representatives. The Nighthawk captain was not happy. They shouldn't have approached you directly, Dunn said, his jaw tight. There are protocols. Interchurch communication channels. They deliberately bypassed all of it. They seemed impatient. The Storm Lord Church always is. Their God values action over deliberation, and his followers reflect that. Dunn sighed. This complicates things. They'll want a seat at any official meeting now, and they'll push for more aggressive measures than we prefer. What kind of measures? Binding. Containment. Possibly forced integration into a pathway. Dunn's expression was grim. The Storm Lord's followers aren't subtle. They see a problem, they hammer it until it stops being a problem. And I'm the problem. In their view, yes. Harry spent hours with Furs and the Tarot Club, sharing what he'd learned from Agnes and from his dream contact with Sirius. The information about the Veil, its origins, its connection to Harry's scar, the possibility of reaching people trapped in the space between worlds, generated intense interest. If what you're saying is accurate, Furs said slowly, then you're not just an anomaly. You're a potential key to understanding phenomena we've only theorized about. I'm also apparently a walking target for things that want to eat reality. Yes, that too. Furs smiled slightly. But the potential benefits outweigh the risks. If we can learn to stabilize your connection, use it deliberately, the implications are staggering. And if we can't, then we adapt. That's what we do. He also visited Agnes again, showing her the mirror's vision and asking about what he'd seen. The original veil, she confirmed. The template from which all others were derived. You've seen further than most who use that mirror ever do. Sirius reached me through it. He's alive, trapped, but alive. Then there's hope. Agnes's ancient eyes held something that might have been encouragement. The space between worlds is vast and treacherous, but it's not infinite. With the right knowledge and enough power, it can be navigated. How much power are we talking about? More than you currently have. Agnes was honest, as always. But power can be gained. Knowledge can be accumulated. The question is whether you'll have time to gather enough before events force your hand. The meeting with the churches was scheduled for the third day, in a neutral location, a conference hall owned by the city government, technically outside any religious jurisdiction. Harry spent the morning preparing, reviewing everything he knew about the various factions and their likely positions. Dunn had briefed him on what to expect: representatives from the Evernight Church, relatively friendly, the Storm Lord Church, hostile, the God of Steam and Machinery, neutral but curious, and possibly others depending on who'd heard about him. The key is to present yourself as cooperative but not controllable, Dunn advised. Show them you're willing to work within the system, but make it clear you have your own agency. If they think they can simply claim you, they'll fight over the privilege. If they think you're a potential ally who happens to need guidance, they might actually help. Exactly. Tommy caught him outside Mrs. Wentz as he was leaving for the meeting. Heard there's a big summit happening, the kid said. Churches gathering to discuss the anomaly. Word travels fast. Word is my business. Tommy's expression was unusually serious. Watch yourself in there. Church politics are nastier than street politics, and the stakes are higher. People disappear when they get on the wrong side of the big players. I'll be careful. You'd better be. I've got a reputation to maintain, and it doesn't include having my sources get themselves killed. Harry actually laughed at that. Good to know where your priorities are. Always. Tommy grinned. Now go show them what a real anomaly looks like. The conference hall was grand in a way that spoke of civic pride and commercial ambition. High ceilings, polished floors, windows that looked out over the city's industrial heart. It had been designed to impress visiting dignitaries and wealthy investors, and the church representatives seemed determined to occupy it with matching gravity. Four delegations had arrived, each occupying a section of the circular table at the room's center. Harry recognized the Evernight colors, black and red, where Dunn Smith sat with Soest and two others. The Storm Lord delegation was in blue and white, led by the man Harry had faced at Mrs. Wentz. The God of Steam representatives wore bronze and gray, their robes adorned with mechanical symbols. And a fourth group in yellow and black that Harry didn't recognize. Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Dunn murmured as Harry took his seat at the table's head. They keep a low profile, but they're interested in anything that might expand understanding of the supernatural. Lucky me. The Storm Lord representative, Harry had learned his name was Commissioner Victor, called the meeting to order. We're here to discuss the entity known as Harry Potter, he said, his voice carrying easily through the room. An anomaly of unknown origin and uncertain threat level, currently residing within Backlund without affiliation or oversight. Harry Potter is a person, not an entity, Dunn said mildly. And he's been cooperating fully with our investigation. Your investigation has produced little of value. The anomaly remains uncontained, the void parasite attacks continue, and multiple incidents have resulted in civilian casualties. Victor's tone was sharp. The Storm Lord's Church proposes immediate binding and forced assessment, for the protection of Backlund's population. Forcing assessment on a conscious being with demonstrated power is both unethical and impractical, said a woman from the Knowledge delegation. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom proposes a collaborative research approach, with the anomaly's voluntary participation. Voluntary participation requires trust, Victor shot back. How can we trust something we don't understand? Perhaps, Harry said, speaking for the first time, you could try asking me. Every eye in the room turned toward him. I'm not an anomaly or an entity. I'm a person. I have a name, a history, and my own reasons for being here. Harry kept his voice steady, projecting confidence he didn't entirely feel. I've been cooperative because I want to be, because I understand that my presence creates problems and I'd prefer to solve them rather than make them worse. But if you treat me like a specimen to be dissected or a threat to be neutralized, that cooperation ends. You threaten us? Victor's voice was cold. I'm telling you the truth. I have power, enough to make any attempt at forced containment very costly for everyone involved. But I don't want to use it. I don't want conflict. I want to understand what I am, figure out how to stop the parasites that are hunting me, and eventually find a way to help people I care about who got caught up in my passage here. A noble goal, said the woman from Steam and Machinery, speaking for the first time. But nobility doesn't guarantee safety. How can we be certain your presence won't cause catastrophic damage, regardless of your intentions? You can't. Just like you can't be certain any Beyonder won't cause catastrophic damage. Harry met her eyes. But you can work with me instead of against me. Help me understand this world's rules. Help me develop my abilities safely. Help me deal with the parasites before they hurt anyone else. Cooperation benefits everyone. Coercion benefits no one. Long silence. Then, surprisingly, Victor laughed. Eloquent. The Evernight Church has trained you well. The Evernight Church has advised me. What I said, I believe. Harry paused. But I'm also not naive. I know each of you has your own agenda. The Storm Lord wants to eliminate threats. The Evernight Church wants to study me. Knowledge wants to understand me. Steam and machinery probably wants to see if I can be replicated or systematized. He smiled slightly. I'm fine with all of that, as long as you remember I'm a person making choices, not a resource being allocated. What do you propose? Dunn asked. A joint oversight structure. Representatives from each interested church, meeting regularly to share information and coordinate responses. I cooperate with the investigation, answer questions, participate in studies, voluntarily. In exchange, I'm treated as an independent party, not a prisoner or property. And any major decisions about my situation require consensus, not unilateral action. The churches exchanged glances. Harry could see them calculating, the politics, the precedents, the implications. That's unconventional, the knowledge representative said slowly. I'm an unconventional situation. More silence. Then, one by one, the delegates began to nod. The Church of the Evernight Goddess accepts, Dunn said formally. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom accepts, the woman in yellow added. Steam and machinery will participate, with reservations, the bronze-robed delegate said. Everyone looked at Victor. The Storm Lord representative's expression was unreadable. For a long moment, Harry thought he was going to reject the proposal, force a confrontation, push the situation toward violence. Then Victor sighed. The Storm Lord's church will participate. Provisionally. If the anomaly, he caught himself, if Mr. Potter fails to cooperate or demonstrates hostile intent, we reserve the right to take independent action. That's fair, Harry said. Don't thank me yet, Victor replied. The Storm Lord doesn't forget those who defy him. You've earned his attention, Harry Potter. Whether that's a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. The meeting continued for another hour, hashing out details of the oversight structure and establishing protocols for future interactions. Harry participated, offered input when appropriate, and tried to project calm confidence throughout. But underneath the diplomatic facade, his mind was racing. He'd bought himself time. Established himself as a player rather than a pawn. Forced the churches to treat him as a person with agency rather than a problem to be solved. It was a start. But the void parasites were still out there. Sirius was still trapped. And somewhere in the vast machinery of church politics, forces were moving that Harry couldn't see or understand. The game was far from over. It was just beginning. Chapter 5, The Spectators Gaze. Chapter 5, The Spectators Gaze. The Joint Oversight Committee met for the first time 3 days after the summit. Harry arrived at the designated meeting room, a converted office space in a neutral district, specifically chosen to avoid any church's territorial advantage, to find representatives from all 4 churches already present. Dunn Smith represented the Evernight Goddess. A stern woman named Katerina spoke for the Storm Lord. The Knowledge Church had sent a nervous young man called Leonard, who seemed far more interested in taking notes than participating in discussions. And Steam and Machinery had contributed a gruff engineer type named Morrison who kept examining everything in the room as if assessing its mechanical potential. Mr. Potter, Katerina said as Harry took his seat. Her tone was civil but cool, a significant improvement over Victor's open hostility at the summit. We've prepared an initial assessment protocol. With your cooperation, we'd like to begin systematic documentation of your abilities. What does that involve? Controlled demonstrations. Spiritual examination. Interviews about your world and your experiences. Katerina slid a document across the table. Everything is detailed here. You're welcome to review it before agreeing to any procedures. Harry scanned the document. It was thorough, almost bureaucratically so, listing dozens of proposed tests and examinations. Some seemed reasonable: basic magical demonstrations, interviews about his background, medical checkups adapted for supernatural beings. Others were more invasive: deep spiritual probing, attempts to access his memories, examination of his soul structure. Some of these I'm comfortable with, Harry said carefully. Others. I'd need more information before agreeing. That's fair. Dunn's voice was measured. We're not trying to force anything. The goal is understanding, not exploitation. Easy to say, Harry replied. Harder to guarantee. Which is why you have veto power over any procedure. Katerina's expression didn't change, but something in her tone suggested grudging respect. The oversight structure you proposed requires consensus. If you refuse a particular test, we can't compel you. Unless we decide you're an imminent threat, Morrison added. Then all bets are off. Noted. The meeting proceeded from there, discussing schedules, establishing communication protocols, arguing about jurisdiction and authority. Harry participated when necessary but mostly observed, trying to get a sense of the personalities involved and the agendas they represented. Dunn was straightforward, focused on practical outcomes. Katerina was rigid, protocol-obsessed, but surprisingly fair within her framework. Leonard seemed genuinely curious, more interested in learning than controlling. Morrison was pragmatic to the point of cynicism, treating the whole situation as an engineering problem to be solved. None of them fully trusted him. But they were willing to work with him, which was more than Harry had expected. The meeting ended with agreements to begin preliminary assessments the following week. As the representatives filed out, Leonard lingered behind. Mr. Potter, he said quietly. A moment. Harry nodded, waiting until the room was empty. I wanted to apologize, Leonard said. For how this situation has been handled. The churches, we're not always good at recognizing personhood in things that don't fit our categories. Things being the operative word. Exactly. Leonard's expression was earnest. The God of knowledge and wisdom teaches that understanding should precede judgment. My church hasn't always lived up to that principle, but I try to. I want you to know that I'm genuinely interested in learning with you, not just about you. I appreciate that. Also. Leonard hesitated. There's something you should know. The churches aren't the only ones watching you. There are other groups, less official, less constrained by protocols, who've taken an interest. Some of them are dangerous. More dangerous than the Storm Lord's church. Different dangerous. Leonard glanced toward the door, as if checking for eavesdroppers. I can't say more here. But be careful, Mr. Potter. The visible politics are only the surface. Underneath, there are currents that can pull you under before you realize you're drowning. He left before Harry could ask more questions. The Tarot Club met that evening, in the space above the grey fog. Harry had gotten better at reaching it, the transition from sleep to that impossible realm had become almost routine. He appeared in his usual spot, surrounded by swirling mist, and made his way toward the long table where the other members were gathering. Furs was already there, along with Zio and Miss Justice. A few other figures sat in positions around the table, some clear, some blurred in ways that suggested deliberate concealment. And at the head of the table, shrouded in shadow that seemed to reject light rather than simply lacking it, sat the Fool. Harry Potter, the Fool said as Harry took his seat. You've had an eventful few days. That's one way to describe it. The summit was impressive. You managed to establish yourself as an independent actor while maintaining cooperative relationships with all major factions. The Fool's voice carried a note of approval. Few people navigate church politics so effectively on their first attempt. I had good advice. You had options. Acting on them well was your own achievement. The fool paused. But we're not here to discuss past successes. We're here to discuss future challenges. The mist around the table shifted, and suddenly Harry was looking at something like a map, a representation of Backland rendered in fog and shadow, with points of light marking locations he couldn't identify. The void parasites are coordinating, the fool continued. Our sources indicate they're preparing a major incursion. The attacks you've experienced so far have been probing actions, testing your defenses, learning your patterns. What's coming will be different. How different? They're building something. Miss Justice spoke up, her voice tight with concern. A ritual structure, somewhere in the city's spiritual layer. We don't know exactly what it's supposed to do, but our best analysts believe it's designed to amplify your connection to the space between worlds. To make me a bigger bridge. Or to tear you open entirely. Zio's tone was blunt. Either way, lots of people die. Harry absorbed this. The timeline had just compressed dramatically. He'd been operating under the assumption that he had weeks, maybe months, to gather strength and knowledge. If the parasites were moving now. When? We don't know precisely. But soon. Days, perhaps. A week at most. The fool's shrouded form leaned forward slightly. We need to find their ritual site and destroy it before they can complete whatever they're building. And for that, we need your help. My help specifically. Your scar connects you to them. You can sense their presence, track their movements in ways our conventional methods can't match. The fool paused. It will be dangerous. They'll know you're hunting them, and they'll respond. But if we don't act, more people die. Harry's voice was flat. That seems to be the theme. Unfortunately, yes. Harry thought about it. The risk was obvious, deliberately exposing himself to creatures that wanted to tear him apart and use him as a doorway to something. But the alternative was worse. Waiting while the parasites prepared, letting them choose the time and place of confrontation, hoping the Oversight Committee's investigations would produce useful results before disaster struck. What's the plan? The fool's approval was almost palpable. First, we gather intelligence. Tomorrow night, you'll accompany Miss Justice on a survey of likely ritual sites. Your scar should respond to concentrated parasite activity, giving us a starting point for investigation. Miss Justice? She has skills relevant to the task. The fool's tone suggested this was all the explanation Harry would receive. Second, we coordinate with your church contacts. The Nighthawks have resources we lack: manpower, spiritual weapons, institutional authority. If we find the ritual site, we'll need their help to assault it. They won't like working with the Tarot Club. They'll like it better than watching Backland be consumed by void creatures. Miss Justice's voice was dry. Captain Smith seems reasonable. Approach him, explain the situation, and let him make his own decision about cooperation. And the third step? That depends on what we find. The fool's shroud rippled slightly. But be prepared for direct action. If the parasites are as close to completion as we believe, there won't be time for careful planning. We may need to strike fast and hard, accepting casualties to prevent something worse. Harry didn't like the sound of that. Accepting casualties had a cold, utilitarian ring that reminded him too much of Dumbledore's chessmaster approach to the war against Voldemort. But he also couldn't deny the logic. Sometimes you had to make hard choices. Sometimes people got hurt no matter what you did, and the only question was how to minimize the damage. I'm in, he said. Good. The fool stood, signaling the end of the formal meeting. Miss Justice will contact you tomorrow with details. In the meantime, rest. You'll need your strength for what's coming. The space above the gray fog began to dissolve, the other members fading into mist as Harry felt himself being pulled back toward waking reality. But before he went, he heard the fool's voice one more time, barely audible. You're doing well, Harry Potter. Better than anyone expected. Try not to die. Harry woke with those words echoing in his mind. Morning brought a surprise visitor. Harry was eating breakfast, a meager affair of stale bread and weak tea, courtesy of Mrs. Went's limited provisions, when Tommy appeared at his elbow with an expression that mixed curiosity and wariness. "Someone's here to see you," the kid said. Fancy type. Golden hair, expensive clothes, asking questions with that tone rich people use when they're pretending to be polite. Harry's eyebrows rose. Did she give a name? Said you'd know her as Miss Justice. Not meeting tomorrow, then. Meeting now. Something must have changed. Harry found Miss Justice waiting outside Mrs. Went's, looking distinctly out of place in Eastborough's grimy streets. Her clothes were indeed expensive, not ostentatiously so, but with the subtle quality that marked genuine wealth. Her golden hair was arranged in a style that probably had a technical name Harry didn't know, and her posture radiated the casual confidence of someone who'd never had to worry about where their next meal was coming from. "Harry," she said. "We need to talk. Privately. The meeting's been moved up. The meeting's been cancelled." Her expression was tense, not frightened, exactly, but definitely concerned. "Something's happened. Something that changes everything." Harry led her to a relatively quiet corner of the building's exterior, where they could speak without being overheard. "What happened? Last night, after the Tarot Club meeting, I tried to do some preliminary reconnaissance. Scouting the areas where we suspected parasite activity." Miss Justice's voice was carefully controlled. "I found more than I expected. The ritual site. One of them. There's more than one, Harry. They're building a network, multiple ritual points arranged in a pattern across the city. When activated simultaneously, they'll create a massive resonance effect centered on wherever you happen to be." Harry's stomach dropped. "They're using the whole city as a ritual space." "Yes. And that's not the worst part." Miss Justice met his eyes. "The pattern they're using. I recognized it. It's not random. It's not something the parasites invented. It's based on ancient Beyonder theory, the kind of knowledge that only exists in the most restricted church archives. Someone's helping them. Someone with access to information they shouldn't have. Someone who understands both the void creatures and Beyonder ritual structure well enough to combine them into something new." Miss Justice's jaw tightened. "We have a traitor, Harry. Somewhere in the churches, someone is actively working with the parasites." The implications cascaded through Harry's mind. A traitor meant that any information shared with the Oversight Committee might be compromised. Any plans they made could be leaked. Any operation they launched might be walking into a trap. "Do you know who?" "Not yet. But the list of suspects is short. You need high-level access to find the kind of information they're using." Miss Justice paused. "That's why I came directly to you instead of going through normal Tarot Club channels. Until we know who the traitor is, we can't trust anyone with access to church resources." "But you're telling me you're not part of the churches. Your connection to the Nighthawks is new enough that you haven't been read into sensitive information yet. And..." She hesitated. "The fool trusts you. He's been watching you since you arrived, and his assessment is that you're genuine. Not a plant, not a trap, just a lost person trying to survive. That's a lot of faith in someone you barely know. The fool's judgment has been reliable in the past." Miss Justice almost smiled. "And I've been observing you myself. My abilities let me read emotional states, predict behavior based on psychological patterns. You're not a good enough actor to fake what I've sensed from you." Harry wasn't sure whether to be flattered or unnerved. "So what do we do?" "First, we investigate the ritual sites. Get a better understanding of what they're building and how close it is to completion." Miss Justice pulled out a folded piece of paper, a map of Backland with several locations marked. "I've identified 5 confirmed sites and 3 probables. We need to survey all of them, ideally without alerting whoever's working with the parasites. That sounds like a two-person job at most. It is. Which is why I'm not telling anyone else. Miss Justice's expression was serious. We do this quietly, gather evidence, and only bring in others when we know who we can trust. The Fool is coordinating from above the gray fog. He can't directly intervene, but he can provide guidance and support. Beyond that, it's just us. Harry looked at the map. 8 locations scattered across the city, each one potentially swarming with void creatures and watched by an unknown traitor. When do we start? Now, ideally. The longer we wait, the more likely they complete the ritual before we can stop it. Harry thought about his commitments. The Oversight Committee expected him for preliminary assessments in a few days. Dunn Smith was waiting for him to provide information about the Tarot Club's investigation. And somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, Sirius was trapped in the space between worlds, waiting to be rescued. All of that would have to wait. All right, he said. Let's go. The first site was in the industrial district, near the factories whose smoke contributed to Backlund's perpetual haze. Miss Justice led Harry through streets that grew progressively grimier, past workers trudging to their shifts and vendors hawking goods that ranged from the practical to the probably illegal. They drew some looks. Miss Justice's expensive clothes made her stand out, but no one challenged them. The ritual point is inside an abandoned warehouse, Miss Justice explained as they walked. It was a textile factory until 3 months ago, when a fire destroyed most of the equipment. The owners are still negotiating insurance payouts, so it's been sitting empty. Perfect place for clandestine rituals. Exactly. She paused at an intersection, scanning the street ahead. I wasn't able to get close last night. There were watchers posted outside, but I could sense the concentration of void energy from a distance. It's definitely active. Harry's scar was already throbbing, a low-level warning that grew stronger as they approached their destination. The sensation was becoming familiar, almost useful, like a compass pointing toward danger. I can feel it, he said. Whatever they're doing in there, it's substantial. Can you tell anything specific? The ritual's purpose, its progress, how many entities are present? Harry focused, trying to interpret the sensations his scar was providing. It wasn't like reading a book, more like trying to understand music he'd never heard before, picking out patterns and themes without knowing the language they were written in. Multiple presences. At least a dozen, maybe more. And something else, something bigger, deeper. Like there's a hole in reality and things are pushing through. That matches what I sensed. Miss Justice's expression was grim. The ritual is further along than I hoped. If all the sites are at this stage, we might already be too late. We might. But we won't know until we survey them all. They circled the warehouse, staying at a distance that Harry hoped was beyond the Watcher's perception range. Miss Justice used her abilities, whatever those actually were, to scan for observers and threats, while Harry tracked the void energy through his scar. There, Miss Justice said quietly, pointing to a spot on the warehouse's upper level. One of the Watchers. Human form, but I can feel the wrongness from here. Harry looked. The figure was mostly hidden in shadow, visible only as an outline against the grimy window. But even from this distance, he could sense what Miss Justice meant. There was something deeply off about the shape, proportions that weren't quite right, movements that didn't match how a human body should work. Not a person anymore, he said. No. Host body, probably. Someone the parasites took over. Miss Justice's voice was clinical, but Harry caught an undercurrent of anger. They do that sometimes. Find vulnerable people, slip inside their minds, wear them like suits. The original personality might still be in there somewhere, trapped and screaming. Can they be saved? Sometimes. If the possession is recent and the victim's will is strong enough. But usually. She shook her head. Usually it's kinder to end their suffering. Harry thought about that as they moved on to the next site. The parasites weren't just monsters, they were invaders, thieves, rapists of the mind. Every host they took was a person whose life had been stolen. Every attack they launched might use bodies that had belonged to innocent people. The moral calculus was getting complicated. The second site was in a residential district, not wealthy, but respectable, the kind of neighborhood where clerks and skilled laborers made their homes. It was also much better protected. More watchers, Miss Justice reported as they surveyed from a distance. And something else, wards, maybe. The void energy is contained, hidden. If I hadn't known to look for it, I'd never have sensed it. Harry's scar confirmed her assessment. The throbbing was present but muted, like someone had wrapped the ritual site in cotton wool. Whoever's helping them knows what they're doing, he said. That kind of concealment requires expertise. Church expertise. The techniques are similar to what the Nighthawks use for sealing dangerous areas. Miss Justice's lips pressed into a thin line. More evidence for our traitor theory. They documented what they could and moved on. The third site was in a wealthy district, Queensborough, where the nobility and the very rich made their homes. Harry felt distinctly out of place among the mansions and manicured gardens, but Miss Justice navigated with easy familiarity. You know this area, Harry observed. I live here. Her tone was matter-of-fact. My family has holdings throughout Queensborough. This is my territory, in a sense. Harry filed that information away. Miss Justice was wealthy, genuinely wealthy, not just comfortable. That explained a lot about her bearing, her confidence, the way she seemed to expect the world to accommodate her presence. It also raised questions about why someone from that background would be involved with a secretive organization like the Tarot Club. The ritual site in Queensborough was the most alarming yet. It's inside a church, Miss Justice said, her voice tight with disbelief. A small chapel, dedicated to the Evernight goddess. It should be one of the safest locations in the district. Harry's scar was pulsing with a mixture of void darkness and something else, something that felt like the residue of the Evernight goddess's power, corrupted and twisted into a shape it was never meant to hold. They're using the church's own sanctity as camouflage, he realized. Hiding the void energy under the legitimate spiritual presence. Which means someone with access to church facilities is definitely involved. Miss Justice's expression had gone cold. Not just someone with knowledge, someone with actual authority to access and modify sacred spaces. High-ranking. Very. This narrows our suspect list considerably. They surveyed the remaining sites over the next few hours, working their way across Backland as the afternoon turned to evening. Each location added another piece to the puzzle, another data point suggesting sophisticated planning, insider knowledge, and a terrifying level of coordination. By the time they'd finished, Harry's head was pounding from the constant strain on his scar, and Miss Justice looked nearly as exhausted. 8 sites confirmed, she said as they regrouped in a small park. All active, all protected, all following the same ritual pattern. When they activate the network, it'll create a resonance that covers most of the city. And tear you apart in the process. Miss Justice's voice was quiet. Harry, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. If they complete the ritual, you'll die. Horribly. And whatever comes through the bridge they make of your corpse will probably kill thousands more. Then we need to stop them. With what? Miss Justice's composure cracked slightly. We're 2 people. The churches are compromised. The Tarot Club doesn't have the resources for this kind of operation. And we can't alert the authorities without potentially warning the traitor. Harry thought about it. She was right, the situation seemed hopeless from conventional perspectives. They were outmanned, outmaneuvered, and operating on a timeline that didn't leave room for careful planning. But Harry had been in hopeless situations before. We don't need to stop all 8 sites, he said slowly. We just need to disrupt the pattern enough that the ritual fails. If even one node is destroyed before they can activate, The resonance won't form properly. The energy will disperse instead of concentrating. Miss Justice's eyes widened. That could work. But which site? They're all equally protected. The chapel in Queensborough. Harry's voice was certain. It's the most brazen, the most protected, and probably the most important. If someone went to the trouble of corrupting a sacred space to hide it, it's because that node is special somehow. Or because they wanted us to think that. Maybe. But it's also the site closest to where you live. Where you're strongest. Where you know the territory. Harry met her eyes. If we're going to hit one target hard and fast, that's the one with the best chance of success. Miss Justice was quiet for a long moment, processing. You're not wrong, she admitted. My family has resources, private security, connections, favors I could call in. If we're going to attempt something like this, Queensborough is where I have the most leverage. Then let's plan an assault. Just the two of us. For the planning phase, yes. But when we actually move. Harry hesitated. I need to talk to Dunn Smith. Bring him in, at least partially. The Nighthawks have capabilities we don't, and Dunn is one of the few church people I'm inclined to trust. How do you know he's not the traitor? I don't. Not absolutely. But my instincts say he's genuine, and at some point we have to trust someone. Harry's voice hardened. If I'm wrong, we'll deal with it. But I'd rather take a calculated risk than try to do this completely alone. Miss Justice nodded slowly. All right. We plan the assault tonight. Tomorrow, you approach Captain Smith, carefully, without revealing everything, and gauge his reaction. If he's trustworthy, we bring him in. If not, then we do it ourselves and hope for the best. That seems to be the theme of this entire situation. Harry almost laughed. Story of my life. The planning session lasted until well past midnight. Miss Justice had access to detailed maps of Queensborough, including architectural diagrams of the chapel and surrounding buildings. They worked through approach routes, contingency plans, timing considerations, all the details that could mean the difference between success and catastrophe. The main challenge is the Watchers, Miss Justice said, pointing to positions on the map. There are at least 4 posted around the chapel, probably more inside. We need to neutralize them before they can raise an alarm. My Patronus can handle void creatures, Harry offered. If I can get close enough to manifest it, the Watchers won't be a problem. But manifesting it alerts everyone in the area. We lose surprise. Only if I use the full manifestation. I've been practicing smaller applications, concentrated bursts that can take out individual targets without the dramatic light show. Miss Justice looked intrigued. You didn't mention that at the Tarot Club meeting. I wasn't sure it would work reliably. Still not, honestly. But I've had some success in practice. Show me. Harry pulled out his wand and focused. This was delicate work, shaping the Patronus energy into something precise rather than letting it explode into its full form. Happy memories. Focus. Intent. A thread of silver-white light emerged from his wand tip, coiling like a tiny serpent. It held its shape for about 10 seconds before dissipating. Impressive. Miss Justice's voice held genuine appreciation. If you can do that reliably, it changes our tactical options considerably. I'll keep practicing. What about your abilities? You mentioned being a spectator. Sequence 7 now, actually. Psychiatrist. Miss Justice's smile was complex. I can read emotional states, predict behavior, and, most relevantly for this situation, induce targeted psychological effects. Fear, confusion, compliance. Useful for getting past guards without violence. Mind control. Influence, not control. I can't make someone do something completely contrary to their nature. But I can nudge, suggest, amplify existing impulses. She paused. It's ethically complicated. I don't use it lightly. Harry thought about the Imperius Curse, unforgivable in his world, capable of complete domination. What Miss Justice described sounded less extreme, but the underlying principle was similar. Useful for infiltration, though. Very. Between your void-killing abilities and my psychological manipulation, we have a reasonable chance of reaching the ritual space undetected. And once we're there, that's where things get uncertain. Miss Justice frowned at the map. We don't know exactly what we're dealing with, how the ritual is structured, what defenses might be in place, what force we'll face if things go wrong. We'll need to be adaptable. I'm good at adaptable. So I've heard. Miss Justice looked up, meeting his eyes. Harry, I want to be clear about something. This plan has significant risk of failure. We might die. We might trigger the ritual early instead of disrupting it. We might accomplish nothing except alerting the enemy to our awareness of their plans. I know. And you're still willing to go through with it? Harry thought about the 3 civilians who died in that parasite attack. About the hosts whose minds had been stolen. About everyone in Backland who would suffer if the ritual succeeded. People are going to die if we don't try, he said simply. More people than if we fail. The math isn't complicated. No. I suppose it isn't. Miss Justice was quiet for a moment. You're unusual, Harry Potter. Most people your age, thrown into a situation like this, they'd be paralyzed by fear, or consumed by self-interest, or at least hesitating to risk themselves for strangers. I've had practice. Clearly. She began gathering up the maps and notes. Get some rest. You have a difficult conversation with Captain Smith tomorrow, and after that, we assault a corrupted church. You'll need your strength. What about you? I have preparations to make. Resources to arrange. Excuses to construct for my family, who would be very unhappy if they knew what I was planning. Miss Justice's smile was tired. Being a Beyonder and a noblewoman at the same time requires constant balancing acts. Sounds exhausting. It is. But it's also the life I chose. She paused at the door. Harry, thank you. For being willing to do this. For being someone I can trust in a situation where trust is in very short supply. Thank you for telling me the truth. For treating me like a person instead of a puzzle to solve. You're both, actually. But person first. Miss Justice nodded. Good night, Harry. I'll contact you tomorrow after you've spoken to Captain Smith. She slipped out into the Backland night, and Harry was left alone with his thoughts and the weight of tomorrow pressing down on his shoulders. Sleep came slowly. Harry lay in his corner of Mrs. Wentz, surrounded by the sounds of dozens of other people trying to rest, and stared at the ceiling as his mind churned through everything he'd learned. A traitor in the churches. A ritual network about to tear him apart. A desperate plan that relied on too many variables and not enough certainties. Just another day in the life of Harry Potter. The thought wasn't really funny, but he almost smiled anyway. At least some things were consistent across realities. When sleep finally came, it brought him back to the space above the gray fog. But this time, he wasn't alone. And the figure waiting for him wasn't the fool. It was Audrey Hall. Harry recognized her immediately, even though they'd never met in person. Miss Justice's real identity, she'd mentioned her family name in passing during their planning session, and something about the way she described her situation had stuck with him. She was younger than she'd appeared during their meetings. Closer to his age, maybe 17 or 18. And without the careful composure she maintained in waking life, her expression was more open, more vulnerable. Harry, she said, and her voice was different too. Less guarded. I didn't expect to find you here. I didn't expect to be here. Harry looked around at the familiar gray mist. I thought these meetings were only during Tarot Club gatherings. They are, usually. But sometimes, Sometimes the space responds to strong connections. Pulls people together who are thinking about each other. You were thinking about me? I was thinking about tomorrow. About the plan, the risks, everything that could go wrong. Audrey's eyes met his. And about you specifically. About why you're willing to risk so much for people you barely know. I could ask you the same question. You could. And I suppose the answer would be similar. Audrey moved closer, the mist swirling around her feet. We're both people who can't stand by while others suffer. Even when the smart thing would be to protect ourselves. Is that why you joined the Tarot Club? Partly. I wanted to be more than what my family expected. More than a pretty ornament to be married off for political advantage. The Tarot Club offered me purpose. A way to use my abilities for something that mattered. And now you're planning to assault a corrupted church alongside a stranger from another world. When you put it that way, it sounds almost romantic. Audrey's smile was rueful. In the adventure story sense, not the. She trailed off, suddenly awkward. Harry felt his own cheeks warm slightly. I know what you meant. Good. That's good. Audrey looked away, then back. Harry, I need to tell you something. About my abilities, and how they've affected my perception of you. Okay. As a spectator, and now a psychiatrist, I can read people. Their emotions, their intentions, their psychological patterns. It's usually very accurate. I can tell when someone's lying, when they're afraid, when they're hiding something. She paused. But with you, it's different. Different how? Your emotions are loud. Intense. More vivid than most people's. But they're also strangely pure. Uncomplicated. Audrey's voice was thoughtful. Most people, when I read them, I find layers. Public faces over private doubts. Conscious motives over unconscious drives. Self-deception wrapped around truth wrapped around more self-deception. But you. I'm just, me. Yes. What you show is what you are. It's remarkably rare. Audrey met his eyes. It's also remarkably attractive, in a way I wasn't expecting. Harry's heart rate increased noticeably. Audrey, I'm not saying anything needs to happen. I'm not even saying I want anything to happen, not right now, not with everything that's going on. Audrey's voice was quick, almost nervous. I wanted you to know. That I see you. Really see you. And I like what I see. Harry was quiet for a long moment, trying to process. His experience with girls was limited, Cho Chang's tearful kiss, the confusing tension with Ginny that had never gone anywhere, the awkward moments at the Yule Ball. He'd never really had time for romance, not with Voldemort hanging over everything. But there was something about Audrey. Something that went beyond her obvious beauty or her intelligence or her courage. Something that felt like recognition. Like she understood parts of him that he'd never been able to explain to anyone else. I see you too, he said finally. And I like what I see. Audrey's smile was radiant. Good. That's very good. She took a breath, visibly composing herself. But for now, we focus on the mission. There'll be time for other things, after we've saved the city from being torn apart by void creatures. Assuming we survive. Assuming that, yes. Audrey's smile turned wry. But I have a good feeling about our chances. Call it professional intuition. I thought you couldn't read me properly. I can't. But I can read myself. Her eyes met his with a warmth that made his chest tight. And I feel hopeful. For the first time in a while. The gray fog was beginning to thin, the dream fading toward morning. Tomorrow, Harry said. Tomorrow, Audrey agreed. And then he was awake, with dawn light creeping through the windows and the memory of golden hair and green eyes lingering in his mind. The meeting with Dunn Smith happened at midday, in the same coffee shop where they'd first spoken. Harry had spent the morning preparing, mentally rehearsing what he would and wouldn't reveal, trying to anticipate questions and objections. He'd also practiced his controlled Patronus technique until he could reliably produce the silver thread for at least 30 seconds. Dunn arrived on time, wearing civilian clothes that didn't quite disguise his military bearing. He slid into the seat across from Harry with the economical movements of someone who'd learned to never waste energy. "You requested this meeting," Dunn said. "I'm assuming it's not about oversight committee business." "No." Harry took a breath. "I have information. About the void parasites, their plans, and a threat that's bigger than anything we've discussed so far." Dunn's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "I'm listening." Harry laid out the basics, the ritual network, the 8 sites, the coordinated activation that would tear him apart and create a massive bridge to the void. He left out specific details, the locations, the timing, the planned assault, but gave enough information for Dunn to understand the scope of the threat. "This is significant," Dunn said slowly when Harry finished. "How did you obtain this information?" "Sources I trust. People who've been investigating the parasites independently." "Tarot Club?" Harry hesitated, then nodded. "They're not as secretive as they like to think." Dunn's tone was dry. "We've known about their existence for years. We leave them alone because they're generally more helpful than harmful." He paused. "You trust them?" "I trust some of them. The ones I've worked with directly." "And you're bringing this to me because?" "Because the Nighthawks have resources I don't. And because I think you're trustworthy, even if I can't prove it." Dunn studied him for a long moment. "There's something you're not telling me. Something about why you believe the churches are compromised." Harry hesitated again. This was the dangerous part, the accusation that could backfire spectacularly if Dunn was the traitor, or if he reacted badly to the implication. "The ritual network uses techniques that could only come from church archives," he said carefully. "Specific knowledge about concealment, about spiritual architecture, about things that aren't publicly available." "You're saying we have a traitor?" "I'm saying someone with access to restricted church information is helping the parasites. Whether that person is in the Nighthawks specifically, or the broader church structure, I don't know." Dunn was silent for a long time. "That's a serious accusation," he said finally. "I know. It would explain some things. Inconsistencies in our investigations. Leads that went nowhere. Operations that seemed to be anticipated by our targets." Dunn's voice was flat, controlled. "I'd noticed the pattern. I'd hoped I was being paranoid." "You weren't." "Apparently not." Dunn stood abruptly, pacing to the window and back. "If what you're saying is true, then the Oversight Committee is compromised. Any action we coordinate through official channels might be leaked. That's why I'm talking to you directly. Off the record. And what do you expect me to do with this information?" "That's up to you." Harry met his eyes. "I'm going to move against one of the ritual sites. Tomorrow night, probably. If I succeed, the network will be disrupted enough that the mass activation fails. If I fail, a lot of people die." "Yes. And you want my help. I want you to know what's happening. What you do with that knowledge is your choice." Harry paused. "But if you wanted to have Nighthawk resources positioned nearby, just in case things go badly wrong, I wouldn't object." Dunn almost smiled. "You're asking me to commit church resources to an unsanctioned operation based on intelligence from a suspect organization, in a situation where I can't verify any of the information you've given me?" "Yes. That's either very brave or very stupid. I've been told it's usually both." Dunn was quiet for another long moment. Then he sighed. "Which site?" "I can't tell you that. Not until I'm sure you're not the traitor. Fair. Dunn nodded slowly. Tell me this, then, is it in Queensborough? Harry's poker face must have slipped, because Dunn smiled grimly. I'll take that as a yes. The chapel of the Evernight Goddess there, it's been showing anomalous readings for weeks. We've been planning an investigation, but bureaucratic delays kept pushing it back. He paused. Almost like someone was deliberately slowing things down. Maybe someone was. Maybe. Dunn moved toward the door. I can't officially support your operation. If it goes wrong, I'll deny any knowledge of it. But if you happen to find yourself in trouble in Queensborough tomorrow night, don't be surprised if help arrives faster than expected. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We might both be walking into a trap. Dunn paused at the door. Harry, be careful. Whatever else you are, you're also a 15-year-old kid. I'd rather not see you die because you tried to shoulder a burden meant for people with more experience. I've been shouldering burdens like this since I was 11, Harry said. I'm not going to stop now. Dunn looked at him for a long moment, something unreadable in his expression. No, he said finally. I don't suppose you will. The rest of the day passed in a blur of preparation. Harry practiced his controlled Patronus until his head ached. He reviewed the assault plan with Audrey, Miss Justice, through carefully coded messages. He made sure his affairs were in order, such as they were. Tommy knew to take care of his few possessions if he didn't return. Mrs. Went knew to tell the oversight committee he'd left suddenly if anyone came asking. As evening fell over Backland, Harry found himself on the rooftop of Mrs. Went's building, watching the sun set through the perpetual haze that blanketed the city. Tomorrow, he might die. The thought was strangely peaceful. He'd faced death before, multiple times, in multiple forms. The graveyard with Voldemort. The Chamber of Secrets with the Basilisk. The Triwizard Maze with its lethal obstacles. Each time, he'd survived through some combination of luck, skill, and intervention. Maybe his luck would hold again. Maybe it wouldn't. Either way, he was going to fight. You look pensive. Harry turned to find Agnes standing behind him. The ancient woman moved without sound, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Just thinking about tomorrow. The assault on the chapel. Agnes nodded. I've been watching the preparations. You've done well. You knew. I know many things. Agnes moved to stand beside him, her ancient eyes reflecting the fading light. Including things about your chances of success. And they're better than you might expect. Agnes's voice was distant, contemplative. The void creatures are overconfident. They believe their traitor has given them complete security. They're not prepared for someone who doesn't follow the rules they understand. My magic. Your magic. Your connection to the original death. What's the term your world uses? Your chosen one nature. Agnes smiled slightly. The universe seems to bend around you, Harry Potter. Probability shifts, coincidences accumulate. It's not destiny, exactly, but it's something similar. That sounds like the kind of prophecy that got me into trouble back home. Perhaps. But consider this, you fell through the veil and survived. You landed in this world when you could have ended up anywhere, or nowhere. You found allies, gained knowledge, positioned yourself to make a difference. At every point where you could have failed, you succeeded. Agnes's eyes met his. That's not coincidence. That's pattern. And what does the pattern want from me? That's the question, isn't it? Agnes was quiet for a moment. I've watched you since you arrived. Watched you grow, adapt, become something more than the frightened boy who fell into an alley in Eastborough. You have potential, Harry Potter. More than anyone I've encountered in centuries. Potential for what? That's up to you. Agnes began to fade, her form becoming translucent against the evening sky. But whatever you become, let it be your choice. Not the churches. Not the gods. Not the voids. Yours. She was gone before Harry could respond. He stood on the rooftop as night fell over Backlund, thinking about choices and patterns and the weight of potential. Tomorrow, he would assault a corrupted church, fight void creatures, and possibly die. But tonight, he allowed himself a moment of something like hope. Whatever came next, he would face it on his own terms. That was the most anyone could ask for. Chapter 6, The Fool's Interest. Chapter 6, The Fool's Interest. The night before the assault, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his corner of Mrs. Wentz, listening to the sounds of dozens of people breathing, snoring, shifting in their makeshift beds, and tried to quiet the churning of his mind. Tomorrow, no, today, it was past midnight now, he would either save Backlund from catastrophe or die trying. Possibly both. Just another Tuesday, he thought, and almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. When sleep finally came, it pulled him immediately into the space above the gray fog. But this time, something was different. The mist was thicker, more agitated, swirling in patterns that suggested hidden currents and unseen forces. The long table where the Tarot Club usually gathered was empty, and the impossible structure that hung in the night sky seemed to pulse with unusual intensity. And standing in the center of it all, waiting for him, was the Fool. Not seated at the head of the table, shrouded in shadow and mystery. Standing, fully visible, looking almost human. He was younger than Harry had expected. Maybe late 20s, with dark hair and features that suggested lone heritage. His clothes were ordinary, the kind of thing a middle-class clerk might wear, and his expression held none of the cosmic inscrutability Harry had come to associate with him. Harry Potter, the Fool said, and even his voice was different. Less layered, less resonant. More like an actual person. I apologize for the unusual summons. There are things we need to discuss before tomorrow. You're showing me your real face. One of them. The Fool's smile was wry. The truth is complicated. But for tonight's conversation, I thought honesty would serve better than mystique. Harry moved closer, studying the figure before him. The Fool looked tired, he realized. Worn down by burdens that weren't immediately visible. Who are you? Really? My name is Klein Moretti. I was a translator before I became this. The Fool, Klein, gestured vaguely at their surroundings. It's a long story, and we don't have time for all of it. But the short version is that I stumbled into the world of Beyonders, acquired powers I didn't fully understand, and eventually ended up controlling this space and leading the Tarot Club. You make it sound accidental. Most of it was. The universe has a sense of humor that way. Klein's expression sobered. But I didn't bring you here to discuss my history. I brought you here because tomorrow's operation is more dangerous than you realize, and you need to understand why. More dangerous how? The traitor we've been hunting, I know who it is. Harry's heart rate spiked. Who? Ince Zangwill. Klein's voice was flat, controlled, but Harry could hear the anger underneath. Former high-ranking member of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Sequence 4, Nightwatcher. He went rogue years ago, supposedly died, but clearly survived and has been working against the churches ever since. A Sequence 4 Beyonder is helping the void creatures. Not helping. Using. Klein began to pace, his footsteps leaving ripples in the gray fog. Zangwill doesn't care about the parasites or their goals. He's using them as tools, a distraction, a weapon, a way to achieve his own objectives while everyone focuses on the obvious threat. What are his objectives? That's what I'm not entirely sure about. But I have theories. Klein stopped pacing, turning to face Harry directly. Your scar. The connection it creates to the space between worlds. Zangwill has been researching dimensional boundaries for decades. If he can study you, capture you, dissect you, understand how you work, he might be able to achieve things that even the gods would consider impossible. He wants to use me as a research subject. Among other things. The ritual network isn't just designed to tear you apart, it's designed to do so in a controlled way, preserving the most valuable components for analysis. Klein's expression was grim. If Zangwill succeeds tomorrow, your death will be the least of anyone's concerns. Harry absorbed this. The situation had just become significantly more complicated. They weren't just fighting mindless void creatures, they were facing a master strategist with decades of experience and power that dwarfed anything Harry could match. Why are you telling me this now? Why not earlier? Because I wasn't certain until tonight. Zangwill is very good at covering his tracks, and I had to verify before making accusations. Klein paused. And because there's something else. Something that might change how you approach tomorrow. What? Your godfather. Sirius Black. Klein's eyes met Harry's steadily. I've located him. The world seemed to stop. What? He's trapped in a pocket dimension adjacent to the void, a stable bubble that formed when he passed through the veil. He's alive, conscious, but unable to escape on his own. Klein's voice was careful. The ritual network has a secondary function that I didn't initially recognize. If activated properly, it could serve as a retrieval mechanism, a way to pull objects from the space between worlds into this reality. You're saying the ritual could be used to rescue Sirius? In theory. The same structure that's designed to tear you apart could, with modifications, be used to extract someone from the void. Klein's expression was conflicted. I'm telling you this because you deserve to know. But I'm also warning you, this information could compromise your judgment. Zangwill is counting on emotional reactions. He may have designed this situation specifically to exploit your connection to your godfather. Harry's mind was racing. Sirius was alive. Could be rescued. But the method of rescue was the same ritual designed to kill him. And the person controlling that ritual was a sequence 4 Beyonder with unknown motivations and decades of experience. It was a trap. Obviously a trap. The kind of trap that was designed to look like an opportunity. But it was also the first real hope he'd had of saving Sirius since he'd heard his godfather's voice through Agnes's mirror. What would you do? Harry asked. If it was someone you cared about. Klein was quiet for a long moment. I've faced similar choices, he said finally. People I loved, in danger, with rescue options that were obviously designed to manipulate me. And I. He trailed off, something painful flickering across his features. I made mistakes. Sometimes the trap is real and you should walk away. Sometimes the trap is real and you have to walk in anyway, because the alternative is worse. That's not exactly helpful. I know. I'm sorry. Klein's voice was genuinely apologetic. I can't tell you what to do, Harry. I can only give you information and trust you to make your own decisions. What about the Tarot Club? What about the plan? The plan remains the same. Assault the chapel, disrupt the ritual, prevent the mass activation. Klein paused. But I want you to know that if an opportunity arises to rescue your godfather without catastrophically compromising the mission, I won't stand in your way. Even if it risks everything. Even then. Klein's eyes were steady. Because I know what it's like to lose people you love. And I know that some prices are too high, even for the greater good. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. One more thing, Klein said as the gray fog began to thin around them. Zangwill will be at the chapel tomorrow. Not personally, he's too cautious for that, but through proxies. Vessels. Borrowed eyes and ears. When you face the ritual's defenders, remember that you're not just fighting void creatures. You're fighting someone who knows you're coming and has planned accordingly. Any advice? Be unpredictable. Your wizard magic operates outside his models, that's an advantage, but only if you use it in ways he can't anticipate. Klein's form was becoming translucent. And Harry, trust your instincts. You've survived things that should have killed you. Whatever it is that protects you, lean into it. The power of love. Klein's laugh was unexpected, warm, almost human. Something like that. Good luck, Harry Potter. I'll be watching. The dream dissolved, and Harry woke to grey pre-dawn light with new information, new fears, and new hope burning in his chest. The day of the assault passed in a haze of final preparations. Harry met with Audrey in the late morning, sharing what Klein had told him about Zangwill and the ritual's secondary function. Her reaction was complex, concern about the additional threat, calculation about how it changed their tactical options, and something softer when Harry mentioned the possibility of rescuing Sirius. "You're going to try, aren't you?" she said. "To save him. If I can. Without compromising the mission." "Harry." Audrey's voice was careful. "I understand wanting to save someone you love. But Zangwill is counting on exactly that reaction. If you let emotion override judgment at a critical moment, I know. I know the risks." Harry met her eyes. "But I've spent my whole life being told to sacrifice what I care about for the greater good. Being treated like my feelings don't matter because there's always something more important. And maybe that's true, maybe there's always something more important, but at some point you have to draw a line. You have to say, this matters too." Audrey was quiet for a long moment. "You're remarkable," she said finally. "Frustrating and reckless and probably going to get us both killed, but, remarkable. Is that a compliment? I'm not sure yet." But she was smiling. "Come on. We have work to do." The afternoon was spent finalizing approach routes and fallback positions. Audrey had arranged for private security, her family's resources, discreetly deployed, to create a perimeter around the chapel that would prevent civilian interference without attracting official attention. Harry practiced his controlled Patronus until the silver thread held steady for almost a minute. As evening approached, they gathered their equipment and made their way toward Queensborough. The chapel of the Evernight Goddess looked peaceful in the fading light, a small but elegant building, stone walls darkened with age, stained glass windows depicting scenes of rest and comfort. It could have been any neighborhood church, a place where ordinary people came to pray for guidance and solace. Except for the wrongness that radiated from it in waves that made Harry's scar pulse with every heartbeat. "The Watchers are in position," Audrey murmured, her eyes unfocused as she used her abilities to scan the surrounding area. "4 outside, at least 6 inside. And something else, something at the center of the building that I can't read clearly. The ritual apparatus? Probably. Or Zangwill's proxy." Audrey refocused, her expression hardening. "Are you ready?" Harry checked his wand, made sure his spare supplies were secured, took a deep breath. "Ready. Then let's save the city." The approach went smoothly at first. Audrey's psychological abilities were as effective as advertised. The first watcher, a figure that looked human but moved with the jerky wrongness of a parasite-controlled host, simply looked away when they approached. The second experienced a sudden overwhelming urge to check on something inside, abandoning their post without question. The third and fourth were handled similarly. Inside the chapel, things became more complicated. The building's interior was a mockery of its sacred purpose. The pews had been pushed aside, replaced by a complex geometric pattern painted on the floor in something that looked disturbingly like blood. Candles burned with flames that cast no light, only deepening the shadows around them. And at the center of the pattern, a figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by void energy so concentrated that Harry's scar screamed in protest. "Zangwill's proxy," Audrey breathed. "The vessel he's using to control the ritual." The figure was a woman, or had been. Middle-aged, dressed in the robes of an Evernight priestess, her face slack and empty. But her eyes were filled with a calculating intelligence that didn't belong to her. "Harry Potter." The voice that emerged from the woman's mouth was male, cultured, with an undertone of genuine pleasure. I was wondering when you'd arrive. You're a bit earlier than projected, but well within acceptable parameters. Zangwill. In a manner of speaking. The proxy smiled, an expression that looked wrong on the woman's face. I'd prefer to have this conversation in person, but circumstances require certain precautions. You understand. I understand you're using void creatures to tear apart reality for your own purposes. Such a reductive way to phrase it. Zangwill's proxy sighed. The void creatures are tools, nothing more. Useful for their hunger, their persistence, their ability to weaken dimensional barriers. But the real work, the important work, requires something more sophisticated. And that's where I come in. Exactly. Your scar, your connection to the original death, your passage through the veil, you represent a unique intersection of phenomena that I've been researching for decades. The proxy's eyes, Zangwill's eyes, gleamed with academic fervor. Do you have any idea what you are, Harry Potter? What you could become, with proper guidance? I have some idea. I doubt that. Your potential is almost incalculable. The bridge you represent could revolutionize our understanding of dimensional mechanics. With your cooperation, I'm not interested in cooperation. No, I didn't expect you would be. The young are always so resistant to wisdom. The proxy sighed again. Very well. We'll do this the hard way. She raised her hand, and the geometric pattern on the floor blazed with sudden light. Harry moved. His wand came up, the controlled Patronus technique he'd been practicing flowing out in a concentrated beam of silver-white light. It struck the proxy center mass, and splashed harmlessly against a barrier that materialized from nowhere. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for your abilities? Zangwill's voice was amused. I've been studying you since you arrived in this world. I know what your Patronus can do. I know what your wizard magic is capable of. I've prepared countermeasures for every technique you've demonstrated. Then I'll just have to demonstrate something new. Harry reached for something deeper. Not the Patronus, not his practice spells, but the raw connection to the veil that Agnes had shown him. The wound in reality that made him a bridge. He'd never tried to use it deliberately before. Had always treated it as a passive thing, a condition to be managed rather than a power to be wielded. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Harry opened himself to the connection and pulled. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The void energy that filled the chapel, the concentrated darkness that powered the ritual, began to flow toward him. Not attacking, not hostile, but drawn like water toward a drain. Harry became a focal point, a center of gravity for the forces that were supposed to tear him apart. Zangwill's proxy expression shifted from amusement to alarm. What are you doing? Something unpredictable. The ritual pattern on the floor flickered, its carefully constructed geometry disrupted by the sudden redirection of energy. Void creatures materialized around the edges of the room, the reinforcements Zangwill had prepared, but they seemed confused, disoriented, their targeting instincts scrambled by the change in the energy flow. Now! Harry shouted. Audrey moved. Her abilities weren't just psychological manipulation. At Sequence 7, she had gained capabilities that went far beyond simple influence. She projected pure terror into the void creatures, overwhelming their predatory instincts with primal fear. The parasites that had been converging on Harry recoiled, scattering, their coordination shattered. Harry pressed his advantage. The energy he was absorbing was painful, agonizing, actually, like swallowing broken glass made of pure darkness, but it was also power. He channeled it into his wand, mixing void energy with wizard magic in a combination that should have been impossible. Expecto Patronum. The Patronus that emerged was like nothing he'd ever produced. Not silver-white but silver-black, a swirling combination of light and shadow that took the form of his serpent dragon but wreathed in void fire. It was beautiful and terrible, a creature that existed at the intersection of two incompatible forces. And it tore through Zangwill's barrier like it wasn't there. The proxy screamed, Zangwill's voice mixed with the woman's, a horrible harmony, as the hybrid Patronus struck. The connection between Zangwill and his vessel shattered, and the woman collapsed, freed from the possession that had controlled her. The ritual pattern exploded. Without the proxy to maintain it, without the controlled flow of void energy, the elaborate construct became unstable. Harry felt the forces he'd been channeling surge wildly, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Harry! Audrey's voice was distant, filtered through the chaos. The ritual, it's collapsing. We need to get out. But Harry wasn't listening. Because in the chaos, in the swirling energies of the failing ritual, he saw something. A gap. An opening in the fabric of reality that led to somewhere else. And through that gap, he saw a face. Sirius. His godfather was there, trapped in the space between worlds just as Klein had described. His gray eyes were wide with recognition, his mouth forming words that Harry couldn't hear through the barrier between realities. Harry. Harry reached for him. Not physically, the gap was too far away, too small, too unstable. But with his connection, his bridge nature, the fundamental property that made him what he was. He reached across the void and grabbed hold of his godfather's soul. The pain was indescribable. Every nerve in Harry's body screamed in protest as he tried to pull Sirius through a gap that wasn't designed for rescue, that was collapsing even as he reached through it. He felt himself being stretched, torn, unraveled at the edges. But he also felt Sirius. Felt his godfather's desperate grip, his determination to hold on, his love that reached across dimensions just as strongly as Harry's did. Don't let go. Sirius's voice, somehow audible now, filled with fear and hope. Harry, don't let go. I won't. I've got you. The ritual completed its collapse. The gap snapped shut like a slamming door, and Harry was thrown backward by an explosion of mixed energies that sent Audrey tumbling as well. The chapel's walls cracked, stained glass shattered, the careful architecture of the sacred space giving way to the forces that had been unleashed within it. When Harry's vision cleared, he was lying on his back in the rubble of what had been the altar area. His entire body ached, his scar was bleeding, and his magical core felt like it had been scoured with acid. But he was alive. And lying next to him, unconscious but breathing, was Sirius Black. The next few minutes were chaos. Audrey was at his side almost immediately, her face pale with shock but her voice steady as she checked his injuries. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? I'm okay. Harry's voice was rough, barely above a whisper. Sirius. Is he? Audrey looked at the figure beside him, her eyes widening as she took in the impossible sight of a man who shouldn't exist in this world. He's alive. Unconscious, but stable. She turned back to Harry. You did it. You actually pulled him through. The ritual, disrupted. The network won't activate now, you've destroyed the central node. Audrey's voice held a note of wonder. The city is safe, Harry. You saved everyone. Harry wanted to feel triumph. Wanted to celebrate the victory, the rescue, everything they'd accomplished. But he was too exhausted, too drained, too overwhelmed by the simple fact that Sirius was here, lying beside him, alive. He reached out, his trembling hand finding his godfather's. I've got you, he whispered. I've got you now. The sound of running footsteps interrupted the moment. Dunn Smith appeared in the shattered doorway, flanked by Nighthawks in full combat gear, their expressions caught between ready for battle and confused by aftermath. We saw the explosion from 3 blocks away, Dunn said, taking in the devastation. What happened? We won, Harry said simply. Dunn's eyes moved from Harry to Audrey to the unconscious man beside them. Who is that? My godfather. Harry's grip on Sirius's hand tightened. He was trapped in the space between worlds. I pulled him through. That should be impossible. Apparently not. Dunn was quiet for a moment, processing. Then he started issuing orders, securing the perimeter, evacuating the freed hostess who had served as Zangwill's proxy, beginning documentation of the ritual site. "We'll need detailed reports," he said to Harry. "From both of you. But that can wait." His expression softened slightly. "For now, let's get you somewhere safe." The Nighthawks had a medical facility, discreet, well-equipped, designed for treating injuries that ordinary hospitals couldn't handle. Harry found himself in a private room, his wounds cleaned and bandaged, with Sirius in the bed beside him. His godfather hadn't woken yet. The healers said it was normal, that traversing the void would leave anyone exhausted, that his body needed time to adjust to this reality's different magical structure. But Harry couldn't help watching him, counting his breaths, making sure he was still there. Still real. Audrey had stayed for a while, but eventually exhaustion and her own injuries had forced her to leave. She'd squeezed Harry's hand before going, her green eyes warm with something that made his chest tight. "You did something impossible today," she'd said. "You should be proud." I couldn't let him go. Not again. I know." Her smile was soft. "That's what makes you remarkable." Now, in the quiet of the medical room, Harry allowed himself to finally process everything that had happened. The ritual was disrupted. The network would never activate. Thousands of lives had been saved. And against all odds, against everything that should have been possible, he'd rescued Sirius. It worked, he thought, almost disbelieving. It actually worked. His scar was still aching, would probably ache for days after the abuse he'd put it through, but underneath the pain was something else. A sense of completion. As if some fundamental part of him that had been broken since the Department of Mysteries was finally starting to heal. "Harry." The voice was rough, barely audible, but it sent electricity through Harry's entire body. He turned to find Sirius's eyes open, gray and confused but unmistakably aware. "Sirius. Where?" Sirius tried to sit up, failed, settled for turning his head to look around. "This isn't. I was in the dark. In the between place. How am I?" "You're safe." Harry gripped his godfather's hand, tears streaming down his face that he couldn't be bothered to wipe away. "You're here. You're really here. Harry." Sirius's voice cracked. "Harry, I thought I'd lost you. When you fell through after me, I tried to catch you, tried to bring you back, but the void pulled us apart. I know. I know." Harry was half laughing, half crying, emotions too tangled to separate. "But it's okay now. We're both okay. We're together." Sirius's hand tightened around Harry's with surprising strength. "Where is here? This doesn't feel like home." "It's not. It's..." Harry took a breath. "It's another world. I fell through the veil and ended up here. You got trapped somewhere in between. I've been trying to find a way to reach you ever since. Another world." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "And the war? Voldemort? I don't know. I haven't found a way to check. But I'm going to figure it out." Harry's voice was fierce with determination. "I'm going to find a way back, a way to help, a way to make sure everything we fought for wasn't for nothing." "Harry." Sirius's eyes were suspiciously bright. "I'm so proud of you. Your parents would be so proud of you. I'm just glad you're here." Harry's voice broke. "I'm so glad you're here." They stayed like that for a long time, godfather and godson, reunited against impossible odds, holding on to each other in a strange world that neither of them fully understood. Outside, Backland continued its evening routines, unaware of how close it had come to catastrophe. And somewhere in the ruins of the chapel, the fool watched through distant eyes, his expression unreadable. Interesting, Klein Moretti thought. Very interesting indeed. The days following the assault were a blur of debriefings, medical treatments, and difficult conversations. Dunn Smith was thorough in his documentation, interviewing Harry multiple times about the ritual structure, Zangwill's involvement, and the nature of the void creatures. He seemed genuinely impressed by what Harry and Audrey had accomplished, and genuinely concerned about the implications. Zangwill escaped, Dunn reported during one of their conversations. His proxy was destroyed, but the main body was never at the chapel. He's still out there, and now he knows you're a more serious threat than he anticipated. He'll try again. Almost certainly. But you've disrupted his plans significantly. The ritual network is destroyed, it would take months to rebuild, assuming he still has the resources. Dunn paused. You've bought time, Harry. For yourself and for everyone else. And the traitor investigation? Ongoing. We've identified several potential information leaks within the church hierarchy, but nothing definitive yet. Dunn's expression was grim. The fact that Zangwill had access to restricted knowledge suggests the problem goes deeper than we initially thought. The Oversight Committee met twice, reviewing the events and adjusting their assessment of Harry's threat level. The general consensus seemed to be cautious optimism. Harry had demonstrated both significant power and responsible use of that power, which was apparently rare among anomalies. Commissioner Victor of the Storm Lord Church was notably silent during the meetings, his expression unreadable. Harry wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Sirius was recovering quickly. Whatever magic governed this world, it seemed compatible enough with his wizard's constitution to allow normal healing. Within 3 days, he was sitting up, eating solid food, and demanding explanations about everything that had happened. Harry told him everything. The fall through the veil, the arrival in Backland, the discovery of Beyonders and Pathways, the churches and their politics, the Tarot Club and the Fool, Audrey, and their growing connection, the assault on the chapel and everything that led to the rescue. Sirius listened with an expression that shifted from confusion to alarm to pride to concern and back again. So you've basically been fighting a one-man war against void creatures, corrupt church officials, and ancient conspiracies, Sirius summarized when Harry finished. All while being a complete stranger in a world that operates on completely different rules. When you put it that way, it sounds impressive. It sounds insane. It sounds like exactly the kind of thing a Potter would do. Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. Harry, I'm so sorry. I should have been there. Should have protected you, you tried. You came to the Department of Mysteries to save me. You fell through the veil trying to reach me. Harry shook his head. None of this is your fault, Sirius. And now we're together again. That's what matters. Together in a world that's apparently full of hostile churches, eldritch monsters, and someone who wants to dissect you for research purposes. Yeah, well. Nobody's perfect. Sirius laughed, a genuine laugh, the first Harry had heard from him since before the Department of Mysteries. It sounded like home. A week after the assault, Audrey came to visit. She'd been busy with her own obligations, family matters, Tarot Club coordination, the endless social demands that came with her position in society. But she'd sent messages, checked on Harry's recovery, made sure he knew she was thinking of him. Now, sitting in the small garden of the Nighthawks medical facility, she looked tired but content. The city's buzzing with rumors, she said. A major supernatural incident, church forces responding to an emergency, mysterious explosions in Queensborough. The official story is a gas leak, but nobody believes it. Does that matter? For now, no. The churches are very good at managing public perception. Audrey paused. But you've become something of a legend in certain circles. The anomaly who faced down a sequence 4 Beyonders ritual and won. The outsider who rescued someone from the void itself. I had help. You had me. And Dunn's backup. And the Fool's guidance. Audrey's eyes met his. But you were the one who pulled your godfather through a collapsing dimensional rift through sheer force of will. That was all you. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. How is he doing? Audrey asked. Sirius? Better every day. He's confused, trying to understand how this world works, but he's adapting. Harry smiled slightly. He keeps asking about you, actually. About me? About the young lady who helped save his godson. He wants to meet you properly. Audrey's cheeks colored slightly. I'd like that. When he's feeling up to it. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the gray backland sky through the garden's trees. Harry, Audrey said eventually. What happens now? Now that the immediate crisis is over? I don't know exactly. Keep learning about this world. Help Sirius adjust. Figure out if there's a way to contact my world, to help with the war against Voldemort. Harry paused. Stay connected with the Tarot Club. Maybe work more closely with the Nighthawks if they'll have me. And, us? The question hung in the air between them. I'd like there to be an US, Harry said carefully. If you want that. If it's possible, with everything else going on. It won't be easy. My family has expectations. The church situation is still unstable. And there's still Zangwill out there, planning who knows what. No, it won't be easy. Harry turned to face her. But I've never done easy. And I've never cared about easy. I care about what matters. And I matter. You matter. Harry's voice was certain. From the moment you showed up in that alley and decided to help a stranger instead of capturing him. From the moment you trusted me with information that could have gotten you killed. From every moment since. Audrey's expression softened into something that made Harry's heart ache. You're going to make me cry, she said. I never cry. It's very undignified for someone of my position. Sorry. No, you're not. No, I'm not. She laughed, and the sound was like sunlight breaking through Backland's perpetual haze. And when she leaned in and kissed him, softly, carefully, like he was something precious that she was afraid to break, Harry felt something settle into place inside him. He was still trapped in a strange world, far from home, facing enemies and challenges that would have seemed impossible just months ago. But he wasn't alone anymore. He had Sirius. He had Audrey. He had the Tarot Club and the tentative alliance with the Nighthawks and the strange, complicated web of relationships he'd built since falling through the veil. He had hope. And for the first time since he'd woken up in that East Borough alley, that felt like enough. That night, Harry dreamed of the space above the gray fog one more time. The fool, Klein, was waiting for him, back in his shrouded form, the mystery restored now that the immediate crisis had passed. You've changed things, Klein said. The balance of power in Backland has shifted. The churches are reassessing their positions. And you've proven that you're more than just an anomaly to be managed. Is that good or bad? Depends on what you do with it. Klein's voice was thoughtful. You have options now, Harry. Paths forward that didn't exist before. You could become a player in Beyonder politics, build your own faction, pursue your own agenda. I just want to help people. Protect my friends. Maybe find a way home. Simple goals. But in this world, simple goals often become complicated. I've noticed. Klein almost laughed. One more thing before you wake. The ritual you disrupted, it wasn't the only one Zangwill has been building. There are others, in other cities, following other plans. What you stopped was one piece of a much larger puzzle. Great. More things to worry about. Always more things. But Klein's voice was not unsympathetic. You've earned a rest, Harry Potter. Take it. Enjoy the peace you've won. But stay alert. The next crisis won't wait for you to be ready. It never does. No. It never does. The gray fog began to thin, the dream fading toward morning. Klein, Harry said before it was completely gone. Thank you. For everything. Don't thank me yet. But there was warmth in the fool's voice. We're just getting started. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the windows of the medical facility, with the sound of Sirius's snoring in the next bed and the memory of Audrey's kiss lingering on his lips. Another day in a strange world. Another day of challenges and opportunities and dangers he couldn't yet imagine. But also another day with people he loved, in a life he was learning to embrace. Harry Potter smiled, got out of bed, and went to face whatever came next. Chapter 7, A Wizard's Worth. Chapter 7, A Wizard's Worth. 3 weeks after the chapel assault, Harry stood in a training courtyard behind the Church of the Evernight Goddess, facing down 3 Nighthawk recruits who looked like they wanted to be anywhere else. Again, Dunn Smith called from the sidelines. The recruits attacked. They were good, trained, coordinated, using Beyonder abilities that would have been devastating against ordinary opponents. One projected waves of drowsiness that could drop an unprepared target in seconds. Another moved with unnatural speed, closing distance before most people could react. The third wielded shadows like weapons, sending tendrils of darkness that sought to bind and blind. Harry let them come. At the last moment, he moved, not with Beyonder speed, but with the honed reflexes of someone who'd been fighting for his life since age 11. His wand traced patterns in the air, spells flowing with barely a thought. Protego. The sleep wave splashed against his shield, dissipating harmlessly. Impedimenta. The speed-enhanced attacker slowed to a crawl, his momentum working against him as he tried to redirect mid-charge. Lumos Maxima. Brilliant light exploded from Harry's wand, not just illuminating but purifying. The shadow tendrils evaporated on contact, their wielder stumbling back with hands over his eyes. In the space of 3 heartbeats, the fight was over. Better, Dunn said, though his tone suggested better was a relative term. You're still telegraphing the shield charm. A more experienced opponent would have fainted. Noted. Harry lowered his wand, nodding to the recruits as they recovered. Good attacks, though. The shadow work especially, that's improved since last week. The shadow wielder, a young man named Ellis, managed a pained smile. Easy for you to say. You didn't just get flashbanged. Trust me, I know how that feels. Harry had been on the receiving end of enough unexpected light sources to sympathize. The trick is learning to fight through it. Your abilities don't require vision, they respond to your will. Practice with your eyes closed sometime. Ellis looked skeptical but didn't argue. These training sessions had become a regular part of Harry's routine over the past weeks. Dunn had proposed them as a way to assess Harry's capabilities while also giving the Nighthawks exposure to fighting styles they'd never encountered. It was mutually beneficial. Harry learned about Beyonder combat techniques while the Nighthawks learned that wizard magic didn't follow the rules they expected. Take a break, Dunn told the recruits. We'll resume in an hour. As they filed out, Dunn approached Harry with an expression that mixed approval and concern. You're holding back. A little. Harry saw no point in denying it. Full-power combat spells could seriously hurt them. I'm trying to teach, not injure. I appreciate that. But it also means we're not getting accurate data on your true capabilities. Dunn paused. The Oversight Committee has been asking for more comprehensive assessments. Some members, particularly Commissioner Victor, feel that controlled sparring isn't sufficient. What does Victor want? A real fight? Something like that. He's proposed a formal challenge, you against one of the Storm Lord Sequence 7 Beyonders, full contact, minimal restrictions. Harry's eyebrows rose. Is he trying to get me killed or test if I'm killable? Probably both. Dunn's voice was dry. I've been pushing back, but Victor has support among the more militant factions. They're uncomfortable with an unknown quantity walking around unproven. I disrupted a major ritual and rescued someone from the void. How is that unproven? You did those things with help, in chaotic circumstances. Victor wants to see what you can do alone, under controlled conditions. Dunn met Harry's eyes steadily. I'm not going to force you into anything. But refusing might be interpreted as weakness, or worse, as hiding something. Harry considered the situation. Church politics were exhausting, but he understood the underlying logic. In a world where power determined position, refusing to demonstrate that power was suspicious. The other churches needed to categorize him, place him in their mental hierarchies. Until they could do that, he'd always be viewed as a potential threat. What are the terms of this challenge? Non-lethal, theoretically. First to incapacitation or surrender. Standard beyonder combat rules apply, which means no permanent maiming but temporary injuries are acceptable. And if I win? You prove yourself capable of defending against church-level threats. That would shift your status significantly, from anomaly to be managed to potential ally to be cultivated. Dunn paused. It would also embarrass Victor personally, which might make him more or less aggressive depending on his temperament. And if I lose? You demonstrate vulnerability. Which might actually reduce tension, the churches would feel less threatened by someone they can defeat. Dunn's expression was thoughtful. There are arguments for either outcome, honestly. The question is which narrative serves your long-term interests better. Harry thought about it. He didn't want to fight, not for political reasons, not to prove himself to people who should already understand what he was capable of. But he also recognized that his position in this world depended on how others perceived him. If refusing the challenge made him look weak or evasive, it might invite the kind of aggressive management he'd been trying to avoid. When would this happen? Victor is pushing for next week. I've been suggesting a longer timeline, a month, maybe 2, to give everyone time to prepare properly. A month should be enough. Harry made his decision. Tell Victor the first accept. But I want neutral observers, Tarot Club representatives, not just church officials. And I want the terms in writing, verified by all parties. Dunn nodded, looking unsurprised. I'll arrange it. And Harry, he hesitated. Don't underestimate Sequence 7 Beyonders. They're not cannon fodder. The Storm Lord's warriors especially are trained for exactly this kind of confrontation. I know. Harry's voice was steady. But I've been trained too. By circumstances, if nothing else. That evening, Harry returned to the small apartment he'd been sharing with Sirius since leaving the medical facility. The living space wasn't much, 2 rooms in a modest building in the workers' district, but it was private, comfortable, and most importantly, theirs. After weeks of Mrs. Went's boarding house and the sterile environment of the Nighthawk medical wing, having an actual home felt like an impossible luxury. Sirius was in the kitchen when Harry arrived, attempting to cook something that filled the apartment with suspicious-smelling smoke. I thought you were supposed to be resting, Harry said, opening a window. I've been resting for 3 weeks. I'm going mad. Sirius poked at whatever was in the pan with an expression of betrayal. Also, the cooking in this world is atrocious. Everything tastes like coal and desperation. That's because you're trying to use Backlund ingredients like they're from home. Harry rescued the pan, examining its contents. Some kind of meat, probably, though it was hard to tell through the char. The spices here are different. You have to adjust. I refuse to adjust. It's the principle of the thing. Harry laughed and began salvaging dinner, applying a few quick cleaning charms to the pan while Sirius watched with the particular expression of someone who still found casual magic delightfully novel. How was training? Sirius asked. Educational. I've been challenged to a formal duel by one of the churches. Sirius's expression sharpened immediately. What kind of duel? Combat assessment. Non-lethal, supposedly. Harry explained the situation, Victor's push for proof, Dunn's concerns, the political implications of acceptance or refusal. Sirius listened with growing concern. Harry, these people aren't like our wizards. You've told me about the sequences. Someone at Sequence 7 has spent years developing abilities specifically designed for fighting. You've had a few weeks of training. I've also been fighting for my life since I was 11. That counts for something. Against dark wizards. Against creatures you understood. Sirius's voice was urgent. This is different. You don't know all the rules here, all the tricks, all the ways they might exploit gaps in your knowledge. So I learn. That's what I've been doing since I arrived. Harry set 2 plates of moderately edible food on the small table. Sirius, I know this is risky. But refusing is also risky, maybe more so. At least this way I control the circumstances. You don't control them. You negotiate them. There's a difference. Fair point. Harry sat down, waiting for Sirius to join him. But I've made my decision. I need you to support it. Sirius was quiet for a long moment, his gray eyes searching Harry's face. Whatever he found there seemed to settle something in him. You've grown up, he said finally. Somewhere along the way, while I wasn't watching, you stopped being the kid I needed to protect and became someone who makes their own choices. I'm still me. I know. That's what worries me. But Sirius smiled slightly as he took his seat. All right. You've got my support. But I want to help you prepare. I might not understand Beyonder magic, but I understand dueling. Strategy, psychology, how to read an opponent, those things are universal. Deal. They ate in companionable silence, the tension of the conversation fading into something warmer. Tell me about this girl, Sirius said eventually. Audrey. The one who's been making you smile like a lovesick Hufflepuff. I do not smile like a lovesick Hufflepuff. You absolutely do. James had the same expression whenever Lily walked by, at least before she started hexing him for being an arrogant prat. Harry felt his cheeks warm. She's remarkable. Brilliant, brave, from this noble family that expects her to be a proper lady, but she's out there fighting void creatures and disrupting evil rituals instead. He paused. She sees through people's masks. Literally, her abilities let her read emotions and psychology. But she doesn't use it to manipulate. She uses it to understand. You like her. I more than like her. The admission came easier than Harry expected. I don't know exactly what we are, there hasn't been time to figure that out properly, but whatever it is, I want more of it. Sirius's expression softened into something that made Harry's chest tight. Your mother would have approved. She always said the best relationships were built on mutual respect and shared purpose, not just attraction. He paused. Your father would have approved too, though he would have spent 6 months trying to figure out how to embarrass you about it first. That sounds like him. From what everyone's told me. It was. He was a prat, but a well-meaning prat. Sirius's voice was thick with old grief and older affection. I'm glad you found someone, Harry. In this world or any other, that matters. The next week was a whirlwind of preparation. Harry threw himself into training with renewed intensity, working with Dunn's recruits in the mornings, practicing advanced spell combinations in the afternoons, and studying everything he could find about Storm Lord Beyonder capabilities in the evenings. Furs provided research, extensive notes on the Sailor and Tyrant pathways, documented abilities at each sequence level, known weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Zio offered tactical advice, having faced Storm Lord Beyonders in her own work. Even Klein contributed, sending cryptic but useful observations through the gray fog. The Storm Lord's warriors rely on overwhelming force, Klein noted during one of their dream conversations. They're trained to hit hard and fast, to end fights before they become complicated. Your advantage is endurance, your wizard magic doesn't follow the same resource limitations as Beyonder abilities. So I outlast them. You make them work for every exchange. Frustrate their expectations. Force them into situations they haven't trained for. Klein's shadowed form tilted slightly. Your magic is strange to them, Harry. Use that strangeness. Be unpredictable. Audrey visited whenever her schedule permitted, bringing observations from her family's social circles about church politics and Victor's reputation. "He's not stupid," she warned during one visit. "Aggressive, yes. Proud, certainly. But not stupid. He wouldn't have risen to his position by underestimating opponents. Then why is he pushing for this challenge? If I'm as dangerous as you all say, because he thinks he knows what you can do. He's been watching your training sessions, compiling reports, building a model of your capabilities." Audrey's expression was serious. "The danger isn't that he'll underestimate you. It's that he might have actually found a way to counter what you've shown. So I need to show him something new. You need to be something he hasn't modeled. Something that breaks his assumptions." Harry thought about that conversation often over the following days. Everyone kept telling him to be unpredictable, to break expectations, to use his strangeness as a weapon. But what did that actually mean in practice? His spell repertoire was limited compared to what he might have had with years more education. His wizard magic was powerful but not unlimited. And his opponents would be beyonders who'd spent their entire lives developing supernatural abilities. The answer, he eventually realized, wasn't about individual tricks or techniques. It was about integration. He was a wizard and a bridge to the void and a student of beyonder methods. Most of his training had focused on keeping these aspects separate, using wizard magic for offense, void connection for defense, beyonder knowledge for strategy. But what if he combined them? The hybrid Patronus he created during the chapel assault had been devastating precisely because it merged incompatible forces. What if he could do that deliberately, controllably? What if he could become something that truly didn't fit any category? Harry started experimenting. The training courtyard was empty when Harry arrived for his private practice session, Dunn having arranged exclusive access for a few hours. He started with basics, warming up his magic, running through familiar spells, getting his mind into the focus state that combat required. Then he began pushing boundaries. Expecto Patronum. The silver-white serpent dragon materialized, coiling around him in protective patterns. Harry had grown comfortable with its new form, had even started to appreciate the way it combined his father's legacy with something uniquely his own. Now he reached deeper. He touched the connection to the void that Agnes had taught him to access, that wound in reality that made him a bridge. Instead of opening it fully, he let just a trickle of energy flow through. The Patronus responded. Silver-white became silver-gray, the dragon's edges blurring as void energy infused its form. It was unsettling to look at, a creature of light and darkness that somehow existed in both states simultaneously. Harry pushed further. He channeled more void energy, more wizard magic, forcing them to merge rather than simply coexist. The Patronus writhed, its form becoming unstable, and then something clicked. The creature that emerged from the synthesis was different from anything Harry had created before. Neither pure Patronus nor void construct, but something new. Something that looked at him with awareness that felt genuinely present, genuinely knowing. "Hello," Harry said, feeling slightly ridiculous. "Are you stable?" The creature, he needed a new name for it, Patronus didn't seem right anymore, tilted its head in a distinctly canine gesture. Then it dissolved into mist that swirled around Harry before dispersing. Okay, Harry thought. That was different. He tried again. And again. Each time, the synthesis came easier, the hybrid form lasting longer, the creature's behavior becoming more consistent. By the fifth attempt, he could maintain the construct for several minutes while also casting other spells. By the 10th, it was responding to mental commands with precision that his normal Patronus had never matched. By the 15th, it was acting semi-independently, patrolling the courtyard perimeter while Harry focused on other exercises. "What are you?" Harry asked during a rest break, watching the creature circle overhead. It didn't answer, couldn't answer, presumably, but something in its posture suggested amusement. A spirit, Harry thought. Not just a spell, but an actual spirit that I created from void energy and wizard magic. The implications were staggering. If he could create intelligent constructs, bind spirits to his will, forge new types of magical beings. But that was future research. Right now, he had a challenge to prepare for. The formal challenge took place in a neutral arena, a converted warehouse in the industrial district that had been warded and prepared by representatives from all major churches. Harry arrived early, wanting time to acclimate to the space. It was large, maybe 100 meters on each side, with observation platforms around the perimeter where church officials and other witnesses had gathered. Audrey was in the Tarot Club's designated section, accompanied by Furs and Zio. She caught Harry's eye and nodded, a gesture of support that warmed something in his chest. Sirius was there too, in a guest section Dunn had arranged. His godfather's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands kept twitching toward where a wand would normally be. Victor of the Storm Lord Church was already present, standing with his delegation near the opposite entrance. When Harry entered, the commissioner fixed him with a measuring stare. "Potter." Victor's voice carried across the arena. "I admit, I'm surprised you accepted." "I aim to surprise." "We'll see." Victor gestured, and a figure stepped forward from the Storm Lord group. Harry's opponent was younger than expected, maybe mid-20s, with the weathered look of someone who'd spent significant time at sea. He was dressed in practical combat clothes, no visible weapons, but his movements had that particular quality that marked someone dangerous. "Lieutenant Harson," Victor introduced. "Sequence 7, Sailor Pathway. 8 years of service, 47 confirmed combat actions. He's agreed to serve as our champion in this assessment. And if I win, then you'll have proven yourself against one of our finest." Victor's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Which is precisely why I don't expect you to win." Harry didn't bother responding. He walked to the center of the arena, Harson matching his pace from the opposite side. They stopped about 10 meters apart. A neutral arbiter, a priest from the Church of the God of Knowledge, stepped forward to explain the rules. "This is a formal assessment, conducted under the witness of the 4 major churches and independent observers. Combat continues until one party is incapacitated, surrenders, or the arbiters determine continued fighting would cause permanent harm." The priest's voice was professionally neutral. "Use of lethal force is prohibited. The use of outside assistance is prohibited. Are both combatants ready?" "Ready," Harson said. "Ready," Harry echoed. "Then begin." Harson moved immediately. The Sailor Pathway granted control over water, wind, and the forces of the sea. Harson didn't have access to actual water in the arena, but he didn't need it. He could pull moisture from the air, condense it, weaponize it. A wall of ice formed between them, then shattered into 1,000 razor-sharp projectiles that screamed toward Harry. Protego. The shield caught the ice, but Harry felt the impact. Harson was stronger than he'd expected, the projectiles carrying more force than their size suggested. "Don't let him set the pace," Harry reminded himself. "Make him react to you." Ventus. Wind magic, one of the few areas where wizard spells and sailor abilities might overlap. Harry's gust met Harson's counterwind, the two forces colliding in the center of the arena with a crack like thunder. Harson looked surprised. "You can control wind?" "I can do lots of things." Harry pressed the advantage, mixing spells in rapid succession. Stupefy, blocked by a wall of condensed water. Reducto, dodged with supernatural agility. Expelliarmus, connecting, but Harson had nothing to disarm, the force merely staggering him. They exchanged attacks for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Harry's magic was holding up, his wizard core didn't drain the same way Beyonder spirituality did, but Harson was adapting, learning his patterns, finding gaps in his defense. A tendril of water caught Harry's ankle, yanking him off balance. Before he could recover, Harson was there, moving with sailor-enhanced speed, a fist wrapped in compressed ice driving toward Harry's face. Harry's body reacted before his mind caught up. He opened the void connection. Not like before, not a controlled trickle. He pulled, drawing void energy through himself in a rush that made his scar blaze with cold fire. Harson's fist struck the darkness that materialized around Harry and stopped. Not blocked, not deflected, stopped, as if hitting something that simply refused to acknowledge the concept of impact. What? Harson stumbled back, his expression shifting from confidence to alarm. Harry stood, void energy swirling around him like a cloak. His eyes, he knew without looking, would be wrong, pupils expanded to cover the iris, darkness bleeding at the edges. You wanted to assess my capabilities, Harry said, and his voice had that layered quality it sometimes took when the connection was strong. Consider this assessed. He attacked. Not with spells this time, with pure will, shaped by void energy and wizard intent. The darkness around him extended, reached, grasped. Harson tried to dodge, tried to counter with his sailor abilities, but water and wind meant nothing to something that existed between realities. Tendrils of void stuff caught Harson's limbs, lifted him from the ground, held him suspended in the air like a specimen awaiting examination. Yield, Harry said. Harson struggled, his face contorted with effort as he tried to break free. Ice formed and shattered against the void bonds. Wind screamed around them, accomplishing nothing. Yield. Harson's voice was strained. I yield. Harry released him, pulling the void energy back into himself with an effort of will that left him momentarily dizzy. Harson dropped to the ground, catching himself with sailor-enhanced reflexes, and immediately retreated to a defensive distance. The arena was silent. Harry looked around at the gathered witnesses, church officials frozen in various states of shock, tarot club members wearing expressions of carefully concealed triumph, and Victor. Victor's face was completely blank. The challenge is concluded, the arbiter announced, his voice slightly unsteady. Harry Potter is victorious. The aftermath of the challenge was complicated. Victor accepted the outcome with rigid formality, offering congratulations that were technically correct but entirely devoid of warmth. The other church representatives were more varied in their reactions, some clearly impressed, others visibly concerned, a few impossible to read. Dunn pulled Harry aside almost immediately. What was that? I'm not entirely sure. Harry's voice was honest. I've been experimenting with integrating my different aspects. That was the first time I tried it in actual combat. You didn't mention you could do that. I didn't know I could do that. Not reliably. Harry met Dunn's eyes. Is that a problem? It's a development. Dunn's expression was thoughtful. The Oversight Committee is going to need a detailed briefing. And you should expect increased attention from various parties who'll want to understand what you just demonstrated. More assessments. More everything. Dunn sighed. You proved yourself capable, which was the goal. But you also proved yourself more capable than anyone expected, which creates its own complications. I couldn't exactly hold back. He was good. He was. And now everyone knows that good isn't enough to beat you. Dunn paused. Be careful, Harry. Some people respond to demonstrated strength with respect. Others respond with fear. And fear makes people do stupid, dangerous things. Audrey found him next, practically glowing with vicarious triumph. That was incredible. The look on Victor's face, I wish I could have taken a photograph. I might have overdone it. Nonsense. You did exactly what needed to be done. Audrey's expression softened. Are you alright? That void energy looked intense. It felt intense. Harry flexed his hands, checking for any lingering effects. But I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. I think I might have figured something out. About your abilities. About who I am here. What I'm supposed to be. Harry looked around the arena, at the church officials still processing what they'd witnessed. Everyone keeps trying to categorize me, wizard, anomaly, bridge, threat. But I'm not any of those things exclusively. I'm all of them. And I'm starting to understand how to use that. Audrey studied him for a long moment. You're changing, she said quietly. Since you arrived, since the chapel, since everything that's happened. You're becoming something more. Is that bad? I don't know. Her honesty was characteristic. But whatever you're becoming, I want to be part of it. If you'll let me. Harry reached out, taking her hand in his. I can't imagine doing this without you. Audrey's smile was radiant. Sirius was waiting at the apartment when Harry finally made it home, hours later. His godfather was pacing, never a good sign, and his expression when Harry walked through the door was complicated. That thing you did, Sirius said without preamble. The darkness, the void energy. What was that? A new technique. Something I've been developing. It looked like dark magic. Proper dark magic, not just morally questionable spells. Sirius's voice was tight. The kind of thing that gets people sent to Azkaban back home. It's not dark magic. Not exactly. Harry sat down, suddenly tired. It's complicated. My connection to the void gives me access to energies that don't fit normal categories. I've been learning to channel them, combine them with my wizard abilities. And you don't think that's dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. Everything about my situation is dangerous. Harry met his godfather's eyes. But it's also power. Power I need if I'm going to survive here, if I'm going to find a way home, if I'm going to help the people I care about. At what cost? I don't know yet. Harry's voice was honest. But I'm being careful. Paying attention. Not letting it change who I am fundamentally. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Your mother used to say something similar, he said eventually. When she was researching the protection magic. She knew it was dangerous, knew it might have consequences she couldn't predict. But she did it anyway, because the alternative was worse. And it worked. She saved my life. She did. Sirius's expression softened. I'm not going to pretend I'm not worried. Watching you channel that, whatever it was, scared me. But I trust you, Harry. If you say you're being careful, I believe you. Thank you. Just promise me something. Sirius moved closer, his hand coming to rest on Harry's shoulder. If you start to feel like you're losing yourself, like the power is taking more than you want to give, you'll tell me. You won't try to handle it alone. I promise. Good. Sirius pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug. Now get some sleep. You look like you went 3 rounds with a Hungarian horntail. It felt like it too. The weeks following the challenge brought changes Harry hadn't anticipated. His status within church politics shifted dramatically. The oversight committee meetings became more collaborative, less adversarial. Victor remained cold but stopped pushing for aggressive measures. Other church representatives began treating Harry as a potential ally rather than a problem to be managed. The Tarot Club's position strengthened as well. Klein reported through their dream meetings that various Beyonder factions were reassessing their approach to the organization, recognizing that its members, including Harry, represented more significant capabilities than previously assumed. And Harry's training intensified. Now that he'd demonstrated the void integration technique, he needed to develop it properly, understand its limits, its costs, its potential applications. He worked with Furs on theoretical frameworks, with Zio on combat applications, with Dunn on tactical deployment. He also discovered that the technique had side effects. Your spiritual signature is shifting, Soas reported during one of their sessions. The void energy is leaving traces, integrating into your fundamental nature. You're becoming something that's neither pure wizard nor pure Beyonder. Something new. Something unprecedented. The closest analog in our records is the legendary figures from before the pathways were established, beings who embodied multiple aspects of supernatural power simultaneously. Soest's expression was professionally neutral, but Harry could sense the fascination underneath. You may be the first such being to emerge in recorded history. That sounds either amazing or terrifying. Probably both. Harry also began formal Beyonder education, studying the pathways in detail, learning to recognize abilities and predict behaviors. He would never become a Beyonder himself, his wizard nature apparently made that impossible, but understanding the system helped him operate within it. The key insight, Klein explained during one of their sessions, is that Beyonder abilities follow patterns. Sequences progress logically, each building on what came before. Once you understand a pathway's underlying concept, you can predict what its practitioners are capable of even at levels you've never encountered. But wizard magic doesn't follow those patterns. Exactly. Which is why you're so effective against Beyonders, they can't predict you the way they can predict each other. Klein paused. But that advantage cuts both ways. You also can't predict them as easily, since your intuitions are trained on a different system. So I need to learn both. You need to integrate both. Build mental models that account for wizard magic and Beyonder abilities simultaneously. That's something no one has ever done before. No pressure. Klein almost laughed. 2 months after the challenge, Harry stood on the roof of his apartment building, watching the sun set over Backlund's perpetual haze. So much had changed since he'd fallen through the veil. He'd arrived desperate, alone, with nothing but his wand and his wits. Now he had allies, resources, a position within the complex web of Beyonder society. He had Sirius back. He had Audrey. He had hope. But the challenges weren't over. Zangwill was still out there, planning who knew what. The connection to his home world remained a mystery he hadn't solved. And the power he was developing came with questions he couldn't yet answer. What was he becoming? What would it cost? And would it be enough to protect the people he cared about? The door to the roof opened, and Audrey emerged, picking her way across the uneven surface to join him at the edge. "You're brooding," she observed. "I'm contemplating." Same thing, different vocabulary. She slipped her hand into his. "What's on your mind?" "Everything." "Nothing." Harry watched the last light fade from the sky. "I keep thinking about what comes next. The challenges I'll face, the choices I'll have to make. Whether I'm ready for any of it. No one's ever ready." Audrey's voice was gentle. "You just do your best and hope it's enough." Voice of experience. Voice of someone who's been watching you for months. Audrey turned to face him. "Harry, you've accomplished more in a few months than most Beyonders manage in years. You've fought void creatures, disrupted major rituals, rescued someone from the space between worlds, and demonstrated abilities that have the entire church establishment reconsidering their assumptions. If anyone's going to be ready for what comes next, it's you. You're biased. Completely." She smiled. "But I'm also right." Harry looked at her, golden hair catching the last rays of sunset, green eyes warm with affection and confidence in him, and felt something settle in his chest. "I love you," he said. The words came out before he'd fully decided to say them, but they felt right. Felt true. Audrey's expression shifted through surprise, joy, and something deeper that made Harry's heart race. "I love you too," she said. "I think I have for a while now. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you?" She laughed softly. "We're both idiots, apparently. Too focused on survival and politics and saving the world to notice what was right in front of us. We noticed. We just didn't acknowledge it. Well, we're acknowledging it now." Audrey stepped closer, her hands coming up to rest on his chest. "Whatever comes next, Harry Potter, we face it together. Understood?" "Understood." She kissed him, and for a moment, all the challenges and complications and uncertainties faded away. There was just the two of them, on a rooftop in Backlund, choosing each other despite everything. When they finally separated, Harry found himself smiling. "We should probably go inside," he said. "It's getting cold." "In a minute." Audrey turned to look out over the city, keeping hold of his hand. "I want to remember this. The view, the moment, all of it." Harry looked out with her, at the vast expanse of Backlund spreading toward the horizon, its smoke and secrets, its dangers and possibilities. "It's not much to look at," he said. "No. But it's ours." Audrey squeezed his hand. "Whatever this world throws at us, we've made a place in it. That means something." Harry thought about everything he'd been through to reach this point. The fear, the pain, the losses and victories and impossible choices. "Yeah," he said. "It does." They stood together as night fell over Backlund, two people who'd found each other against impossible odds, ready to face whatever came next. Together. Chapter 8, Ghosts of the Past. Chapter 8, Ghosts of the Past. The nightmares returned 3 months after the challenge. Harry had almost forgotten what it felt like, the green flash of the killing curse, the high cold laugh that had haunted his childhood, the desperate screaming that he could never quite identify as his mother's or his own. Since arriving in this world, his dreams had been filled with grey fog and void whispers and the strange communications of the Fool. The old terrors had faded, replaced by new ones. But now they were back. He woke gasping, tangled in sweat-soaked sheets, his scar burning with a pain he hadn't felt since before the veil. For a disorienting moment, he wasn't sure where he was. The small apartment could have been the cupboard under the stairs, could have been his dormitory at Hogwarts, could have been anywhere. "Harry?" Sirius's voice, rough with sleep and concern. His godfather appeared in the doorway, wand in hand. He'd acquired a replacement through Tarot Club connections, not as responsive as his original but functional. "I'm okay." Harry's voice came out hoarse. "Just a nightmare." "The same one?" Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Sirius crossed the room and sat on the edge of Harry's bed, his presence steady and grounding. "It's been happening more often," Sirius said. "It wasn't a question. The last 3 nights, you've woken up screaming." "I didn't realize I was screaming." "Silencing charms on your room." "I check every morning." Sirius's expression was gentle but worried. "Want to talk about it?" Harry considered refusing. He'd spent years not talking about his nightmares, not burdening others with the weight of his trauma. But Sirius was different. Sirius had been there, had experienced his own horrors in Azkaban, would understand in ways that most people couldn't. "It's the graveyard," Harry said finally. "Cedric dying. Voldemort coming back. But it's mixed up with other things, the veil, the void creatures, everything that's happened here. Like my mind is trying to process all of it at once and failing. Trauma doesn't work in straight lines." Sirius's voice was knowing. "It comes back when you're not expecting it, mixes itself up with new experiences, finds new ways to hurt you." "Speaking from experience?" 12 years in Azkaban surrounded by Dementors. "Yeah, I've got some experience with trauma." Sirius's smile was crooked, pained. "The first year after I escaped, I couldn't sleep more than an hour at a time. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that cell, feeling everything I'd lost being ripped away again and again." "How did you cope?" "Badly, mostly. Fire whiskey. Reckless behavior. Avoiding anything that reminded me of the past." Sirius paused. "But eventually, I realized that avoiding didn't work. The memories were going to be there whether I faced them or not. The only choice was whether I let them control me or I learned to live with them. And now? Now I still have nightmares sometimes. Still have moments where the past feels more real than the present. But they don't own me anymore." Sirius's hand found Harry's shoulder, squeezing gently. "You've been so focused on survival, on learning this world, on the challenges in front of you. You haven't had time to process everything you've been through. There hasn't been time. There's never time. You have to make it. Sirius stood. Try to get some more sleep. We'll talk more in the morning. But Harry didn't sleep. He lay awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling, thinking about all the things he'd been trying not to think about. Cedric, dead in the graveyard because he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. His parents, murdered before he could remember them, leaving only echoes and stories. Sirius, lost to the Veil for what had felt like forever, now recovered but changed by his time in the void. All the people who died in the war against Voldemort, a war that might still be raging in his home world, without him there to help. And underneath it all, the constant, grinding fear that none of it would ever be enough. That no matter how strong he became, no matter how many allies he gathered, he would ultimately fail the people who depended on him. When morning finally came, Harry felt worse than before he'd slept. The Tarot Club meeting that night was routine, information sharing, progress reports, coordination on various ongoing projects. Harry participated mechanically, his mind elsewhere. Audrey noticed immediately. Harry. Her voice in his mind, one of the abilities she developed at Sequence 7, allowing telepathic communication with willing participants. You seem distracted. Bad night. Nightmares. About what? Everything. Harry couldn't elaborate without revealing more than he wanted to share in this setting. Can we talk after? Of course. The meeting concluded, and Harry waited as the other members faded back to waking reality. Audrey lingered, her form solidifying as she focused her attention on maintaining their shared presence in the grey fog. Tell me, she said simply. So Harry told her. Everything. The nightmares about Cedric and the graveyard. The guilt about leaving his world behind, about the people who might be suffering without him. The fear that he would never be good enough, never be strong enough, never be able to protect everyone who needed protecting. He talked until his voice was hoarse and his eyes were burning, and through all of it, Audrey listened. When he finally fell silent, she moved closer, her form in the grey fog space warm and solid against his. I can't fix any of that, she said quietly. I can't tell you your fears are unfounded, because some of them aren't. I can't promise that everything will work out, because I don't know if it will. Then what can you do? I can be here. Her eyes met his, steady and certain. I can remind you that you're not alone. That whatever burdens you're carrying, you don't have to carry them by yourself. That's not nothing. No. It's not. Audrey's hand found his. Harry, you've spent your whole life being expected to handle everything alone. The prophecy, the war, the expectations of an entire world. You've internalized that, the idea that you have to be strong all the time, that showing weakness means failing the people who depend on you. Because it does. When I'm weak, people die. When you're human, bad things sometimes happen. That's not the same as it being your fault. Audrey's voice was gentle but firm. Cedric died because Voldemort killed him, not because you failed to prevent it. Your parents died because a dark wizard decided to murder a baby, not because that baby wasn't strong enough to stop him. Sirius fell through the veil because of a battle that was already lost before you arrived. I should have what? Been older? Stronger? More experienced? Audrey shook her head. You were a child, Harry. You still are, in many ways. Expecting yourself to have handled things perfectly is unreasonable. Then what should I expect? Progress. Learning. Doing better than you did before, not doing perfectly. Audrey squeezed his hand. You're allowed to be traumatized. You're allowed to struggle. That doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. Harry was quiet for a long moment, absorbing her words. I don't know how to do this, he admitted finally. How to process everything without letting it drown me. That's what I'm here for. Audrey's smile was soft. As a psychiatrist, I can help you work through trauma in ways that most people can't. It won't be easy, it never is, but you don't have to figure it out alone. You do that? Harry, I love you. Helping you heal is the least I can do. She paused. Besides, it's not entirely selfless. The person you'll become once you've processed all of this. I want to know that person. I want to see what you're capable of when you're not dragging the weight of the past behind you everywhere you go. Something loosened in Harry's chest. Okay, he said. Where do we start? They started with memories. Audrey's abilities as a psychiatrist allowed her to enter Harry's mindscape, not forcibly, like Snape's legilimency, but gently, collaboratively. Together, they could examine his memories without Harry having to relive them fully, could process the emotional weight without being overwhelmed by it. The first session focused on Cedric. Harry hadn't thought about the Triwizard Tournament in months. Since arriving in this world, he'd been too busy surviving to dwell on the past. But the memories were still there, waiting, the maze, the portkey, the graveyard, the moment when a flash of green light ended a life that had barely begun. Tell me about him, Audrey said as they stood together in the memory of the third task. Cedric. What was he like? Good. Harry's voice was rough. Genuinely good. Fair, hard-working, talented without being arrogant about it. He helped me figure out the clue for the second task even though we were competitors. He didn't have to do that. You liked him. I respected him. He was the kind of person you hoped would win, if you couldn't win yourself. Harry watched the memory Cedric navigate the maze, confident but not reckless. He didn't deserve what happened to him. No one deserves to be murdered. Audrey's voice was gentle. But his death wasn't your fault, Harry. You didn't create the portkey. You didn't arrange for Voldemort to be there. You were as much a victim of that trap as Cedric was. I suggested we take the cup together. If I hadn't, then Voldemort would have found another way. You've told me about him, obsessed, patient, willing to wait years for revenge. If the trap at the maze hadn't worked, there would have been another trap later. Audrey paused. Do you really believe Voldemort would have given up just because one plan failed? No. Harry knew that was true. He would have kept trying until he got what he wanted. So Cedric's death was inevitable, in a sense. Not because of anything you did or didn't do, but because Voldemort had decided it would happen. Audrey turned to face him. The guilt you carry, does it change anything? Does it bring Cedric back? Does it undo the past? No. Then what purpose does it serve? Harry was quiet for a long moment. It makes me feel like I'm doing something, he said finally. Like I'm not just accepting what happened and moving on. Like I'm honoring his memory by suffering for it. But suffering doesn't honor anyone. It just perpetuates pain. Audrey's voice was certain. You want to honor Cedric's memory? Live well. Use the life you have to help people, to fight the kind of evil that killed him. That's meaningful. Guilt is just static. The memory of the maze dissolved around them, replaced by the neutral gray of the fog space. Harry felt something shift inside him, not resolution, exactly, but the beginning of it. A loosening of the chains he'd been carrying without realizing how heavy they'd become. Same time tomorrow? Audrey asked. Yeah. Same time tomorrow. The sessions continued over the following weeks. They worked through memory after memory, the Chamber of Secrets, the Dementor attacks, the Dursleys' casual cruelty, the Department of Mysteries. Each one was painful, but each one also felt like lancing a wound that had been festering for years. Audrey was patient, methodical, skilled in ways that went beyond her abilities. She'd clearly done this before, guided people through trauma, helped them find meaning in suffering. You're good at this, Harry observed during one session. It's what the psychiatrist sequence is designed for, at least partly. Understanding minds, healing psychological damage. Audrey paused. But I've also had practice. My brother, he went through something difficult when we were younger. Helping him recover was what first made me interested in becoming a Beyonder. I didn't know you had a brother. He's older. We're not close anymore. He followed the path our family expected, and I didn't. Audrey's smile was rueful. But the experience shaped who I became. Made me want to help people the way I helped him. Does he know about your abilities, the tarot club, everything? No. My family thinks I'm a proper noblewoman with some eccentric interests. If they knew the truth. She trailed off. It would be complicated. Harry thought about his own complicated family history. Thank you, he said. For everything you're doing. I know it's not easy, dealing with someone else's trauma. It's not easy dealing with your own trauma, Audrey replied. But that doesn't mean it's not worth doing. Progress came slowly, then all at once. Harry found himself sleeping better, thinking more clearly, reacting to stress with something other than suppressed panic or forced calm. The nightmares didn't stop entirely, but they became less frequent, less overwhelming. He also noticed changes in his magic. The void integration is more stable, he reported to Klein during one of their meetings. I can maintain the hybrid state longer, with less strain. It's like something was blocking the flow before, and now it's clearing. Psychological barriers often manifest as magical ones, Klein observed. Unresolved trauma can restrict access to power by creating internal resistance. As you process the past, those restrictions loosen. So the therapy is making me stronger? The therapy is making you more integrated. Your power was always there, you're just learning to access it fully. Klein paused. Though I'd caution against pursuing this too aggressively. Integration should happen at its own pace. Forcing it can create new problems. I'm not forcing anything. I'm just letting it happen. Good. That's the healthiest approach. Sirius noticed the changes too. You seem lighter, he said one evening over dinner. Like you've put down something heavy. I have. I'm still carrying plenty, but less than before. Harry met his godfather's eyes. Thank you for pushing me to talk about it. I don't know if I would have addressed any of this on my own. Probably not. Potters are stubborn that way. But Sirius was smiling. I'm glad you're doing better, pup. You deserve some peace. Not sure peace is in the cards for me. Then peace between crises. That's all any of us can really hope for. 4 months after the challenge, Harry received an unexpected visitor. He was practicing in the Nighthawk's training courtyard, running through spell combinations, testing the limits of his improved integration, when a figure appeared at the entrance. It was Agnes. The ancient woman looked the same as she had when Harry first met her, impossibly old, impossibly knowing, with eyes that seemed to look through reality rather than at it. Harry Potter, she said. We need to talk. Harry lowered his wand. Agnes. I wasn't expecting you. No. But the time for certain conversations has arrived, whether expected or not. Agnes moved into the courtyard, her steps silent despite the rough stone beneath her feet. Your work with the Hall girl, the psychological healing, has progressed well. You know about that? I know about most things that happen in Backland. It's a habit born of long practice. Agnes stopped a few meters away, studying Harry with that penetrating gaze. Your integration is advancing. Your power is growing. You're becoming something that hasn't existed in this world for a very long time. So everyone keeps telling me. With good reason. The being you're becoming, neither wizard nor beyonder, but something that encompasses both, has implications you haven't fully considered. Agnes's voice was grave. You need to understand what you're evolving into, Harry. Before the process goes any further. Then tell me. Agnes was quiet for a moment, seeming to gather her thoughts. In the beginning, she said, before the pathways existed, before the gods rose to power, there were beings who embodied fundamental aspects of reality. Not through sequences or potions, but through pure existence. They simply were what they represented: death, time, fate, knowledge. The original creator. Klein mentioned that. The creator was one such being. But there were others, lesser in scope, perhaps, but similar in nature. They existed at the intersection of multiple concepts, containing contradictions that should have been impossible. And I'm becoming something like that? Potentially. Agnes's eyes met his. Your passage through the veil changed you in ways that are still unfolding. You carry wizard magic, which operates on different principles than this world's power. You carry a connection to the void, which exists outside normal reality. You carry death's mark, which resonates with one of the fundamental pathways. These elements are integrating, merging, becoming something unified. Is that dangerous? Everything is dangerous. The question is, dangerous to whom? Agnes moved closer. If your integration succeeds, if you become a true synthesis of multiple power systems, you'll be capable of things that even the gods would find threatening. You could reshape aspects of reality through pure will. You could bridge worlds that were never meant to connect. You could become a focal point for forces that have been dormant for millennia. Harry absorbed this. And if the integration fails? Then you die. Or worse, you become a tear in reality, a wound that bleeds chaos into everything it touches. Agnes's voice was flat. There's no middle ground here, Harry. Either you become something transcendent, or you become something catastrophic. That's not exactly reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to prepare you. Agnes stepped back. The psychological work you've been doing, processing trauma, healing internal wounds, that's essential. Integration requires coherence. If you're fractured, conflicted, carrying unresolved damage, the synthesis will reflect that. You'll become something broken instead of something whole. So the therapy isn't just about feeling better. It's about becoming capable of surviving what you're becoming. Agnes began to fade, her form becoming translucent. Continue your work with the Hall girl. Continue processing your past. And when the time comes for the final integration, and it will come, sooner than you expect, be ready to choose who you want to be. Choose how? You'll understand when the moment arrives. She was gone before Harry could ask more questions. He stood alone in the training courtyard, the weight of her words settling over him like a physical burden. Not just survival anymore. Not just adaptation or growth or becoming stronger. He was becoming something new. Something that could change everything, or destroy everything. And the only way to ensure the former was to heal the wounds he'd been carrying his entire life. Harry found Audrey that evening and told her everything Agnes had said. She listened without interrupting, her expression growing more serious as the implications became clear. She's right, Audrey said when he finished. I've noticed it in our sessions, your mindscape is changing, becoming more complex. I thought it was just normal development, but if Agnes is right, then it's something more fundamental. Your very nature is in flux. The psychological work we've been doing isn't just therapy, it's preparation for a transformation that could make or break you. Audrey was quiet for a moment. Harry, this is bigger than I realized. I'm not sure I'm qualified to guide you through something like this. You're the most qualified person I know. That might not be saying much. But Audrey's smile was slight. We need to accelerate the process. Address the remaining trauma more directly, more thoroughly. If Agnes is right about the timeline, she usually is. Then we don't have the luxury of going slowly. Audrey took Harry's hands in hers. This is going to be difficult. More difficult than anything we've done so far. Are you ready? Harry thought about everything he'd been through. The horrors of his past, the challenges of his present, the uncertain possibilities of his future. I don't have a choice, he said. So I'd better be ready. Audrey nodded, her expression determined. Then let's begin. The intensive session started the next day. Where before they'd worked through memories one at a time, giving Harry space to process each before moving on, now they dove deeper. They examined patterns, the recurring themes of abandonment, betrayal, and loss that threaded through Harry's life. They confronted core beliefs, the conviction that he was fundamentally alone, that depending on others led to their deaths, that his worth was measured only by what he could do for people rather than who he was. It was brutal work. Harry found himself confronting things he'd never allowed himself to think about directly. The way he'd felt when he realized the Dursleys would never love him. The moment in the Chamber of Secrets when he'd accepted he was probably going to die. The cold certainty, after Cedric's death, that everyone who got close to him was in danger. "This is why you push people away," Audrey observed during one particularly difficult session. "You've internalized the idea that proximity to you is fatal. So you maintain distance, keep people at arm's length, never fully allowing yourself to depend on anyone. It's not irrational. People around me do tend to die. Some people around you have died. That's not the same as everyone who gets close being doomed." Audrey's voice was firm. "Sirius is alive. I'm alive. Your friends from Hogwarts, you don't know what happened to them, but there's no reason to assume the worst. The pattern you've identified isn't as absolute as you believe. Then why does it feel like it is? Because trauma distorts perception. It takes individual events and generalizes them into universal rules. One betrayal becomes everyone will betray me. One death becomes everyone I love will die." Audrey paused. "The truth is more complicated. Sometimes people you care about will be hurt. Sometimes they won't. You can't control which outcome occurs, you can only control how you respond to it. What if my response is wrong? Then you learn and adjust. That's all any of us can do." Audrey met his eyes. "You're not a curse, Harry. You're a person. People around you have lives of their own, make their own choices, face their own dangers. Their fates aren't determined by their proximity to you." The words sank in slowly, working against years of accumulated conviction. "I want to believe that," Harry said quietly. "I'm just not sure I can." "That's okay. Belief comes with practice. For now, just consider the possibility that you might be wrong." Audrey squeezed his hands. "That's enough to start." The weeks blurred together in a haze of emotional excavation and painful revelation. Harry confronted his feelings about Dumbledore, the complicated mix of gratitude, resentment, and grief that he'd never properly processed. He examined his relationship with the Dursleys, not to forgive them, but to understand how their treatment had shaped his expectations of the world. He explored his fears about the future, the possibility of failure, the responsibility he carried, the weight of being someone everyone depended on. Through it all, Audrey was there. Steady, supportive, guiding him through the darkness without ever minimizing what he was facing. And slowly, something began to change. Not just Harry's mental state, though that improved dramatically, but something more fundamental. The hybrid power that had been growing inside him, the synthesis of wizard magic and void energy and death resonance, started to stabilize. Where before his integration had been unstable, unpredictable, now it felt coherent. Like the different aspects of his nature were finally learning to work together instead of fighting each other. "Your mindscape is different," Audrey reported during one session. "More organized. The chaotic elements are settling into patterns, the fractured aspects are reconnecting. Whatever's happening to you, the psychological work is helping." Agnes was right, then. "Processing the trauma is preparing me for the integration." "It seems like it." Audrey's expression was thoughtful. "But there's still more work to do. The deepest wounds, the ones you've been carrying since before you can remember, those are still there. My parents' deaths. Among other things. The fundamental trauma of losing your family before you could know them, of being raised by people who resented your existence, of having your identity shaped by violence and loss from the very beginning. Audrey paused. That's the foundation everything else is built on. Until we address it, the integration will always be incomplete. Harry knew she was right. For all the progress he'd made, there were still parts of himself he couldn't access, couldn't examine, couldn't heal. The oldest wounds, the deepest scars, the damage that predated conscious memory. How do we address something I can't even remember? There are techniques. Ways of accessing preverbal memory, of processing trauma that happened before language could encode it. Audrey's voice was careful. It's dangerous work. You'd be going into the deepest parts of your psyche, confronting pain that you've never been able to articulate. If something goes wrong, I could lose myself. Or worse. You could shatter instead of integrating. Audrey met his eyes. But if we don't try, the integration will happen anyway, just without the foundation it needs. Agnes said there's no middle ground. Either we do this properly, or I become something catastrophic. Yes. Harry thought about it. The risks were enormous: psychological fragmentation, magical instability, possibly death. But the alternative was letting the integration happen without guidance, without preparation, without any control over the outcome. That wasn't really a choice at all. When do we start? Audrey's smile was sad and proud and determined all at once. Tonight. The deep session took place in the space above the gray fog. Audrey had arranged it with Klein's help. The mystical space provided a stable environment for the kind of intensive work they were attempting, reducing the risk of external interference. Harry arrived to find Audrey already waiting, her form more focused than he'd ever seen it. "Last chance to back out," she said. "Not backing out." "Then let's begin." Audrey extended her consciousness into his, deeper than she'd ever gone before. Harry felt her presence moving through the layers of his mind, past the conscious thoughts, past the accessible memories, past the psychological defenses he'd built over years of survival. Down into the darkness where the oldest wounds waited. And there, buried at the foundation of everything he was, Harry found it. Not a memory, exactly. More like an impression, a moment frozen in psychological amber, preserved from a time before he could understand what was happening. Green light. His mother's scream. A pain in his forehead that was also a hole being torn in reality. And underneath that, love. Desperate, fierce, all-consuming love that wrapped around him like armor, that refused to let him go even as the darkness closed in. His mother's sacrifice. The moment that had defined everything that came after. Harry wept. Not with grief this time, but with something else, a mixture of sorrow and gratitude and finally, understanding. He'd known intellectually what his mother had done for him. But now he felt it, experienced the depth of her love directly, understood in his bones what her sacrifice had meant. She had loved him. Completely, unconditionally, with everything she was. And that love hadn't ended when she died. It was still there, woven into the fabric of his being, protecting him in ways he'd never fully appreciated. "I'm so proud of you," a voice whispered, and Harry knew it wasn't Audrey, knew it was something else, an echo, maybe, or a message preserved in the magic itself. "Whatever you become, remember, you are loved. You have always been loved. And that love will never leave you." The darkness receded. The pain faded. And Harry emerged from the depths of his psyche forever changed. When he opened his eyes, he was lying in the gray fog space with Audrey kneeling beside him, her face streaked with tears. "Harry," she breathed. "Harry, you're glowing." He looked down at himself and saw that she was right. Light was emanating from his skin, not the silver white of his Patronus or the void black of his darker abilities, but something else. Something golden and warm that felt like dawn and hope and the fierce protective love of a mother for her child. "The integration," Harry said, his voice strange to his own ears. "It's happening. I know. I can feel it." Audrey's expression was odd. "Harry, whatever you're becoming, it's beautiful. The golden light pulsed, and Harry felt the different aspects of his nature finally, truly coming together. Wizard magic and void energy and death resonance and his mother's love, all of it merging, synthesizing, becoming something unified and whole. He wasn't just a bridge between worlds anymore. He was becoming something new. Something that had never existed before, in any reality. And for the first time since he'd fallen through the veil, Harry Potter wasn't afraid of what he might become. He was ready for it. Chapter 9, The Scar's Secret. Chapter 9, The Scar's Secret. The golden light faded slowly, leaving Harry feeling both emptied and filled at the same time. He lay in the grey fog space for what felt like hours, Audrey sitting beside him, neither of them speaking. There didn't seem to be words adequate for what had just happened, the descent into his deepest wounds, the revelation of his mother's love, the beginning of an integration that would change everything. When Harry finally sat up, he felt different. Not stronger, exactly, though he was that too. More like, complete. The fractures that had run through his psyche for as long as he could remember had begun to heal, the scattered pieces of himself finally coming together into something coherent. "How do you feel?" Audrey asked, her voice hushed. "Like I'm actually here. For the first time since." Harry trailed off, unable to articulate it properly. "Since ever, maybe. Your mindscape is transformed." Audrey's psychiatrist senses were clearly active, reading the changes in his psychological structure. "The fragmentation is gone. Not just reduced, gone. I've never seen anything like it. The integration. More than that. Whatever happened when you connected with your mother's sacrifice, it didn't just heal you. It activated something." Audrey's expression was awed and concerned in equal measure. "Harry, your scar, it's different." Harry raised his hand to his forehead automatically. The lightning bolt was still there, he could feel the raised tissue under his fingertips, but she was right. Something had changed. The constant ache that had been his companion since arriving in this world was gone. In its place was something else, a warmth, a presence, a connection that felt alive in a way it never had before. "I need to see it," Harry said. "Is there a way to create a reflection here?" Audrey concentrated, and a shimmering surface appeared in the fog before them, a mirror made of condensed dream stuff. Harry looked at his reflection and felt his breath catch. The scar was glowing. Not the sickly green of Voldemort's presence, not the silver white of his Patronus, not even the golden warmth of the integration light. This was something else, a soft luminescence that shifted colors as he watched, cycling through hues that didn't have names in any language he knew. "What is that?" Audrey whispered. "I don't know." But even as he said it, Harry felt understanding beginning to unfold in his mind. The scar wasn't just a mark anymore, it was a doorway. A lens. A point of connection between himself and something vast. He reached for that connection, tentatively, like touching a flame to test its heat. And the world exploded into light. Harry found himself standing in a place that wasn't the grey fog. It wasn't anywhere he'd ever been before, not Hogwarts, not Backlund, not the void between worlds. It was, other. A space defined by concepts rather than geography, by meaning rather than matter. Around him, vast structures rose into a sky that had no color. They looked like the spheroid that Klein had described, the cosmic architecture that governed this world's supernatural reality, but they were different. Older. More fundamental. And among them, woven through everything like threads of light, was something familiar. Love. Not an abstraction or a metaphor, but an actual force, as real as gravity, as tangible as stone. Harry could see it, feel it, almost touch it. It connected everything to everything else, a web of meaning that spanned all of reality. "You see it now." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, ancient beyond measure but somehow warm, somehow personal. Harry turned, searching for the source, and found, his mother. Not as a ghost or a memory, but as something more. A presence that contained everything Lily Potter had been while also being something larger, something that had grown beyond the boundaries of a single life. Mom. In a sense. The presence smiled. Harry couldn't see a face, but he felt the smile. I'm what remained of me after the sacrifice. The love that wouldn't let go, even when my body failed. I've been with you all along, Harry. Protecting you, guiding you, waiting for you to be ready to see. Ready for what? For this. The presence gestured, and Harry's attention was drawn to the structures around them. You're standing at the intersection of multiple realities. The place where different rules meet and overlap. Your passage through the veil didn't just transport you, it made you a permanent connection point. A bridge that exists in multiple worlds simultaneously. Agnes told me something similar. Agnes knows pieces of the truth. But not all of it. The presence moved closer, and Harry felt warmth surround him like an embrace. You're not just becoming something new, Harry. You're becoming a fixed point, a constant that exists regardless of which reality you're in. The love that protected you from Voldemort's curse has evolved, merged with the void energy, merged with the death resonance. It's become something that transcends the barriers between worlds. What does that mean? In practical terms, it means you have choices that no one has ever had before. You can exist here, in Backlund, and build the life you've begun. You can return to your home world, if you choose. The connection is strong enough now to navigate deliberately. You can even exist in multiple places simultaneously, maintaining presence in both realities at once. Harry's mind reeled at the implications. I can go home. Yes. The integration you've achieved has stabilized your bridge nature. You're no longer at the mercy of the void's currents, you can navigate them deliberately. Then I should, wait. The presence's voice was gentle but firm. Before you decide, you need to understand what's happening in your home world. What's changed since you left? The space around them shifted, the conceptual structures parting to reveal something like a window, a view into another reality. Harry saw Hogwarts. But it was different. Wrong. Dark marks floated above the towers. Death Eaters patrolled the grounds. And in the Great Hall, sitting at the head table where Dumbledore should have been, Voldemort. Harry's blood ran cold. No. The war continued without you. Dumbledore fell at the end of your 5th year, Snape's betrayal, though not all was as it seemed. Without you to anchor the prophecy, the resistance crumbled. Voldemort took Hogwarts a year ago. He controls most of Wizarding Britain now. My friends, Ron, Hermione, alive. In hiding, with what remains of the Order. They've been fighting, waiting, hoping. The presence paused. Hoping you might return. Harry stared at the image of his corrupted school, horror and determination warring in his chest. I have to go back. I have to help them. You can. But you should understand the cost. The presence's voice was sad. Your life here, Sirius, Audrey, the allies you've built, the peace you found, you would have to leave it all behind. The bridge works both ways, but maintaining presence in multiple realities requires focus, energy, sacrifice. You cannot simply walk between worlds as you please. Not yet. Not until you've grown further. So I have to choose. For now. The choice isn't permanent. As you develop, new options will emerge. But in this moment, you must decide, do you stay in Backlund and continue building your life here, or do you return to your home world and rejoin the war against Voldemort? Harry thought about everything waiting for him in each direction. In Backlund, Sirius, recovered and healing. Audrey, whom he loved. The Tarot Club, the Nighthawks, the complex web of alliances he'd built. A life that was finally beginning to feel like his own. In his home world, friends who needed him. A war that was being lost. A prophecy that still named him as the only one who could defeat Voldemort. It shouldn't have been a difficult choice. His home world was in crisis. People he cared about were suffering. The duty he'd been raised with demanded that he return, that he fight, that he fulfill the destiny everyone had always expected of him. But he'd spent his entire life being told what he was supposed to do. Being shaped by prophecy, by expectation, by the needs of others. He'd never chosen his own path, never been allowed to build something that was truly his. Here, in Backlund, he'd found that. A life he'd made himself. Relationships built on genuine connection rather than shared trauma. A future that was undefined, full of possibilities he'd never been allowed to imagine. Could he walk away from that? Could he walk away from the other? You don't have to decide immediately, his mother's presence said gently. The bridge is stable now. It will wait for you. But every day I delay, people in my world suffer. Yes. But rushing into a choice of this magnitude could cause more harm than good. The presence moved closer again. Talk to the people you trust. Sirius, Audrey, the others. Their perspectives might help clarify your thinking. And what do you think I should do? The presence was quiet for a long moment. I think you've spent enough of your life being told what to do, she said finally. This choice is yours, Harry. Whatever you decide, I will support you. I will always support you. Even if I choose to stay here. To abandon the war, the prophecy, everything I was supposed to be. Even then. The warmth surrounded him again. You are my son. I didn't sacrifice myself so you could be a weapon in someone else's war. I sacrificed myself so you could live. However you choose to do that, here, there, somewhere else entirely, it's your life. Your choice. Your future. Harry felt tears streaming down his face. I love you, Mom. I love you too, sweetheart. Always and forever. The space began to fade, the structures dissolving back into formless light. The connection is established now. When you're ready to decide, when you're ready to act, focus on your scar and call for me. I'll help guide you through. Will I see you again? Whenever you need me. I told you, Harry, I never left. I was just waiting for you to be ready to see. The light swallowed everything, and Harry fell back into the gray fog. He woke in his bed in Backlund, dawn light streaming through the window. For a moment, he wasn't sure if it had been real, the deep session, the integration, the conversation with his mother's spiritual essence. It could have been a dream, a hallucination, his traumatized mind creating comfort where none existed. But then he touched his scar and felt the warmth there, the living connection that hummed with potential. It was real. He could go home. Harry lay still, staring at the ceiling, trying to process the enormity of it. The war in his world had gone badly. Voldemort controlled Hogwarts, controlled most of Wizarding Britain. His friends were in hiding, fighting a losing battle, waiting for him to return. He should return. Every instinct that had been drilled into him since he'd learned about the prophecy screamed that he should go back, should fight, should fulfill the role everyone expected of him. But his mother's words echoed in his mind, I didn't sacrifice myself so you could be a weapon in someone else's war. Had he ever really had a choice? From the moment Voldemort marked him, his life had been defined by that conflict. Everything he'd done, everyone he'd become, all of it shaped by the expectation that he would eventually face the Dark Lord and either kill or be killed. Here, in Backlund, he'd started to build something different. Something that was his, not imposed by prophecy or expectation. A life where he could be more than the boy who lived, more than the chosen one, more than a weapon. But could he really turn his back on people who needed him? Could he enjoy his freedom while Ron and Hermione hid from Death Eaters, while innocent people suffered under Voldemort's rule? The questions chased each other in circles, and Harry had no answers. He found Sirius in the kitchen, as usual, attempting to make breakfast and filling the apartment with suspicious smoke. You're up early, Sirius observed, not looking up from his culinary battle. Good session with Audrey last night? You could say that. Harry sat down at the small table. Sirius, I need to talk to you about something. Something in his tone must have registered, because Sirius immediately abandoned the stove and turned to face him. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, exactly. But something's changed. Harry took a deep breath. I had a breakthrough last night. My connection to the veil, to the space between worlds, it stabilized. Enough that I can use it deliberately. Sirius went very still. Deliberately how? I can go home. Back to our world, back to Britain, back to... Harry trailed off. The war. Voldemort. Everything I left behind. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications. And what have you seen there? Sirius asked finally. In our world. Harry told him. About the vision his mother's presence had shown him. About Dumbledore's fall, Hogwarts' capture, Voldemort's triumph. About Ron and Hermione hiding with the remnants of the Order. Sirius listened without interrupting, his expression growing grimmer with each revelation. So it all went to hell, he said when Harry finished. Without you there to anchor things. Without me to fight in a war I never chose. Harry's voice was bitter. Without me to be the weapon everyone expected me to be. That's not, Sirius stopped, visibly reconsidering his words. Okay. Maybe there's some truth to that. The prophecy, the expectations, everything, it was a lot to put on a kid. On anyone. I know I should go back. I know I should help. But... Harry struggled to articulate what he was feeling. I've finally started to build something here. A life that's actually mine. If I go back, I become the chosen one again. I become what everyone else needs me to be, not what I want to be. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Harry, can I tell you something about James? About your father? Harry nodded. He was brilliant, your dad. Talented, charismatic, brave to the point of stupidity. Everyone expected great things from him, and for the most part, he delivered. Sirius's voice was heavy with old memory. But there was always this tension in him. Between what people expected and what he actually wanted. Between the hero everyone needed and the person he was inside. What did he want? To be a dad. To live quietly with Lily, raise a family, teach you how to fly. Sirius smiled sadly. The war took that from him. The prophecy made it impossible. He died at 21, having barely begun the life he actually wanted. So you're saying I should stay here? Live the life he couldn't? I'm saying you should think carefully before making the same sacrifices he did. Sirius met Harry's eyes. James never hesitated to put himself in danger for others. It was his best quality and his fatal flaw. If he'd been more selfish, if he'd prioritized his own happiness sometimes, he might have lived long enough to see you grow up. But people would have died. Without him fighting, without his sacrifices, people die anyway, Harry. That's the terrible truth of war. No matter how much you sacrifice, no matter how hard you fight, some people are going to die. The question is whether you let that reality destroy you, or whether you find a way to live despite it. Harry thought about that. About all the deaths he'd witnessed, all the losses he'd suffered. About the guilt he'd carried for so long, the conviction that he was responsible for everyone's survival. I don't know if I can walk away, he said quietly. Even if I want to, even if it's the right thing for me, how do I live with myself knowing I abandoned people who needed help? You don't abandon them. Sirius leaned forward. You said this bridge connection is stabilizing, right? That more options will emerge as you develop. That's what Mum said. Then maybe you don't have to choose between worlds. Maybe you find a way to help both, to exist in both, without sacrificing yourself completely to either. Sirius's expression was determined. You're becoming something unprecedented, Harry. Don't limit yourself to binary choices just because that's what you're used to. Harry thought about Sirius's words all day. Don't limit yourself to binary choices. It made sense, in a way. His entire life, he'd been presented with stark alternatives. Fight or flee. Save one person or save another. Be a hero or be selfish. The idea that he might be able to transcend those limitations, find third options that didn't require sacrifice. It was seductive. Almost too seductive. But his mother had said something similar. As you develop, new options will emerge. What if the choice he was struggling with wasn't the real choice at all? What if it was just his current limitations creating the illusion of a binary that didn't actually exist? He needed more information. About his abilities, about the bridge connection, about what he might become capable of with further development. He needed to talk to Klein. The meeting in the gray fog was hastily arranged, outside the normal Tarot Club schedule. Klein appeared in his shrouded form, projecting the authority that came with the fool's position. "You've had a breakthrough," Klein observed. "I can feel the change in you. The integration is significant. I can go home. To my original world. Yes. The bridge is stable enough for deliberate transit now." Klein's voice was thoughtful. "Though I suspect you've already realized the complications. The war there is going badly. People I care about are suffering. I feel like I should help, but I don't want to lose everything I've built here. A common dilemma for those with access to multiple realities." Klein was quiet for a moment. "I've faced similar choices myself, though the specifics were different. The desire to fix everything, help everyone, be in all places at once, it can be overwhelming. How did you deal with it?" "Imperfectly. I made mistakes, prioritized badly, lost people I cared about." Klein's honesty was bracing. "But I also learned something important: you can't be responsible for everything. Even with vast power, even with the ability to reach across worlds, you're still finite. You still have limits. Accepting that, truly accepting it, is the first step toward making peace with impossible choices. So I should accept that I can't help everyone. You should accept that you're not required to help everyone. That your own life, your own happiness, your own choices have value independent of what you can do for others." Klein paused. "That's a radical idea for someone raised as you were. The prophecy, the expectations, the entire structure of your world trained you to believe your worth was measured by sacrifice. But it's not true. It was never true." Harry absorbed this. "What would you do?" "In my position? I'd wait." Klein's answer was immediate. "You've just undergone a massive transformation. You're still integrating, still understanding what you've become. Making permanent decisions about your future right now, when you don't fully understand your capabilities, seems premature. But every day I wait, time flows differently across realities. The connection you've established allows for some flexibility in how temporal relationships work. A month here might be days there, or weeks, depending on how you navigate." Klein's voice was careful. "I'm not saying ignore the crisis in your world. I'm saying give yourself time to fully understand your options before committing to a course of action." "How much time?" "Enough to complete the integration. Enough to understand what you're actually capable of. Enough to make a choice that's truly informed rather than reactive." Klein paused. "A few weeks, perhaps. A month at most. Will that make a critical difference in the war?" Harry thought about it. Voldemort had already been in control for a year. A few more weeks probably wouldn't change the fundamental situation. Probably not. Then give yourself that time. Train, develop, learn. When you're ready, when you truly understand what you can do, then make your choice. It wasn't a satisfying answer. But it was a practical one. "Okay," Harry said. "A month. Then I decide." He told Audrey that evening, meeting her at a small cafe in the workers' district. She listened to everything, the integration experience, the conversation with his mother's presence, the revelation about his home world, the choice he was facing, without interrupting. When he finished, her expression was complicated. "You're thinking about leaving," she said. "Not a question. I'm thinking about everything. That's the problem." Harry reached across the table, taking her hand. "I don't want to leave you. What we have, it's the best thing that's ever happened to me. But knowing that people are suffering, that friends I care about are fighting a war I was supposed to be part of. You feel responsible. I am responsible. The prophecy named me specifically. Voldemort marked me as his equal. Whatever happens in that war, I'm connected to it whether I want to be or not. The prophecy might not even be relevant anymore." Audrey's voice was careful. "You've changed. You're becoming something that didn't exist when that prophecy was made. Who's to say its terms still apply?" "That's, actually a good point. I have them occasionally." Her smile was strained. "Harry, I'm not going to pretend I want you to leave. The thought of you going back to that war, facing that monster, it terrifies me. But I also know that telling you to stay, asking you to abandon people you care about, that's not fair either. So what do I do? What Klein said. Wait. Learn. Understand what you're capable of before you decide." Audrey squeezed his hand. "And whatever you decide, know that I'll support you. Even if it means losing you. You wouldn't necessarily lose me. The connection, it might allow for something more complicated than a simple choice between worlds. Might. Could. Possibly." Audrey's expression was wry. "A lot of uncertainty for something this important. That's my life. Has been since I was 11. Harry tried to smile. "Constant uncertainty, occasional mortal peril, questionable decisions based on incomplete information. Sounds exhausting." "It is. But also." He struggled to articulate it. "There's something exhilarating about it too. Never knowing what comes next, always adapting, always discovering new possibilities. It's not peaceful, but it's alive in a way that ordinary life never could be." "And you'd rather be alive than peaceful?" "I'd rather be both, honestly. But if I had to choose." Harry met her eyes. "I've never been good at peaceful. I don't know how to just exist. There's always something to fight, something to fix, something to figure out. Maybe that's what you need to learn next." Audrey's voice was gentle. "How to be at peace. How to let yourself be happy without constantly looking for the next crisis. Is that even possible? For someone like me? I don't know. But I'd like to help you find out." The next few weeks were some of the strangest of Harry's life. He trained intensively, working to understand and control his new capabilities. The integration had given him access to abilities he'd never imagined, not just the combination of wizard magic and void energy he'd already developed, but something deeper. Something that touched the fundamental nature of reality itself. He could perceive the connections between things now. See the threads that linked people to each other, places to their histories, events to their causes. It was overwhelming at first, too much information, too many patterns, but gradually he learned to filter it, to focus on what mattered. He could also manipulate those connections, in limited ways. Strengthen bonds that already existed. Reveal hidden relationships. Even, with great effort, create new connections where none had existed before. "You're developing something like the Apprentice Pathways abilities," Klein observed during one of their sessions. "But operating on a more fundamental level. They manipulate social connections, political relationships. You're manipulating connection itself, the underlying property that allows things to relate to each other. Is that dangerous? Everything powerful is dangerous. But it's also potentially transformative." Klein's voice was thoughtful. "If you can create connections between worlds, between realities, you might be able to solve problems that no one else can even approach. Like what? Like maintaining presence in multiple realities simultaneously. Like allowing communication or travel between worlds that were never meant to interact. Like healing rifts in reality that have existed since the beginning of time. The possibilities were dizzying. Or I could accidentally tear everything apart. Also possible. Which is why training and control are essential. Klein paused. You're doing well, Harry. Better than I expected, honestly. Whatever the psychological work with Audrey did for you, it's provided a stable foundation for development. Harry thought about the sessions with Audrey, about confronting his deepest traumas and finally beginning to heal. It had been painful, terrifying, transformative. And it had prepared him for this. 3 weeks into his self-imposed waiting period, Harry had another vision. This one came unbidden, in the middle of a training session. One moment he was practicing connection manipulation, the next, he was somewhere else entirely. He was in a forest. Dense, dark, familiar. The Forbidden Forest. Near Hogwarts. And he wasn't alone. Harry. The voice was Hermione's. He couldn't see her, the vision was fuzzy, incomplete, but he'd know that voice anywhere. Harry, if you can hear this, we need you. The resistance is falling apart. Ron's been hurt, badly. We're running out of options. She sounded exhausted. Desperate. On the edge of breaking. I don't know if you're alive, if you can hear me, if any of this matters. But I had to try. I had to. Her voice cracked. Please, Harry. If you're out there somewhere, come back. We need you. The vision faded, leaving Harry gasping on the floor of the training room. He touched his scar, feeling the connection thrumming with urgent energy. The message had been real. Hermione had somehow reached across worlds to call for help. And Ron was hurt. Badly, she'd said. Harry's month wasn't up. He wasn't fully trained, wasn't completely in control of his new abilities. Making a decision now, rushing back before he was ready, was exactly what Klein had warned against. But this was Ron. This was Hermione. These were people he loved, suffering, calling for him. How could he not respond? He found Audrey that evening and told her about the vision. You're going to go, she said. It wasn't a question. I have to. They're my friends. They need me. I know. Audrey's eyes were bright with unshed tears, but her voice was steady. I knew when you told me about the connection that this moment would come eventually. I just hoped. Hoped what? That we'd have more time. She stepped closer, her hands finding his. Harry, I'm not going to try to stop you. I'm not going to guilt you into staying. But I need you to promise me something. Anything. Come back. Her voice was fierce. Whatever happens over there, whatever you have to do, find a way to come back. To me, to Sirius, to the life we're building. Don't let that world consume you the way it did before. I promise. I'm going to hold you to that. Audrey kissed him, fierce and desperate and full of everything she couldn't say. Now go tell Sirius. He'll want to know. Sirius took the news better than Harry expected. I figured something like this would happen, his godfather said. The moment you told me you could go back, I knew you would eventually. It's not in your nature to walk away from people who need help. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm proud of you. Sirius's smile was sad but genuine. You've become exactly the kind of person James and Lily hoped you'd be. Someone who helps because it's right, not because he's been told to. Will you be okay here? Without me? I survived 12 years in Azkaban. I can survive you going off to save the world. Sirius pulled Harry into a fierce hug. Besides, I'm not without resources. The friends you've made, the connections you've built, they'll help me, if I need it. And if I can't come back, Then I'll find a way to come to you. Sirius's voice was certain. I've already lost you once, Harry. I'm not doing it again. Whatever world you're in, I'll find you. Harry felt tears streaming down his face but didn't bother wiping them away. I love you, Sirius. I love you too, pup. Now go save the world. And when you're done, come home. The departure happened at midnight, in the space above the grey fog. Audrey was there, and Sirius, and Klein in his shrouded form, and Furs and Zio and the other Tarot Club members who'd become Harry's friends and allies. You're not fully trained, Klein observed. Your control over the new abilities is still developing. Are you certain about this? My friends are in danger. I can't wait any longer. Then take this. Klein extended his hand, and something appeared in his palm, a small medallion inscribed with symbols Harry didn't recognize. A focus for the connection. It will help you maintain contact with this reality while you're in the other. And if you need to return quickly, channel your will through it. Harry took the medallion, feeling the weight of Backlund's magic contained within it. Thank you. For everything. Thank me by coming back alive. Klein's voice was dry but warm. The Tarot Club has invested significant resources in your development. I'd hate to see that investment wasted. Harry almost laughed. He turned to Audrey, who stood with her arms wrapped around herself, visibly fighting to maintain composure. I'll come back, he said. I promise. You'd better. She kissed him one more time, quick and fierce. Go save your friends. Then come home to me. Harry nodded, unable to speak through the tightness in his throat. He closed his eyes, focused on his scar, and reached for the connection to his home world. The warmth responded immediately, his mother's presence guiding him, showing him the path. Are you ready? Her voice asked. Ready, Harry replied. The bridge opened, and Harry Potter, transformed, powerful, no longer the boy he'd been, stepped through into the war he'd left behind. Chapter 10, Blood in the Streets. Chapter 10, Blood in the Streets. Harry emerged from the bridge into chaos. The Forbidden Forest was burning. Not completely, the ancient trees were too massive, too saturated with magic to be consumed easily, but fires crackled through the underbrush, sending smoke spiraling into a night sky already thick with dark clouds. The air tasted of ash and ozone and something else, something that made Harry's newly enhanced senses recoil. Dark magic. Everywhere. He'd arrived in the middle of a battle. Spellfire lit up the darkness in bursts of red and green and sickly purple. Screams echoed between the trees, some human, some decidedly not. And through it all, the crack of apparition as combatants appeared and disappeared in the deadly dance of wizarding warfare. Harry didn't hesitate. His wand was in his hand before conscious thought caught up, and he was moving through the smoke toward the sounds of fighting. His enhanced perception painted the battlefield in threads of connection, bonds between fighters, links between spells and their casters, the dark tentacles of control that marked Death Eaters bound to their master. There. A cluster of defenders, maybe a dozen, surrounded by at least twice that number of attackers. The defenders were fighting desperately, but they were losing ground, being pushed back toward a rocky outcropping that offered no escape. Harry recognized the bushy hair of the figure at the center of the defensive formation. Hermione. He didn't announce himself. Didn't waste time with dramatic entrances or declarations. He simply attacked. Expecto Patronum. The hybrid Patronus exploded from his wand, silver-black, wreathed in void fire, larger and more powerful than anything he'd ever produced in this world. It tore through the Death Eater formation like a living meteor, scattering attackers and breaking their coordination. For a moment, the battlefield went still. Every eye turned toward the source of that impossible light, the silver-black dragon coiling through the smoke, the figure standing at the edge of the clearing with power radiating from him like heat from a forge. Harry. Hermione's voice was barely audible. Harry. The Death Eaters recovered first. Curses flew toward Harry from multiple directions, killing curses, cruciatus, dark magic he didn't recognize, but he was already moving. His backlund training took over. Dodge, shield, counter. He moved through the incoming spellfire like water through rocks, his body finding gaps that his conscious mind couldn't have identified. Spells that should have hit him missed by inches. Curses that should have overwhelmed his shields dissipated against defenses that operated on principles these wizards had never encountered. And then he was among them. Harry fought like nothing the Death Eaters had ever seen. His spells were wizard magic, familiar in form, but infused with something else, void energy that made them hit harder, last longer, resist countering. His physical combat incorporated techniques from Nighthawk training, unexpected angles and brutal efficiency that pure wizards never developed. In 30 seconds, 8 Death Eaters were down. The survivors broke and ran, operating away in a cascade of cracks that left the clearing suddenly, eerily quiet. Harry turned to face the defenders. Hermione was staring at him like she'd seen a ghost. Which, he supposed, she essentially had. Harry. Her voice cracked. You're really here. I got your message. Harry moved toward her, checking the wounded with quick glances. Ron, you said he was hurt. Where is he? Back at the camp. We were trying to, Hermione broke off, her composure finally crumbling. She threw herself at Harry, hugging him with a desperation that spoke of months of fear and grief. We thought you were dead. Everyone said, after you disappeared, I'm not dead. Harry hugged her back, feeling the too thin frame beneath her worn robes. I'm here. And I'm going to help. How? Hermione pulled back, her eyes searching his face. Harry, you're different. I can feel it. What happened to you? Long story. I'll explain everything, but first, the camp. We need to get everyone to safety. Hermione nodded, visibly pulling herself together. The Hermione he remembered, fierce, brilliant, unbreakable even when breaking, was still there underneath the exhaustion and grief. This way. We have about an hour before they regroup and come back with reinforcements. The resistance camp was hidden in a cave system deep within the forest, protected by every ward and concealment charm Hermione knew, which was considerable. It was also heartbreakingly small. Maybe 30 people huddled in the torchlit caverns. Harry recognized some faces, Neville, Luna, Ginny, a handful of Dumbledore's army members who'd survived the year since he'd been gone. Others were strangers, recruited into the fight after his disappearance. And in a corner, lying on a makeshift bed, Ron. Harry's best friend was pale, too pale, with bandages wrapped around his torso that were spotted with blood despite obvious recent changing. His breathing was shallow, labored, and even from across the cave Harry could sense the wrongness. Dark magic had done this, the kind that resisted normal healing. Curse damage, Hermione said quietly. Dolohov. It's been 3 days, and nothing we've tried has worked. Harry knelt beside Ron's bed, his enhanced senses examining the wound in ways that went beyond physical perception. The curse was still active, he realized, burrowing deeper, spreading corruption through Ron's magical core. I can help, he said. But I need everyone to step back. Harry, what are you going to do? Something I learned in the place I've been. Harry placed his hand on Ron's chest, over the wound. Trust me. Hermione hesitated, then nodded and pulled the others back. Harry reached for the connection abilities he'd been developing. He could see the curse now, a knot of dark magic embedded in Ron's system, feeding on his life force. Conventional healing couldn't touch it because it had bonded with Ron's magical core, made itself part of him. But Harry wasn't limited to conventional approaches anymore. He found the connections, the threads that linked the curse to Ron's magic, and began to work. Not destroying the curse directly, but severing its bonds, isolating it from the healthy tissue it was feeding on. It was delicate work, more delicate than anything he'd attempted before. One wrong move and he could damage Ron's core permanently. But his mother's presence was with him, guiding his perception, steadying his hands. The connections began to separate. The curse fought back, trying to establish new bonds, but Harry was faster. He cut and severed and isolated until the dark magic was contained in a pocket separate from everything else. Then, and only then, he destroyed it. Golden light flared from his hand, the love-based power his mother had left him, and the curse simply dissolved. Not destroyed through force, but unmade by something fundamentally antithetical to its nature. Ron gasped, his eyes flying open. Harry. His voice was weak but clear. Mate, is that really you? Yeah, Ron. Harry sat back, exhausted but triumphant. It's really me. About bloody time. Ron's grin was a shadow of its usual strength, but it was there. We've been waiting forever. The explanations took hours. Harry told them everything, the fall through the veil, Backlund, the Beyonders and their pathways, the Tarot Club and the churches, his transformation and the abilities he'd developed. He told them about Sirius, alive and recovering in another world. About Audrey and the love he'd found. About the choice he'd faced and the promise he'd made to return. In exchange, they told him about the war. It was worse than he'd feared. Dumbledore had fallen at the end of Harry's 5th year, killed by Snape in circumstances that remained murky. Without Dumbledore's leadership, without Harry to anchor the prophecy, the Order of the Phoenix had fragmented. Some members had gone underground. Others had been captured or killed. A few had fled Britain entirely. Voldemort had moved quickly to consolidate power. The Ministry fell within months. Hogwarts followed shortly after, transformed from a school into a fortress and indoctrination center. Muggleborns were being rounded up, blood traders hunted, anyone who resisted the new order eliminated. We're all that's left, Hermione said quietly. The organized resistance, anyway. There are others hiding, surviving, but in terms of people actually fighting back. This is it, Neville finished. His face was harder than Harry remembered, scarred by experiences that had stripped away the last traces of the uncertain boy he'd been. About 30 fighters against an army. The prophecy, Harry said. People thought it died with me. That's what Voldemort claims. He says he killed you when you fell through the veil, that the prophecy is fulfilled. Hermione's voice was bitter. Most people believe him. The ones who don't, they've mostly given up hope anyway. What about the Horcruxes? Silence. The what? Ron asked. Harry realized with a jolt that Dumbledore had died before sharing that crucial information. The reason Voldemort can't be killed permanently. He split his soul into pieces, hidden them in objects. As long as those objects exist, he can always come back. Harry's mind raced. Dumbledore must have known, he was researching it when I left. There's a ring, a locket, a cup, something of Ravenclaw's, probably Nagini the snake, and... He touched his scar. And something that used to be in me. Used to be. It's complicated. The point is, we need to find and destroy the Horcruxes before we can truly defeat Voldemort. Harry stood, pacing. Do you have any resources? Intelligence networks, contacts, anything? Some. We've been focused on survival, but we have a few people who can gather information. Hermione's eyes were brightening, the analytical mind that had always been her greatest weapon engaging with the problem. If you tell us what to look for. I'll do better than that. Harry felt the connection to Backlund humming in his chest, the medallion Klein had given him warm against his skin. I have resources of my own. Different capabilities. Things that can change the equation. What kind of capabilities? Harry smiled, a predator's smile, the expression of someone who'd spent months training with Nighthawks and Beyonders and learning to be dangerous in ways that wizards had never imagined. Let me show you. The demonstration took place outside the cave, in a clearing warded against detection. Harry started with the basics, showing how his spells had changed, the increased power and unusual properties they now possessed. The Resistance fighters watched with growing amazement as he produced shields that absorbed rather than blocked, offensive magic that tracked its targets, defensive measures that seemed to anticipate attacks before they came. Then he showed them the hybrid Patronus. The silver-black dragon materialized with a thought, coiling through the air with an intelligence that went beyond simple magical constructs. It could fight independently, respond to complex commands, even communicate in simple impressions and urges. "That's not any Patronus I've ever seen," Ginny breathed. "It's not. It's something new, a combination of wizard magic and abilities I developed in the other world. Can you teach us?" Harry considered. "Some of it, maybe. The enhanced spell techniques could probably be learned, with enough practice. But the deeper abilities, the void integration, the connection manipulation, those require changes to your fundamental nature. Changes I'm not sure can be replicated. Then what good does it do us?" The question came from a Resistance fighter Harry didn't recognize, a hard-eyed woman with burns scarring one side of her face. "It means I can do things you can't. Strike targets you can't reach, survive situations that would kill anyone else, gather information through means that don't exist in this world." Harry met her eyes steadily. "I'm not here to take over. I'm here to help. But that help might look different than what you're used to. We've been fighting this war for over a year without you," the woman said. "Lost friends, family, everything. What makes you think you can just show up and change things?" "Because I've changed." Harry's voice was calm, certain. "I'm not the same person who fell through that veil. I've been trained by people who've been fighting supernatural wars for centuries. I've developed abilities that don't exist in this reality. And I've made connections with powers that can reach across the barriers between worlds." "Powers? What powers?" "That's complicated to explain." Harry thought about how to phrase it. "In the world I've been living in, there are organizations, some religious, some secular, that manage supernatural threats. I've built relationships with several of them. And while they can't directly intervene here, they can provide support. Information, techniques, possibly even resources if I can figure out how to transfer them across the bridge." The woman still looked skeptical, but some of the hostility had faded from her expression. "If you can actually do what you're claiming, I can. And I will." Harry turned to address the whole group. "I know you've been through hell. I know I wasn't here when you needed me. But I'm here now, and I'm not leaving until this is finished. Voldemort thinks he's won. He thinks the prophecy is dead and buried. Let's prove him wrong." The first strike came 3 nights later. Harry had spent the intervening time gathering intelligence, using his enhanced perception to map the threads of connection that ran through the Death Eater organization. He could see their communication networks now, the bonds of loyalty and fear and dark magic that held Voldemort's forces together. And he could see the weak points. "Malfoy Manor," he said during the planning session. "It's a secondary headquarters, less protected than Hogwarts or the Ministry. And according to what I can sense, they're holding prisoners there. Muggleborns awaiting processing. We've wanted to hit Malfoy Manor for months," Neville said. "But the wards are too strong, the guard too heavy. The wards are strong against conventional approaches. But I can see the structure now, the anchor points, the power flows, the places where the magic is thinnest." Harry traced lines on the rough map they'd assembled. "There's a vulnerability here, in the Eastern Gardens. The wards were damaged during some kind of incident months ago and never properly repaired. I can open a path. And the guards? Leave them to me. I'll create a distraction at the front of the property, something dramatic enough to pull their attention. While they're dealing with that, a small team goes in through the gap and extracts the prisoners." "Small team?" "You, Hermione, Luna. People I trust, who can move quickly and handle unexpected situations." Harry met Neville's eyes. "Ron stays behind, he's still recovering, and I need someone here to coordinate if things go wrong. I can handle it, Neville said. His jaw was set, determined. What kind of distraction are we talking about? Harry smiled. The distraction was, in retrospect, perhaps excessive. Harry appeared at the front gates of Malfoy Manor at precisely midnight, making no attempt at concealment. He wanted to be seen. Wanted word to spread. The guards, a dozen Death Eaters on rotation, reacted exactly as he'd expected. Curses flew toward him immediately, a barrage that would have killed any normal wizard. Harry didn't bother shielding. Instead, he opened his connection to the void, letting the dark energy flow through him and around him. The curses hit the swirling darkness and simply disappeared. Absorbed into the space between realities, their power feeding the very force they tried to destroy. "My name is Harry Potter," he announced, his voice amplified by magic to carry across the entire grounds. "You've probably heard I'm dead. As you can see, reports of my death were premature. More curses, more desperate now. Death Eaters operating in from other parts of the property, responding to the alarm. Good. The more attention on him, the less on the Eastern Gardens." Harry began to walk forward, through the gates that buckled and melted at his approach, across grounds that seemed to warp around his presence. His hybrid Patronus materialized overhead, its silver-black form casting strange shadows that drove the defenders back. "I'm here to deliver a message to your master," Harry continued. "Tell him the prophecy isn't finished. Tell him I'm coming for him. Tell him every soul he's consumed, every life he's destroyed, every fragment of himself he's hidden away, I'm going to find them all. And when I do..." He let void energy crackle around his hands, black lightning that made the watching Death Eaters flinch. "When I do, there won't be enough left of him to haunt a memory." On the eastern side of the property, Neville's team would be slipping through the gap in the wards. Harry just needed to keep the attention here a little longer. A figure appeared on the manor's front steps, Lucius Malfoy, his platinum hair disheveled, his face a mask of shock and fury. "Potter? How, magic, Malfoy. The kind you've never imagined." Harry's smile was cold. "How's the arm, by the way? I hear dark marks have been uncomfortable lately." Lucius's hand went to his forearm involuntarily, where the dark mark presumably burned with his master's anger. "You'll die for this. The Dark Lord will do nothing. Because by the time he gets here, I'll be gone. And so will your prisoners." Lucius's face went pale as the implications registered. "The wards have a rather significant hole in them. Maybe you should have spent less on the garish decor and more on proper maintenance." On the edge of his perception, Harry felt Neville's team clear the extraction point, the prisoners in tow. "Time to leave. This has been fun, Malfoy. We should do it again sometime." Harry reached for the connection to Backlund, drawing on its power to enhance his apparition beyond anything this world's magic could normally achieve. He didn't just disappear, he shifted, sliding sideways through reality in a way that left no trace, no signature, nothing for them to track. Behind him, Malfoy Manor erupted into chaos. The extraction was a complete success. 18 prisoners freed, including several Muggle-born children who'd been awaiting transport to Voldemort's processing centers. No casualties on the Resistance side. Multiple Death Eater injuries, including 2 who tried to intercept the extraction team and met the business end of Neville's considerably improved combat skills. "That was bloody brilliant," Ron said when they returned to the camp. He was sitting up now, still weak but clearly on the mend. "Wish I could have seen Malfoy's face." "It was pretty satisfying," Harry admitted. "But this was just the beginning. We need to move faster, hit harder. Keep them off balance while we figure out the Horcrux situation. Do you have a plan for that?" "The beginning of one." Harry pulled out a piece of parchment where he'd been sketching notes. "Based on what Dumbledore told me before I left, and what I've been able to piece together from other sources, there are 6 Horcruxes besides the one that was in me. The diary was destroyed in second year, that's one. The ring is at the Gaunt Shack, probably protected by nasty curses. The locket was in a cave that Dumbledore found. The cup is in Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts. Something of Ravenclaw's is at Hogwarts. And Nagini is always with Voldemort. So we need to hit 3 separate locations, break into the most secure bank in the world, infiltrate a fortress, and somehow get close enough to Voldemort to kill his pet snake. Hermione's voice was dry. Simple. Not simple. But possible. Harry met her eyes. Especially with what I can do now. The cave and the shack I can probably handle alone. Gringotts will be tricky, but I have some ideas. Hogwarts. He paused. Hogwarts is where things get complicated. Because of the students. Because of a lot of things. The building itself is alive in ways I didn't fully appreciate before. The wards are ancient, layered, connected to powers that might even recognize what I've become. Harry frowned. I need to think about it more. Scout the situation before committing to an approach. And Nagini? Last. We deal with her when we deal with Voldemort himself. Harry's expression hardened. Which is how this ends. One way or another. Over the following weeks, Harry fell into a rhythm of preparation and action. He spent days at the camp, training the resistance fighters in the enhanced techniques he could teach, helping them develop capabilities that went beyond standard Hogwarts education. His Nighthawk training proved especially valuable. Combat methods designed for fighting supernatural opponents translated surprisingly well to battling dark wizards. He spent nights on missions, sometimes alone, sometimes with small teams. They hit supply lines, rescued prisoners, disrupted Death Eater operations wherever they could find vulnerable targets. Each strike was designed to maximize chaos while minimizing risk. Harry's enhanced perception let him identify opportunities that would have been invisible to conventional reconnaissance. And in the quiet moments, he reached out to Backlund. The medallion Klein had given him allowed for limited communication across the bridge. Harry couldn't speak directly to his allies there, but he could send impressions, receive responses. He felt Audrey's love like a warm presence at the edge of his consciousness. He sensed Sirius's pride and worry. He perceived Klein's analytical interest in the conflict's progress. They were still with him, even across the gap between worlds. The Horcrux hunt progressed as well. Harry destroyed the ring at the Gaunt Shack, using his connection abilities to isolate and eliminate the soul fragment without triggering the curse that had killed Dumbledore in the original timeline. The cave proved more challenging. The Inferi that guarded it were immune to most magic, but his void fire burned them to ash, leaving the locket unprotected. 2 down. 4 to go. Gringotts was the next target, and Harry spent considerable time planning the infiltration. The Goblin Bank had wards that made Malfoy Manor look like a child's practice project, and the penalties for unauthorized access were severe. But he had advantages that no previous vault robber had possessed. He could see the connections. The wards weren't just magical barriers, they were networks, systems of interconnected protections that relied on each other for strength. Find the right threads, cut them in the right sequence, and the whole system would collapse. Or, alternatively, he could convince the threads to let him through. Connection manipulation didn't just work on hostile magic. Harry discovered that with enough finesse, he could befriend a ward. Establish rapport with the magical structures that made up Gringotts' defenses. Not bypassing them, exactly, but being accepted as not a threat. The goblins would be furious when they figured it out. But by then, the cup would be destroyed and Harry would be long gone. The Gringotts operation went better than expected. Harry went in alone, in the early morning hours when the bank's human traffic was lowest. He moved through the lobby like a ghost, his perception guiding him around the patrolling security, his connection abilities soothing the wards that might otherwise have raised alarms. The Lestrange vault was deep in the bowels of the bank, protected by a dragon and a cascade of curses that would kill anyone who touched the wrong object. Harry dealt with the dragon by showing it something it had never experienced before, kindness, transmitted through a connection he established with its ancient, suffering mind. The beast didn't attack him. It simply moved aside, confusion and something like gratitude radiating from its consciousness. The curses in the vault were trickier. The Gemino and Flagranti jinxes activated automatically when anything was touched, creating infinite copies that burned anyone who came in contact with them. But Harry didn't need to touch anything. He found the cup's connection to the rest of the room, the threads that linked it to the magical system surrounding it, and isolated it. Made the cup exist in a bubble that the curses couldn't perceive. Then he reached in and took it. The destruction was almost anticlimactic. His mother's love, channeled through the golden light that lived in his scar now, unmade the soul fragment as easily as it had unmade the curse on Ron. 3 down. Harry was out of the bank before anyone realized something had happened. The news of Gringotts' breach spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Voldemort's reaction was immediate and violent. Suspected spies were tortured and killed. Security at all major installations was tripled. And, most significantly, the Dark Lord began moving his remaining Horcruxes to more secure locations. He knows, Hermione said, studying the intelligence they'd gathered. He knows someone's hunting the Horcruxes. He doesn't know how many we've already destroyed. Or how I'm doing it. Harry frowned at the map they'd been updating. But he's scared. For maybe the first time since he came back, he's actually scared. Is that good or bad? Both. Scared people make mistakes, he might expose something we can exploit. But scared people are also dangerous. Unpredictable. Harry shook his head. We need to move on Hogwarts soon, before he has a chance to relocate the Ravenclaw artifact. Hogwarts is a fortress. Even with your abilities, I know. But I also know the castle better than almost anyone else. The secret passages, the room of requirement, the way the building thinks. Harry touched his scar, feeling the warmth of the connection there. And I have something else. Something that might give us an edge. What? The castle loved me. When I was a student, it protected me, showed me hidden paths, warned me about dangers. If I can re-establish that connection. Harry trailed off, thinking. The castle might not fight for Voldemort. It might fight for us. You're talking about turning Hogwarts itself against the Death Eaters. I'm talking about asking Hogwarts to help. There's a difference. Harry's expression was thoughtful. The castle has consciousness, not like a person's, but real awareness. It's been under Voldemort's control for over a year now. It can't be happy about that. If I can reach it, remind it of what it was supposed to be. That's a big if. Everything about this war is a big if. Harry stood, decision made. I'm going tonight. Alone, this kind of connection work is delicate, and I need to focus without worrying about anyone else's safety. Harry, I'll be careful. And if something goes wrong, I can use the bridge to escape. It's safer than any extraction plan we could devise. Hermione wanted to argue, Harry could see it in her expression. But she also knew he was right. Come back, she said. We've only just got you returned. I'm not losing you again. You won't. Harry hugged her briefly. I promise. Hogwarts at night was beautiful and terrible. Harry approached from the Forbidden Forest, using his enhanced stealth to avoid the patrols that swept the grounds. The castle rose against the stars, its towers dark except for scattered windows where light still burned, Death Eater offices, probably, or the quarters of Voldemort's favored servants. The wards hit him immediately, aggressive and hostile, trying to identify and reject the intruder. Harry didn't fight them. Instead, he opened his perception fully, letting the magical structure see what he was, what he carried, what he represented. I'm Harry Potter, he projected. I was a student here. I learned within your walls, grew within your care. I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to help. The wards hesitated. They didn't welcome him, they were too corrupted by Voldemort's control for that, but they didn't attack either. They seemed confused, uncertain, like a guard dog confronted by someone who smelled both familiar and strange. Harry took advantage of the hesitation to slip through, finding one of the secret passages he'd used as a student. The entrance was still there, hidden behind the same statue, protected by magic that recognized his touch. Inside, the castle spoke to him. Not in words, Hogwarts didn't communicate in words, but in impressions, feelings, a flood of emotional context that Harry's enhanced perception could interpret. Pain. Hogwarts was in pain. The dark magic that had suffused its halls, the corruption that flowed through its ancient stones, the things that had been done to its students, the castle felt all of it. Felt it and mourned it and burned with a fury that had no outlet. I know, Harry projected back. I know what they've done to you. I'm going to stop them. But I need your help. More impressions. Questions, concerns, the complicated thoughts of an intelligence that was vast but not quite human. Where is the hidden thing? The piece of the Dark One that he placed within your walls. Hogwarts responded with a cascade of images. A room, familiar, the room of requirement, configured in a form Harry recognized. The room where things were hidden. And somewhere within its impossible depths, a tiara that gleamed with malevolent intelligence. Ravenclaw's diadem. Show me the way, Harry asked. And help me avoid the enemies. I'll destroy the piece of him that you've been forced to shelter. I'll free you. The castle's response was something that felt almost like hope. The room of requirement opened for Harry like an old friend greeting a long-lost companion. He stepped inside and found himself in the room of hidden things, the endless expanse of discarded objects, forgotten treasures, abandoned secrets that students had deposited over centuries. Somewhere in this maze was the diadem, hidden by Tom Riddle himself 50 years ago. Harry didn't bother searching manually. Instead, he opened his perception and looked for the connection, the thread of corrupted soul energy that would mark the Horcrux. There. Deep in the room, pulsing with dark magic, the diadem waited. Harry made his way through the labyrinth of junk, guided by the connection he could see. The path twisted and turned, leading him past mountains of forgotten possessions, through narrow gaps between teetering piles of furniture and books and bizarre artifacts. The diadem was on a bust, tucked away in an alcove that seemed designed to hide it from casual discovery. It was beautiful, Harry thought, delicate silver work, set with a sapphire that gleamed even in the dim light. It was also one of the most evil objects he'd ever encountered. The soul fragment inside was stronger than the others had been. Fresher, perhaps, or simply more concentrated. It reached out toward Harry as he approached, trying to influence him, corrupt him, turn him away from his purpose. But Harry was no longer susceptible to such manipulation. He'd faced the void between worlds. He'd integrated power that transcended any single reality. He'd connected with his mother's love in its purest form and carried it within him always. What was a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul compared to that? Harry reached out with golden light, and the diadem screamed as its corruption was burned away. 4 down. 2 to go. Escaping Hogwarts was harder than entering. The diadem's destruction had triggered alarms, magical and mundane, that brought Death Eaters running from every corner of the castle. Harry found himself racing through corridors that had once been home, dodging curses and hexes from enemies who seemed to multiply with every turn. But Hogwarts helped him. Passages opened where no passages should exist. Staircases shifted to carry him away from pursuit. Suits of armor stepped into the paths of his enemies, buying precious seconds with their animated bulk. The castle was fighting back. Not fully, the dark magic that controlled it was too strong for complete rebellion, but in small ways, subtle ways, ways that Harry could exploit. He made it to the grounds, then to the forest, then to the apparition boundary where he could finally escape. Behind him, Hogwarts blazed with light as the Death Eaters searched frantically for an intruder who was already gone. Thank you, Harry projected toward the ancient castle. I'll be back. I'll free you completely. I promise. Whether Hogwarts heard him, he couldn't be sure. But he thought he felt something like acknowledgement, like hope, like the first stirrings of resistance in a stronghold that had been conquered but never truly broken. One more Horcrux. One more fragment of Voldemort's soul to destroy. And then the war could truly end. Chapter 11, Courts and Churches. Chapter 11, Courts and Churches. The resistance camp was electric with hope when Harry returned. Word of the Hogwarts raid had spread, somehow, impossibly. The details of his infiltration had reached ears throughout Wizarding Britain. The story grew with each telling. Harry Potter, back from the dead, walking through wards like they weren't there, destroying artifacts under Voldemort's nose, turning Hogwarts itself against its occupiers. For the first time in over a year, people were starting to believe again. "We've had 17 new contacts in the last 3 days," Hermione reported during their morning strategy session. "People who want to join the fight. People who'd given up before. That's good." Harry stared at the map they'd been updating, marking Death Eater positions and resistance safe houses. "But it's also dangerous. More people means more potential for leaks, more targets for Voldemort to strike. You can't fight a war without soldiers." "No. But you can lose one by recruiting too fast." Harry looked up, meeting her eyes. "We need to be careful who we bring in. Verify everyone, establish security protocols, keep the core operations compartmentalized." "You sound like Mad Eye." Mad Eye was right about a lot of things. Harry's voice was heavy with the knowledge of how that particular paranoia had proven justified. Constant vigilance isn't just a catchphrase when you're fighting someone who can possess people, read minds, and has spies everywhere. The strategy session continued for hours, working through logistics, planning operations, debating the best use of their limited resources. Harry found himself slipping into a leadership role he'd never sought but seemed unable to avoid. It felt different this time, though. Before the Veil, before Backlund, he'd always felt like he was playing a part, pretending to be something he wasn't. Now, the confidence was real. The knowledge was earned. He wasn't just the boy who lived anymore, he was someone who'd been forged in fires that made Voldemort's darkness look like a candle flame. After the meeting, Neville pulled him aside. "You've changed," the other boy said quietly. Neville had changed too. The round-faced, uncertain child Harry remembered was gone, replaced by a scarred warrior who'd spent a year leading resistance operations. "I mean, obviously you've changed, with the new powers and everything. But it's more than that. You seem settled. Like you finally figured out who you are." "I had help. Good people, in the place I ended up." Harry thought about Audrey, about Sirius, about Klein and the Tarot Club. "They taught me things I should have learned years ago." "Like what?" "Like it's okay to want things for myself. Like being a weapon isn't the same as being a person. Like..." Harry paused, trying to articulate something he'd only recently come to understand. "Like the prophecy doesn't define me. I'm not just the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. I'm Harry Potter, and I get to decide what that means." Neville was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. "I think I understand," he said finally. "After you disappeared, after everything fell apart, I had to become something I never expected to be. The resistance leader, the symbol, the one people looked to for hope." He laughed, soft and humorless. "I'm not the hero type. I'm just Neville. But when there's no one else, you do what needs to be done. You've done more than what needs to be done. You've kept people alive, kept hope alive, built something out of nothing." Harry gripped Neville's shoulder. "That's heroism, Neville. Real heroism, not the storybook kind." "Thanks." Neville's expression was complicated. "It's strange, though. Having you back. For so long, you were this ghost, this absence that shaped everything. And now you're here, and you're different, and I'm not sure where I fit anymore." "You fit wherever you choose to fit. That's what I learned, we're not locked into the roles other people assign us." Harry released his grip. I'm not here to replace you, Neville. I'm here to help. Whatever that looks like, whatever you need, we figure it out together. Neville nodded slowly. Together. Yeah. I can work with that. The next priority was Nagini. Harry had left the snake for last deliberately. Voldemort's familiar was always at his master's side, protected by the most powerful dark wizard in generations. Getting to her meant getting to him, which meant the final confrontation was approaching whether they were ready or not. But before that battle could happen, Harry needed to deal with something else. You're distracted, Hermione observed during a quiet moment. They were sitting outside the cave, watching the stars through gaps in the forest canopy. You keep touching that medallion, like you're listening to something far away. Harry looked down at the artifact Klein had given him, its surface warm against his palm. I'm connected to the other world. The place I was. He hesitated. There are people there I care about. People who are waiting for me to come back. And you're not sure if you will. I promised I would. But. Harry stared at the stars, so familiar yet so different from Backlund's haze-choked sky. This war might kill me. And even if it doesn't, defeating Voldemort doesn't mean everything's suddenly fixed. There'll be rebuilding to do, wounds to heal, a whole society to reconstruct. That could take years. It could. And every year I spend here is a year I'm not with them. Harry's voice was heavy. Sirius is over there, Hermione. My godfather. I rescued him from the space between worlds, and then I left him again. He understood why, though. Why you had to come back here. He understood. He supported it. But understanding doesn't make it hurt less. Harry turned to look at her. And there's someone else. A woman, Audrey. He trailed off, not sure how to describe a relationship that had evolved under such strange circumstances. You love her. Yeah. I do. Hermione was quiet for a while, processing this. What's she like? Harry found himself smiling despite everything. Brilliant. Fierce. She can read people's emotions, see through any mask or deception. But she doesn't use it to manipulate, she uses it to help. The smile faded slightly. She saved me, in a lot of ways. Helped me heal wounds I didn't even know I had. She sounds amazing. She is. Harry touched the medallion again, feeling the distant warmth of Audrey's presence. When I left, she made me promise to come back. Whatever happened here, however long it took, come back. And you will. I'll try. Harry met Hermione's eyes. But I need to be honest with you. If this war drags on, if there's no end in sight, at some point, I might have to choose. Between staying here and going back. Even if we still need you. Even then. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. I spent my whole life being told I had to sacrifice everything for the greater good. And maybe that was true, maybe it was necessary. But I'm not 15 anymore, Hermione. I've learned that martyrdom isn't the only answer, that sometimes, taking care of yourself is just as important as taking care of everyone else. That's. Hermione hesitated. That's actually very healthy. I'm just not used to hearing it from you. I'm not used to saying it. Harry almost laughed. But it's true. I'll fight this war, I'll do everything I can to defeat Voldemort and rebuild what's been lost. But I won't destroy myself in the process. Not again. The final assault took shape over the following weeks. Intelligence gathered through magical and mundane means painted a picture of Voldemort's current position. He'd withdrawn to Hogwarts, transforming the school into a fortress from which he directed his forces. Nagini was with him constantly, the final Horcrux protected by dark magic and the Dark Lord's personal attention. Getting to her meant getting past an army. Frontal assault is suicide, Neville said during the planning session. Even with Harry's abilities, we don't have the numbers to take Hogwarts by force. I'm not suggesting a frontal assault. Harry traced lines on the map they'd constructed. I'm suggesting we make Voldemort come to us. How? He's scared now. 3 Horcruxes destroyed, his immortality crumbling, the war turning against him for the first time. He's going to want to deal with me personally. Harry's expression was cold. So we give him the opportunity. You're proposing to use yourself as bait. I'm proposing to control the battlefield. Pick the ground, set the terms, force him to fight on our conditions instead of his. Harry looked around the room, meeting each resistance fighter's eyes in turn. I won't pretend this isn't dangerous. People might die. But if we don't act, people will definitely die, the war will grind on, more innocents will suffer, Voldemort will eventually recover and strengthen his position. What kind of ground are you thinking? Somewhere significant. Somewhere with magical resonance that I can tap into. Harry paused. Godric's Hollow. Silence fell over the room. Where your parents died, Hermione said quietly. Where I survived. Where the prophecy began. Harry's voice was steady, despite the emotions churning beneath. The place is saturated with magical history, my family's blood, the ritual that protected me, the first defeat of the Dark Lord. If there's anywhere I'd have an advantage, it's there. You're talking about finishing it where it started. Poetic, isn't it? Harry's smile was thin. More importantly, it's strategic. Voldemort's ego won't let him refuse a confrontation there. And my mother's sacrifice, its resonance is still present. I felt it, through the connection. The protection that saved me as a baby, it's woven into that place. Can you use it? I think so. My abilities let me perceive and manipulate connections. The connection between that location and my mother's magic is one of the strongest I've ever seen. Harry's eyes hardened. Voldemort thinks he overcame that protection when he used my blood in his resurrection. But he didn't understand what he was really dealing with. He still doesn't. The planning continued deep into the night. 3 days before the scheduled confrontation, Harry received an unexpected communication. He was practicing alone, working through combat techniques, when the medallion around his neck suddenly flared with warmth. Not the usual gentle presence of his Backlund connections, something stronger, more urgent. He reached for it, opening his perception, and found himself looking at Klein. Not physically, the bridge didn't work that way, but through some kind of projection, a meeting of minds across the gap between worlds. Harry. Klein's voice was clearer than it had ever been through the medallion. Something's happened. Something you need to know. What is it? Zangwill. He's made his move. Harry's blood ran cold. The Sequence 4 Beyonder who tried to use him, who'd built the ritual network in Backlund, what kind of move? He's found a way to access your home world. Not through the bridge, through something else. A parallel pathway that your conflict has weakened. Klein's projected form seemed to flicker with concern. He's been monitoring the war through magical scrying. He knows about Voldemort, about the Horcruxes, about your plan to end things at Godric's Hollow. What does he want? What he's always wanted. To study dimensional bridges, to understand how they work, to exploit them for power. Klein paused. He's planning to intervene in your confrontation with Voldemort. Capture you both, if possible. The magical energies released during your battle, combined with the dimensional resonance of your connection to both worlds, he believes he can use that to achieve something unprecedented. What kind of something? We're not entirely sure. But based on his previous research, he may be trying to merge aspects of both realities. Create a permanent bridge that he can control, traffic between worlds, exploit the resources of multiple dimensions simultaneously. Harry's mind raced through the implications. He can't be allowed to succeed. If he gains that kind of power, it would be catastrophic. For both worlds. Klein's voice was grim. I've mobilized the Tarot Club, and the Nighthawks are preparing a response. But Zangwill is careful, he's positioned himself to intervene at the moment of maximum vulnerability, when you and Voldemort are both focused on each other. Can you stop him before he acts? We're trying. But he's sequence 4, with resources and allies we're still identifying. There's no guarantee we'll reach him in time. Klein's form seemed to solidify slightly, as if he was concentrating harder on the connection. You need to be prepared for the possibility that you'll be fighting on two fronts. Voldemort in front of you, Zangwill waiting to strike from the dimensional margins. That's not ideal. No. But you have advantages Zangwill doesn't understand. Your integration is complete now, you're not the unstable anomaly he studied before. And you have allies in both worlds who can coordinate if necessary. Coordinate how? The bridge. It's stable enough now for limited reinforcement. If things go badly at Godric's Hollow, if Zangwill intervenes before we can stop him, I may be able to send help through. What kind of help? Audrey wants to come. She's been preparing since you left, training for exactly this contingency. Klein's tone was complicated. She's determined, Harry. I couldn't stop her if I wanted to. Something tightened in Harry's chest. She shouldn't risk herself. This isn't her war. She'd say you are her war. Whatever affects you affects her. Klein paused. I told you once that you were interesting. I've revised that assessment. You're remarkable, the connections you form, the loyalty you inspire, the way people believe in you. Audrey isn't the only one willing to cross dimensions for you. Serious? He wanted to come immediately when he learned what you were facing. I had to convince him that rushing through half-prepared would only make things worse. Klein's voice softened. He's ready to move the moment there's a stable opening. They both are. Harry didn't know what to say. The idea that people would cross between realities to help him, risk everything, leave everything, it was humbling in a way that went beyond words. Tell them to stay safe. Whatever happens here, I'll find a way through. I always do. They know. They believe in you. Klein's form began to fade, the connection weakening. Be careful, Harry. Zangwill is more dangerous than Voldemort in some ways, he's had centuries to develop his power, and he doesn't underestimate you the way the Dark Lord does. I'll be ready. I know you will. The last words came through faintly, almost lost in the dissolution of the projection. We'll be watching. And when the moment comes, we'll act. The connection closed, and Harry was alone again. He sat in silence for a long time, processing what he'd learned. Zangwill. The old enemy, reaching across dimensions to interfere with a war that shouldn't concern him. Using Harry's confrontation with Voldemort as an opportunity to achieve goals that could threaten both worlds. The final battle had just become significantly more complicated. But also, in a strange way, clarified. Harry wasn't just fighting for his home world anymore. He was fighting for Backlund too, for everyone he loved in both realities. Zangwill's interference had transformed a personal vendetta into something larger, a defense of everything Harry had built and everyone he cared about. He could work with that. Harry stood, rolled his shoulders, and began preparing for war. The days before Godric's Hollow were a whirlwind of activity. Harry shared the intelligence about Zangwill with his inner circle. Hermione, Neville, Ron, finally recovered enough to participate, and the handful of others who'd proven their trustworthiness. The news was met with understandable confusion and concern. So we're not just fighting Voldemort, Ron summarized. We're also fighting some kind of superpowered wizard from another dimension who wants to kidnap you for experiments. That's about the size of it. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Ron shook his head. Your life never gets simpler, does it, mate? Not so far. They adjusted the plan as best they could, accounting for the possibility of dimensional interference. Harry worked with Hermione to establish wards that might slow Zangwill's entry if he tried to manifest at Godric's Hollow. They weren't confident the protections would hold against a Sequence 4 Beyonder, but any delay would help. Harry also spent time preparing himself mentally. He visited his parents' graves, maintained by magic despite the destruction around them, and sat there for hours, opening his connection and feeling the resonance of the place. The echoes of his mother's sacrifice were everywhere, woven into the very fabric of the location. He could touch them, draw on them, incorporate them into his own power. It was like coming home. Not to the home he'd grown up in, the Dursleys had never been that, but to the home he should have had. The love his parents had felt for him, the protection they'd died to provide, the hope they'd invested in his survival, it was all here, preserved in magic that had endured for 15 years. "I'm going to finish this," Harry said to the graves. "For you. For everyone who's suffered because of him. I'm going to end it." No response came. But he hadn't expected one. His mother's presence was inside him now, part of his very nature. Whatever she would have said, he already knew. "I'm proud of you. I love you. Be careful." The night before the confrontation, Audrey appeared to him in dreams. It wasn't a normal dream, he recognized the quality immediately, the sharp clarity that marked genuine communication across the bridge. She was there, in the space between realities, reaching for him with every ounce of her considerable will. "Harry." "Audrey." He moved toward her, his dream form finding hers. "You shouldn't be doing this. The energy required, is worth it to see you." She smiled, tired but determined. "Klein told you about Zangwill?" "He did. And about you wanting to come through." "I'm coming. If things go wrong, if he intervenes, I'm not leaving you to face that alone." "Audrey, don't." Her voice was fierce. "Don't tell me it's too dangerous. Don't tell me to stay safe while you risk everything. I made my choice when I fell in love with you, Harry. Where you go, I go. Whatever you face, I face with you." Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to protect her from the danger he was about to walk into. But he saw the look in her eyes, the same determination he'd seen when she'd helped him heal, when she'd fought beside him at the chapel, when she'd committed to him without reservation or hesitation. She wasn't asking permission. She was informing him of a decision already made. "I love you," he said. "I love you too." She reached out, and in the dream space, her hand found his. "Tomorrow, you're going to face the most evil wizard your world has ever produced. And maybe another enemy on top of that. I need you to promise me something." "What?" "Win." Her eyes were blazing. "Whatever it takes, whatever it costs, win. Come back to me alive. I don't care about anything else. What if the cost is too high?" "There is no cost too high. Your life, your future, everything you're going to become, that matters more than anything." Audrey's grip tightened. "You've spent your whole life being told to sacrifice yourself for others. I'm telling you the opposite. Survive. Live. Come back. Everything else is secondary." Harry pulled her close, holding her in the strange reality between dreams. "I'll try. Try very hard." They held each other until the dream faded, and Harry woke to the grey light of his last morning. Godric's Hollow was quiet when they arrived. The village had been evacuated long ago, residents fled or taken by Death Eaters. The streets were empty, the houses dark, the only sounds the wind and the distant call of birds. The resistance had established a perimeter, fighters positioned at strategic points around the village. Hermione had constructed wards, Ron was coordinating the outer defenses, Neville was leading the response team that would engage any Death Eaters who tried to interfere. Harry stood alone in the center of the village, near the memorial where a statue of his family had once stood. The statue was destroyed now, Voldemort's revenge against the symbol of his first defeat, but the magical resonance remained. He could feel it. The connection to his mother's sacrifice, the weight of history, the potential energy waiting to be shaped. And he could feel something else approaching. Darkness on the horizon. Cold that had nothing to do with temperature. The presence of the most powerful dark wizard in generations, coming to finish what he'd started 15 years ago. "He's coming," Harry said into the communication device they'd enchanted. "Everyone stay alert." The response crackled back, confirmations from each position, everyone ready. Harry waited. The darkness grew. And then, with a crack that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality, Lord Voldemort operated into Godric's Hollow. He wasn't alone. A dozen Death Eaters flanked him, their masks gleaming in the dim light. And coiled around his shoulders, her scales glistening with dark magic, was Nagini. "Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice was cold, triumphant, full of malevolent satisfaction. "You've returned to die where you should have died as an infant. How fitting." "Tom." Harry kept his voice steady. "You look terrible. All those Horcruxes, and you still couldn't manage a decent complexion." Rage flickered across Voldemort's serpentine features. "You will address me with respect, boy. I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard who has ever lived, the master of death itself, your Tom Riddle from the orphanage. A half-blood who was so terrified of dying that he tore his soul apart trying to avoid it." Harry smiled coldly. "And I've destroyed 4 of those soul fragments already. You're feeling it, aren't you? The weakness, the instability. Your immortality crumbling piece by piece." Voldemort's wand came up, dark magic crackling around its tip. "You will die slowly for that, Potter. You will beg for the mercy of death, no." Harry's voice cut through the threats like a blade. "I won't. Because I'm not afraid of you anymore, Tom. I've seen things that would make your nightmares look like pleasant dreams. I've faced horrors from beyond reality itself. You're just a scared little boy who couldn't accept that everything dies eventually." Avada Kedavra. The killing curse screamed toward Harry, and stopped. Not blocked. Not deflected. Stopped, caught in a web of golden light that materialized around Harry like a shield made of pure love. "My mother's protection," Harry said calmly. "You thought you overcame it when you used my blood. But you didn't understand what you were really dealing with. Love isn't just a weakness to be exploited, Tom. It's a power. A power stronger than anything you've ever achieved." He reached out, and the stopped curse dissolved, its dark energy unmade by the light surrounding him. Voldemort's expression shifted, from rage to uncertainty to something Harry had never seen on that inhuman face before. "Fear. What are you?" "Something new." Harry began to walk forward, golden light swirling around him, his power rising to meet the challenge before him. "Something that shouldn't exist, by the rules you understand. I've been beyond this world, Tom. I've seen the architecture of reality, the connections that bind all things. And I've come back to end what you started. Kill him." Voldemort screamed at his Death Eaters. "Kill him." Curses flew from every direction. Harry's resistance fighters engaged, spellfire erupting across the village as the final battle began. But Harry's attention was focused entirely on the monster before him, and on the snake coiled around that monster's shoulders. The last Horcrux. The last obstacle. "Nagini," Harry said, and reached out with his connection abilities. He could see the threads that bound the snake to its master, dark magic, soul fragments, centuries of accumulated evil woven into a single creature. Cutting those threads would be complicated, but not impossible. Harry began to work. Voldemort screamed curses, hurled dark magic with all his considerable power. But the golden shield held, his mother's love, reinforced by the resonance of this place, strengthened by everything Harry had become. Nagini writhed as her connections to Voldemort began to fray. The Dark Lord's expression shifted from fury to panic as he felt his final anchor to immortality being torn away. "No." Voldemort lunged forward, physically trying to protect his familiar. It was a mistake, it brought him closer to Harry, closer to the golden light, closer to the power he'd always underestimated. Harry reached out and touched him. The connection was instantaneous. Harry could see everything, every dark thought, every terrible deed, every fragment of the twisted soul that had once been Tom Riddle. He could feel the fear that had driven it all, the desperate terror of a boy who'd grown up alone and unloved and had decided that power was the only safety. For a moment, he almost felt pity. Then he remembered his parents. Cedric. Sirius. Everyone who'd suffered because of this monster's choices. Goodbye, Tom. Harry channeled his mother's love, all of it, everything she'd given him, everything he'd become because of her sacrifice, into the connection. Voldemort screamed. Nagini screamed. And then, in a flash of golden light that lit up the entire village, they were gone. Not destroyed, exactly. Unmade. The love that Harry carried was antithetical to everything Voldemort had become, and when it touched the corrupt soul directly, there was only one possible outcome. The Dark Lord, the monster who had terrorized the wizarding world for generations, simply ceased to exist. Harry stood in the center of Godric's Hollow, surrounded by golden light, and felt the last of his mother's protection flow back into him. It was over. Voldemort was dead. Except it wasn't over. Harry felt the dimensional shift before he saw it, a tearing in the fabric of reality, a presence forcing its way through from somewhere else. Zangwill. The Sequence 4 Beyonder materialized at the edge of the village, his form solid and powerful in a way that made the remaining Death Eaters look like children. Impressive, Zangwill said, his voice carrying across the battlefield. I didn't think you'd actually manage to destroy him. But this works too. With the dimensional resonance from that confrontation, combined with your unique nature. He raised his hand, and Harry felt something grip him, not physically, but spiritually, a force trying to pull his very essence across the boundary between worlds. You're coming with me, Harry Potter. Whether you want to or not. Harry fought back, but he was exhausted from the battle with Voldemort. His reserves were depleted, his concentration scattered. Zangwill's power was immense, focused, irresistible, and then something else tore through the dimensional barrier. A figure, wreathed in light that Harry recognized immediately. Audrey. Get away from him. She attacked with everything she had, psychiatrist abilities enhanced by fury and love, psychological assault that would have reduced any normal mind to ruins. Zangwill staggered, his grip on Harry weakening as he tried to defend against this unexpected interference. You fool girl. Do you have any idea what you're dealing with? I'm dealing with someone who threatens the man I love. Audrey's voice was ice and fire. That's all I need to know. More figures emerged from the dimensional tear. Klein's presence, projecting power across the bridge. Sirius, wand blazing with spells he'd learned in Backlund. The Tarot Club, united in purpose, striking at Zangwill from every direction. It wasn't enough to defeat him, Sequence 4 was too powerful for that, but it was enough to break his concentration, enough to give Harry the moment he needed. Harry reached for the connections. Not to destroy Zangwill, he didn't have the power for that, not after the battle with Voldemort. But to do something else. He found the threads that linked Zangwill to this world, the temporary connections the Beyonder had established to force his way through. And he cut them. Zangwill's form flickered, destabilized. No. The dimensional forces snapped back, pulling the Sequence 4 Beyonder away from this reality. His body dissolved, his power scattered, his intrusion repelled. He wasn't destroyed. Harry knew that. Zangwill would recover, would try again eventually. But not today. Today, they had won. Harry collapsed to his knees, completely spent. Audrey was there immediately, her arms around him, her presence warm and real and exactly what he needed. You did it, she whispered. Harry, you did it. We did it. Harry looked up at the faces around him, Audrey, Sirius, his friends from both worlds. All of us together. The sun was rising over Godric's Hollow. The war was over. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Harry Potter allowed himself to hope. Chapter 12, The Monster Hunt Chapter 12, The Monster Hunt. The aftermath of Godric's Hollow was chaos of the best kind. Word spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Voldemort was dead, truly dead, destroyed by Harry Potter in the place where their conflict had begun. Within hours, the resistance had transformed from a desperate insurgency into a liberation movement. Death Eaters fled or surrendered. Ministry officials who'd collaborated with the Dark Lord scrambled to distance themselves from their crimes. And ordinary witches and wizards emerged from hiding, blinking in the light of a future they'd stopped believing in. Harry spent the first 3 days in a haze of exhaustion and celebration. There were speeches to give, hands to shake, interviews to endure. Everyone wanted a piece of the boy who lived, the chosen one, the hero who'd returned from the dead to save them all. Harry went through the motions, saying the right things, projecting the confidence that people needed to see. But his heart wasn't entirely in it. Audrey stayed with him, a constant presence at his side. She'd risked everything to cross dimensions for him, and now she was stranded in a world that wasn't hers, surrounded by people and magic she didn't fully understand. "You should go back," Harry told her on the third night, as they sat alone on the roof of the burrow. The Weasley home had been restored as the Resistance's headquarters, and the sounds of celebration drifted up from below. "Backlund needs you. The Tarot Club, your family, my family can wait." Audrey's voice was firm. "And the Tarot Club will manage without me for a while. Klein said the bridge is stable enough for regular transit now. I can go back when I need to." "But, Harry." She turned to face him, green eyes bright in the moonlight. "I didn't cross dimensions just to leave the moment the crisis passed. I came because I love you. That doesn't have an expiration date." "I know. I just..." Harry struggled to articulate what he was feeling. "I don't want you to give up your life for me. You have a world, a position, responsibilities, and you have responsibilities here. We both do." Audrey took his hand. "The question isn't whether we have obligations elsewhere. The question is how we balance them. And that's something we figure out together." Harry wanted to argue, to insist that she put herself first. But he knew that argument would go nowhere. Audrey had made her choice, and she wasn't the kind of person who second-guessed herself. "Together," he agreed finally. "We figure it out together." Sirius had stayed too. His godfather had been quiet since the battle, watching the celebrations with an expression that mixed joy with something more complicated. Harry found him one morning in the Burrow's garden, staring at the gnomes with unfocused eyes. "You're thinking about going back," Harry said. Sirius didn't deny it. "Backlund is home now, in a way. The time I spent there, the people I met," he shook his head. "But this is where I belong. Where James and Lily lived, where you grew up. I can't just abandon it. You don't have to choose permanently." "The bridge, I know." Klein explained it. Sirius turned to face Harry. "But it's more than logistics. It's about identity. Who am I, really? The man who escaped Azkaban. The godfather who failed his charge. The stranger who got lost between worlds." He laughed softly. "I don't know anymore." Harry understood that confusion better than Sirius might realize. He'd spent months grappling with his own identity, trying to reconcile who he'd been with who he was becoming. "You're Sirius Black," Harry said. "That's enough. Everything else, where you live, what you do, how you define yourself, that's just details." Spoken like someone who's figured things out. Spoken like someone who's still figuring things out but has learned to be okay with the uncertainty. Harry sat down on a nearby bench, gesturing for Sirius to join him. "For what it's worth, I'd love to have you here. Rebuilding this world, building a life, it would mean more with you in it." "And Audrey?" "Audrey's staying too. At least for now." Harry smiled slightly. "We're going to have an interesting household. That's one word for it." Sirius's expression softened. "Your parents would be proud of you, Harry." Not just for defeating Voldemort, for everything. For becoming someone who can love and be loved, who can build connections across impossible distances, who can face the worst the universe has to offer and come out the other side still believing in hope. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Don't let it go to your head. But Sirius was smiling now, some of the weight lifting from his shoulders. All right. I'll stay. But I reserve the right to visit Backlund whenever Mrs. Went's cooking starts sounding appealing. That's concerning on multiple levels. That's the trauma talking. The weeks that followed were consumed by reconstruction. The ministry needed rebuilding from the ground up. Too many officials had collaborated with Voldemort to simply restore the old order. Harry found himself reluctantly drawn into the political process, his influence essential for maintaining stability during the transition. He hated it. I'm not a politician, he told Hermione after one particularly frustrating meeting. I don't know anything about governance or policy or, you know, about leadership. You know about inspiring people, making hard decisions, standing up for what's right. Hermione's voice was pragmatic. The details can be learned. What matters is having someone at the top who people trust. I don't want to be at the top. I know. That's why you'd be good at it. She smiled at his expression. Relax. I'm not suggesting you become Minister for Magic. But your voice matters, Harry. Your endorsement, your opposition, they carry weight. Use that weight to shape things in the right direction. So Harry did. He advocated for reforms, spoke out against the worst impulses of those seeking revenge, pushed for a justice system that was firm but fair. He visited Azkaban and demanded changes to its operation, no more Dementors, no more psychological torture, actual rehabilitation for those who could be saved. It was exhausting work, made harder by the constant attention and the weight of expectations. But it was also meaningful in a way that fighting had never quite been. He was building something, not just destroying something. Creating a future instead of merely surviving the present. And through it all, Audrey was there. She'd adapted to the wizarding world with remarkable speed, her psychiatrist abilities helping her read people and situations with uncanny accuracy. She couldn't use magic the way wizards did, her beyonder powers operated on different principles, but she found ways to contribute. Her insight into psychological manipulation helped identify lingering Voldemort loyalists. Her understanding of group dynamics informed decisions about reconstruction priorities. Her presence at Harry's side provided stability when everything else felt chaotic. You're amazing, Harry told her one night, as they lay together in the room they'd claimed at the Burrow. I know. Her smile was tired but genuine. But I appreciate hearing it. I mean it. You've given up so much to be here, your family, your position, your whole world. I haven't given up anything. I've chosen something. Audrey turned to face him. There's a difference. My family will always be there. My position can be reclaimed. But the chance to be with you, to help build something new, to be part of this moment in history, that's unique. I couldn't walk away from it even if I wanted to. And you don't want to? No. She kissed him softly. I want to be exactly where I am. 2 months after Godric's Hollow, the first signs of trouble emerged. Harry was reviewing security reports in the temporary ministry office he'd been assigned when an urgent message arrived from Dunn Smith via the communication medallion. We have a problem, the Nighthawk captain's voice crackled through the dimensional bridge. Zangwill has resurfaced. Harry's blood ran cold. Where? Multiple locations across Backlund. He's been sighted near 3 of the sites where he previously established ritual points. We believe he's rebuilding the network. The one we destroyed? A modified version. Our analysts think he's adapted his approach based on what he learned from your confrontation. He's not trying to create a massive dimensional tear anymore, he's building something more subtle. A series of small, stable breaches that could allow controlled transit between worlds. Harry processed this. Zangwill had been defeated at Godric's Hollow, but not destroyed. He'd known the Sequence 4 Beyonder would recover eventually. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. What's his timeline? Unknown. But the network is progressing faster than our ability to disrupt it. He's learned from his previous mistakes, better concealment, better protection, better redundancy. Dunn's voice was grim. We need help, Harry. The kind only you can provide. Harry looked around the ministry office, at the piles of reports, the schedule of meetings, the endless demands of reconstruction that had consumed his life for months. I'll be there as soon as I can. The decision to return to Backlund was harder than Harry expected. He wasn't abandoning the wizarding world, the bridge made regular transit possible now, and his responsibilities could be managed from a distance. But there was something about leaving, even temporarily, that felt like a betrayal. Go, Hermione said when he explained the situation. The reconstruction can continue without you hovering over every detail. And if Zangwill succeeds in building his network, it affects both worlds. Exactly. Stopping him isn't abandoning us, it's protecting us. She smiled. Besides, you've been restless for weeks. Everyone can see it. You're not built for bureaucracy, Harry. You need to be in the field, making a difference directly. Ron agreed. We've got things covered here. Neville's stepping up as the political voice, he's actually good at it, which surprised everyone including him. Hermione's running the policy side. The ministry's stabilizing. What about you? Me? Ron grinned. I'm thinking of going into professional Quidditch, actually. Now that I don't have to worry about being murdered by dark wizards, might as well enjoy myself. That's not what I expected. I've had enough war for several lifetimes. Let someone else be the hero for a while. Ron's expression softened. Go save the other world, mate. We'll be here when you get back. Harry, Audrey, and Sirius crossed the bridge the following morning. Backlund materialized around them, gray skies, coal smoke, the familiar sensory assault of the industrial city. After months in the relative cleanliness of the wizarding world, it was almost overwhelming. Home sweet home, Sirius muttered, wrinkling his nose. It grows on you, Audrey replied. They made their way to the Tarot Club's current safe house, where Klein was waiting with Furs, Zio, and several other members Harry hadn't met before. Thank you for coming, Klein said, his shrouded form radiating barely contained concern. The situation has evolved since we last communicated. Show me. Klein produced a map of Backlund, covered in markings that Harry's enhanced perception could read as dimensional stress points. Zangwill has established 7 nodes. Each one is a minor breach, not large enough to allow physical transit, but sufficient to leak energy between realities. Individually, they're almost harmless. Together, they form a network. Like before. Similar, but more sophisticated. The previous network was designed to tear you apart and use the released energy to power a massive dimensional breach. This one is designed to create a stable, controlled connection. Klein's voice was heavy. A connection that Zangwill can manipulate at will. What would he do with that kind of connection? Anything he wants. Siphon resources from one world to another. Send agents or creatures across the barrier. Eventually, potentially, merge aspects of both realities into something new. Klein paused. Something he controls. Harry studied the map, his mind racing through possibilities. The nodes, can we destroy them? We've tried. The protections are formidable, and Zangwill has left guardians at each site. Not void parasites this time, something worse. What could be worse than void parasites? Creatures from his own pathway. Nightwatcher constructs, bound to his will, capable of operating independently for extended periods. Klein's form seemed to darken. He's essentially deployed pieces of himself to protect the network. Fighting them is like fighting Zangwill directly. Harry thought about the confrontation at Godric's Hollow. Zangwill had been powerful, overwhelmingly so, but he'd also been overconfident, operating in an unfamiliar reality. Here, in Backlund, on his home ground, he would be even more dangerous. We can't take all 7 nodes simultaneously. We don't have the resources. No. But we might not need to. Klein gestured, and additional markings appeared on the map. The network requires a central control point, a location where all the nodes connect and where Zangwill can coordinate their operation. Destroy that, and the whole structure collapses. Where is it? We don't know. Zangwill has concealed it with extraordinary care. But our analysts believe that as the network approaches completion, the control point will become more detectable. Klein paused. The problem is that we need to find it before the network activates. And our window is shrinking. How long? Days. Perhaps a week at most. Harry looked at the map, at the scattered nodes, at the vast expanse of Backlund where the control point could be hidden. Then we'd better start looking. The hunt for Zangwill's control point consumed the following days. Harry worked with Tarot Club members and Nighthawk operatives, combining their conventional investigation techniques with his unique perception abilities. He could see dimensional stress, trace the threads of connection that linked the nodes together, follow the energy flows that pointed toward their common source. It was like tracking a spider by its web, difficult, painstaking, but not impossible. Audrey proved invaluable. Her psychiatrist abilities let her read the psychological signatures that Zangwill left behind, echoes of his presence, traces of his mental patterns. By combining her insights with Harry's dimensional perception, they could narrow down possible locations, eliminate dead ends, focus their search on the most promising targets. He's arrogant, Audrey observed after analyzing a particularly strong signature. He thinks he's smarter than everyone else, that his plans are undetectable. But arrogance leaves traces, assumptions he doesn't question, security measures he considers unnecessary. Can you use that? I can try. If I can predict where he'd feel safest, where his arrogance would lead him to relax his guard. She trailed off, thinking. Underground. Somewhere with historical significance, where other powers have left their marks. He'd want to assert dominance over a location that challenged him. Harry thought about what he knew of Backlund, the ancient places where power accumulated over centuries. The catacombs beneath the original church. The Evernight goddess's first temple site. That would fit. But would he dare to establish himself so close to church territory? He'd consider it a statement. Proof that even the gods couldn't stop him. Harry's voice hardened. Let's check it out. The catacombs were accessible through a series of tunnels that only a handful of people knew about, one of the Tarot Club's carefully guarded secrets. Harry led a small team through the darkness, himself, Audrey, Zio, and a Nighthawk operative named Dwayne who specialized in underground navigation. The deeper they went, the stronger the dimensional stress became. We're close, Harry murmured, his enhanced perception painting the tunnel ahead in threads of connection. The control point is down here somewhere. They emerged into a vast chamber, ancient, clearly predating the modern city, with architecture that spoke of purposes long forgotten. And at the chamber's center, surrounded by a complex array of ritual markings, was exactly what they'd been searching for. The control point was a construct of impossible geometry, shapes that folded in on themselves, dimensions that overlapped and intertwined. It pulsed with energy drawn from the 7 nodes scattered across Backlund, the combined power building toward a critical threshold. It was also guarded. Nightwatcher constructs, Zio whispered, pointing toward the shadows that seemed to move with unnatural purpose. 3 of them. Maybe 4. Harry studied the constructs with his enhanced perception. They were pieces of Zangwill's consciousness, bound into forms that could fight independently, not as powerful as the Sequence 4 Beyonder himself, but dangerous enough to pose a serious threat. We can't fight them and destroy the control point simultaneously. Then we split up. Audrey's voice was steady. You go for the control point. We'll keep the constructs occupied. That's suicide. You can't, we can try. Zio's expression was grim but determined. You're the only one with the abilities to actually destroy that thing. The rest of us are just support. Harry wanted to argue, to insist that he wouldn't risk them for his objectives. But he could see the logic, could recognize that any other approach had even less chance of success. Be careful. All of you. Always. Audrey kissed him quickly. Now go save the world. Again. The fight was brutal. Zio and Dwayne engaged the constructs directly, using their Beyonder abilities to hold the creature's attention. Audrey supported from a distance, her psychological attacks disrupting the construct's coordination, creating openings for her allies to exploit. Harry sprinted toward the control point, dodging the chaos of battle, his focus entirely on the impossible structure at the chamber center. The closer he got, the stronger the dimensional pressure became. Reality itself seemed to resist his approach, the fabric of space warping around the control point's influence. Harry reached for his mother's protection, the golden light that had burned away Voldemort's corruption, and pushed forward. The control point reacted. Energy lashed out, tendrils of dimensional force that tried to tear Harry apart, consume him, use him as fuel for the network's activation. He felt himself being pulled in multiple directions at once, his consciousness fragmenting across the boundary between worlds. But he'd survived the veil. He'd survived the integration. He'd survived things that should have destroyed him a dozen times over. This wouldn't be what finally broke him. Harry channeled everything he had, wizard magic, void energy, his mother's love, the connections that bound him to both worlds, into a single, focused attack. The control point shattered. The energy backlash was immediate and devastating. Harry was thrown across the chamber, his body crashing against ancient stone with enough force to shatter bone. The constructs collapsed as their connection to Zangwill was severed, dissolving into shadows that fled the dying light. And somewhere in the depths of the catacombs, something screamed with rage and frustration. Zangwill. Harry felt the sequence for Beyonder's presence, felt his fury at having his plans disrupted yet again. But there was something else too, a weakening, a diminishment. Destroying the control point hadn't just stopped the network. It had damaged Zangwill himself, cost him resources and power that wouldn't easily be replaced. The scream faded, and Harry felt Zangwill retreat, not destroyed, but wounded, forced to abandon his ambitions for now. Harry. Audrey was at his side, her hands checking his injuries with frantic urgency. Harry, are you alive? His voice was a rasp. Everything hurts, but alive. The control point. Destroyed. And Zangwill. Harry managed a weak smile. He's going to need some time to recover. We hurt him. Audrey sagged with relief. Good. That's good. She helped him sit up, her hands gentle despite her obvious worry. Don't ever scare me like that again. Can't promise that. I know. Just, try. The aftermath of the catacomb battle was complicated. Harry's injuries were severe, broken ribs, internal bleeding, magical exhaustion that left him barely conscious for days. But with Beyonder healing techniques and wizard medicine combined, he recovered faster than anyone expected. The network was truly destroyed. Dunn Smith confirmed that the 7 nodes had collapsed once the control point fell, their dimensional stress dissipating harmlessly. Zangwill's surveillance confirmed that he'd retreated from Backlund entirely, fleeing to recover somewhere beyond their immediate reach. He'll be back, Klein observed during the debrief. Beings like Zangwill don't abandon their ambitions. They adapt and try again. Then we'll stop him again. Harry's voice was tired but certain. As many times as it takes. You shouldn't have to carry that burden alone. I'm not alone. Harry looked around at the faces gathered in the Tarot Club's meeting space, Audrey, Sirius, Klein, Furs, Zio, Dunn, and others who'd become allies and friends over the past months. I have help. People I trust, in both worlds. That's what makes the difference. Klein was quiet for a moment. You've changed since you first arrived here. That frightened boy who fell into an alley in East Borough, he's gone. In his place is someone who could shape the future of multiple realities. I'm still that boy. Just, more. More is an understatement. But Klein's voice held respect, even warmth. Whatever comes next, Harry Potter, know that you've earned something rare. The trust and loyalty of people across dimensional barriers. That's not nothing. It's everything. Harry met Audrey's eyes, saw her smile. It's absolutely everything. Recovery took weeks. Harry split his time between Backland and the Wizarding World, using the bridge to maintain presence in both realities. The transit was easier now, his integration had stabilized to the point where crossing dimensions felt almost natural. In the Wizarding World, reconstruction continued. The new ministry was taking shape, with reformed policies and a renewed commitment to justice. Neville had emerged as an unlikely political leader, his wartime experience giving him credibility that more traditional candidates lacked. Hermione was rewriting laws, Ron was playing Quidditch, and life was slowly returning to something resembling normalcy. In Backland, the Tarot Club was expanding. The defeat of Zangwill's network had demonstrated what organized cooperation could accomplish, and new members were being carefully recruited. The churches had taken note as well. Harry's role in protecting both worlds had elevated his status from interesting anomaly to valuable ally. And through it all, Audrey remained at his side. Their relationship had deepened during the crisis, forged in fire and tempered by shared struggle. They'd faced death together, crossed dimensions for each other, proven that their connection could withstand any challenge. I want to marry you, Harry said one evening, as they sat on the roof of their Backland apartment watching the smog-filtered sunset. Audrey turned to look at him, her expression shifting through surprise, joy, and something that might have been mock offense. That's how you propose? I want to marry you. No ring, no getting down on one knee, no dramatic declaration. Would you prefer dramatic? I would prefer. She paused, considering. Actually, no. I would prefer exactly this. Simple, honest, direct. Her smile was radiant. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'll marry you, Harry Potter. In this world, in your world, in whatever space we carve out between them. She kissed him, soft and certain. Yes. Harry held her close, feeling the warmth of the connection between them, not just emotional, but something deeper. Something that transcended the boundaries between realities. I love you. I love you too. Audrey pulled back slightly, her eyes sparkling with happiness and mischief. But we are having a proper ceremony. Multiple ceremonies, probably, one for each world. I refuse to deprive my mother of the chance to plan an elaborate Hall family wedding. That sounds terrifying. It will be. But also wonderful. She kissed him again. Everything with you is both. The monster hunt was over, at least for now. Zangwill was wounded and in retreat. The network was destroyed. Both worlds were safe, safer than they'd been in years. But Harry knew that the peace wouldn't last forever. There would always be new threats, new challenges, new crises that demanded response. That was the nature of the power he carried, the position he occupied, the person he'd become. And for the first time in his life, he was okay with that. Because he wasn't facing any of it alone. He had Audrey, had Sirius, had friends and allies across two realities who would stand with him against whatever came next. He had love. Real love, given and received, strengthening him in ways that went beyond any magical power. His mother had known. When she'd sacrificed herself to protect him, she'd understood that love was the greatest magic of all, not as a weakness to be exploited, but as a foundation to build upon. Harry had finally learned that lesson. And he intended to honor it for the rest of his life. Chapter 13, Revelations. Chapter 13, Revelations. 6 months after the catacomb battle, Harry stood in a church. Not the church of the Evernight Goddess, though representatives from that institution were present, but a small chapel in the English countryside, filled with flowers and light and the faces of people he loved. He was getting married. The decision to hold 2 ceremonies had been made early in the engagement. One here, in the wizarding world, for the friends and family who'd known Harry since childhood. One in Backlund, for the allies and connections they'd built in that reality. 2 celebrations of the same commitment, bridging the gap between worlds just as Harry and Audrey bridged it themselves. Ron stood beside him as best man, looking uncomfortable in his formal robes but grinning widely. Hermione was in the front row, already dabbing at her eyes. Neville, Luna, Ginny, the surviving members of Dumbledore's army, they'd all come to witness this moment. And walking down the aisle, radiant in white, was Audrey. She'd adapted wizarding fashion for the occasion, incorporating elements that honored both her noble heritage and her new life. The result was stunning, a gown that seemed to shimmer between styles, traditional and innovative simultaneously. "Breathe," Ron muttered. "I am breathing." "You're not. You're staring with your mouth open like a fish." Harry closed his mouth, but he couldn't stop staring. Audrey was beautiful, had always been beautiful, but today she seemed to glow with a light that had nothing to do with magic. The ceremony was brief, simple, focused on the words rather than elaborate ritual. They'd written their own vows, wanting to express what they meant to each other in their own terms. "I fell into another world and found you," Harry said, his voice steady despite the emotions churning beneath. "I was lost, broken, carrying wounds I didn't know how to heal. You saw through every mask, every defense, every wall I'd built. And instead of running from what you found, you helped me become whole." Audrey's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "I was raised to be ornamental," she replied. "Pretty and proper and perfectly appropriate. You showed me that I could be more, that I could fight for what mattered, love without reservation, choose my own path regardless of expectations. You didn't save me, Harry. You helped me save myself." The officiant, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the new minister for magic, smiled as he completed the ceremony. "By the power vested in me by the Ministry of Magic and the witnesses assembled here, I pronounce you married. You may kiss your bride." Harry did. The applause was thunderous. The reception lasted well into the evening, a celebration that seemed determined to make up for all the grief and loss of the war years. Harry moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations, sharing memories, reconnecting with people he hadn't seen in months. It was exhausting and wonderful and exactly what he needed. Sirius found him near the refreshment table, looking happier than Harry had ever seen him. "Proud of you, pup." "Thanks." Harry accepted the glass his godfather offered. "For everything. Not just today, for staying, for believing in me, for being here. Where else would I be?" Sirius's voice was warm. "I spent 12 years in Azkaban, another year on the run, and then got lost between dimensions. Finding my way back to you, to this," he gestured at the celebration around them, "that's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Even better than your Hogwarts glory days. Those were good times. But this is better." Sirius clinked his glass against Harry's. "To the future. Whatever it holds. To the future." The Backlund ceremony, 2 weeks later, was a different affair entirely. The Hall family had, as Audrey predicted, insisted on elaborate arrangements. The venue was a grand estate in Queensborough, decorated with a combination of magical enhancements and beyonder craftsmanship. Guests included church officials, Tarot Club members, Nighthawk operatives, and the various allies Harry had accumulated during his time in this world. Klein attended in his shrouded form, his presence adding an air of mystery that seemed to delight Audrey's more eccentric relatives. "You've done well," the fool observed during a quiet moment. "Built connections across 2 realities, earned trust from factions that rarely agree on anything. That's no small achievement. I had help. Everyone has help. What matters is what you do with it." Klein paused. I've been thinking about your situation. The bridge you represent, the potential you carry. There may be others like you, people who've fallen between worlds, who carry connections that transcend normal barriers. Others? It's theoretical. But the research suggests possibilities. If we could find them, help them the way you've been helped. Klein trailed off. It might change everything we understand about the relationship between realities. That sounds like a project for after the honeymoon. Of course. I wouldn't dream of interrupting. But there was something in Klein's voice that suggested the topic would return. Enjoy your celebration, Harry. You've earned it. The months that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. He and Audrey established a home that existed in both worlds, an apartment in Backlund, a cottage in the English countryside, transitioning between them as needed. The bridge made regular travel possible, allowing them to maintain their obligations in each reality without sacrificing their life together. Harry continued his work with the Tarot Club and the Nighthawks, helping to address supernatural threats that crossed dimensional boundaries. Audrey pursued her own projects, using her psychiatrist abilities to help Beyonders struggling with the psychological burden of their powers. They built a life. A real life, filled with ordinary moments and extraordinary ones, with challenges and triumphs and everything in between. And then, 8 months after the wedding, everything changed again. It started with dreams. Harry had grown accustomed to unusual dreams, communications from Klein, echoes of his mother's presence, the general weirdness that came with being a bridge between worlds. But these were different. He dreamed of a vast structure, something like the spheroid that governed Backlund's supernatural reality, but older. More fundamental. It pulsed with energy that felt familiar, like an echo of his own power reflected back at impossible scale. And in the dreams, something was calling to him. Not words, exactly. More like a pull, a gravitational attraction that tugged at the core of his being, urging him towards something he couldn't quite perceive. You're not sleeping well, Audrey observed after the third consecutive restless night. Dreams. Strange ones. Stranger than usual. Harry described what he'd been experiencing, the vast structure, the familiar energy, the sense of being called. Audrey's expression grew serious. That sounds like summoning. Someone, or something, trying to draw you toward them. Why would anyone summon me? Because you're unique. A bridge between worlds, integrated with powers that shouldn't be compatible. Audrey's voice was thoughtful. There are beings that would value that kind of connection. Beings that might see you as useful for purposes we can't imagine. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. She took his hand. We need to investigate. Carefully. If something is reaching out to you across the dimensional barriers, we need to understand what it wants before we respond. The investigation drew in their entire network of allies. Klein analyzed the dream structure, comparing it to known spheroid configurations and finding disturbing similarities, and differences. Dunn Smith consulted church archives, searching for historical precedents of cross-dimensional summoning. Hermione researched from the Wizarding World's perspective, examining ancient texts about the nature of reality and the beings that might exist beyond it. The answers they found were concerning. The structure in your dreams matches theoretical models of a protospheroid, Klein reported during an emergency Tarot Club meeting. Not one of the known configurations, but something older. Something that might predate the current cosmic architecture. What does that mean? It means whatever is calling you existed before the gods. Before the pathways. Before the rules that govern our reality were established. Klein's voice was heavy with implication. It might be a remnant of the original creator. Or something equivalent from another cosmology entirely. Harry thought about Agnes's explanations, about the beings that had existed before the fragmentation, about the powers that had shaped reality itself. Why would something like that want me? Because you're a bridge. A connection point that exists across dimensional boundaries. Klein paused. Because you might be able to give it what it wants. Which is return. Integration. A way back into the reality it was excluded from. Klein's shrouded form seemed to darken. Or destruction. The end of everything we know, replaced by something new. The implications settled over the room like a physical weight. So something that might be a primordial godlike entity is summoning me for purposes that could either save or destroy reality. Harry's voice was flat. Wonderful. The decision to investigate further was contentious. You can't just follow some cosmic signal into the unknown, Sirius argued. That's exactly what it wants, to lure you somewhere it has power, separate you from your allies. If I don't investigate, we learn nothing. The summoning continues, gets stronger, eventually becomes impossible to resist. Harry's voice was steady despite his own concerns. Better to approach on my terms than wait until I have no choice. There has to be another way. If there is, I'm open to hearing it. No one had a better suggestion. Audrey was quieter than usual during the debates, her expression thoughtful. I'm coming with you, she said finally, cutting through the argument. Audrey, don't. Her voice was firm. We've had this conversation before. Where you go, I go. Whatever you face, I face with you. That hasn't changed. This might be more dangerous than anything we've encountered. Then you'll need me more than ever. Her eyes met his, unwavering. I'm not letting you face a primordial entity alone, Harry. End of discussion. Harry knew better than to argue when she used that tone. Together, then. Always together. The journey into the summoning required preparation that pushed the limits of their knowledge. Harry worked with Klein to develop a method of controlled transit, not just crossing between Backland and the wizarding world, but venturing deeper into the dimensional substrate that underlay all realities. It was dangerous, untested, and possibly suicidal. It was also their only option. The summoning is intensifying, Klein reported. Whatever is calling you, it's growing impatient. The dreams will escalate to waking visions, then compulsions, then possibly forced transit. You need to respond before you lose the ability to control the terms. How long? Days, perhaps. A week at most. Harry accelerated the preparations. On the 7th day, they were ready. Harry and Audrey stood in the space above the grey fog, surrounded by the protective presence of Tarot Club members who would anchor them if something went wrong. Klein had established emergency extraction protocols, though everyone understood these might be useless against something of sufficient power. Remember, Klein said, you're not trying to defeat whatever is calling you. You're trying to understand it, negotiate with it if possible. Violence against a primordial entity would be pointless, and probably suicidal. Understood. And Harry, Klein's voice softened. Whatever happens, know that you've accomplished more than anyone could have expected. Whatever you started as, you've become something remarkable. That almost sounds like a goodbye. It sounds like respect. Something I don't offer lightly. Klein's shrouded form seemed to solidify slightly. Go. Find out what wants you so badly. And if at all possible, come back. Harry took Audrey's hand. Ready? No. But let's do it anyway. He reached for the summoning, opened himself to the pull he'd been resisting, and let it draw them into the unknown. The transition was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Crossing between Backland and the wizarding world felt like stepping through a doorway. This felt like dissolving, his consciousness spreading across infinite space, touching realities that had never been touched, perceiving structures that defied comprehension. And then, suddenly, they arrived. The place they found themselves was impossible to describe in normal terms. It wasn't a location in the conventional sense, it was more like a state of being, a perspective from which reality itself could be observed. And observing them, vast beyond measure, was something that might have been a god. You came. The voice wasn't sound. It was meaning itself, transmitted directly into their minds with force that would have shattered lesser beings. Harry stood firm, Audrey's presence anchoring him. You called. I answered. What do you want? To understand. To connect. To finally comprehend what you represent. You are not just anything. The presence seemed to focus, becoming slightly more comprehensible. You are a bridge. A synthesis. Something that should not exist but does. I have watched the architecture of reality for longer than your species has existed. I have never seen your like. What are you? I am what remains of what came before. When reality was fragmented, when the powers were divided and dispersed, I was cast out. Not destroyed, I am too fundamental for destruction, but excluded. Unable to interact with what had been created from my essence. Harry thought about Agnes's explanations, about the original creator and the things that had existed before the pathways. You're part of the original. Before the Spheroid, before the gods. I am what chose not to fragment. What held itself together when all else divided. The presence pulsed with something that might have been ancient loneliness. I have waited eons for something that could perceive me. Something that existed across the boundaries that exclude me. And then you appeared. What do you want from me? Reconnection. A way back into the reality that was built from my substance. The presence's tone shifted, becoming almost pleading. I do not wish to destroy. I wish to exist again. To be part of what is rather than forever outside. Harry and Audrey exchanged glances, the telepathic connection they developed allowing them to communicate without words. Is it telling the truth? Harry asked. I can read it, Audrey replied. Partially, at least. The loneliness is real. The desire to reconnect is genuine. But what reconnection would mean, what it would do to reality as we know it, I can't determine. So we're negotiating with something that might be sincere or might destroy everything if we give it what it wants. Essentially. Harry turned his attention back to the presence. If I help you reconnect, what happens? To the worlds I care about, to the people I love? I do not know. The honesty was unexpected. Reconnection has never been attempted. The consequences are uncertain. I might integrate peacefully, becoming part of the existing structure. Or I might disrupt it fundamentally, causing changes that cannot be predicted. That's not exactly reassuring. I offer only truth. I have been alone too long to deceive. The presence seemed to contract slightly, becoming more focused. But I also offer this, if you help me, I will help you. Your bridge nature gives you potential that you have not yet realized. I could show you how to unlock it fully. What kind of potential? The ability to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. To protect those you love across any distance. To perceive and influence the connections that bind all things. The presence's voice dropped to something almost gentle. You could become what I once was, a bridge between all that exists. Not a god, exactly. Something more fundamental. Harry felt the temptation. The power being offered was immense, capabilities that would let him protect everyone he cared about, in every world, forever. But power always came with costs. And the price? You would have to change. Become something more than human. Not entirely, your essence would remain, but different. Evolved. The presence paused. I would not force this. I cannot force it. Your nature makes you resistant to compulsion. I can only offer, and ask. Harry looked at Audrey. What do you think? I think this is a decision that affects more than just you. Her voice was careful. Klein, the Tarot Club, everyone in both worlds, they should have a voice in this. They're not here. No. But you don't have to decide now. Audrey turned to address the presence directly. You've waited eons. Can you wait a little longer? Give us time to consider, to consult with others, to make a truly informed choice. I have patience beyond your comprehension. The presence seemed almost amused. But my calling has already begun to affect your reality. The longer it continues, the more disruption it causes. I did not intend harm, but my very presence creates instability. Then we'll be quick. Harry's voice was firm. Give us time to return, to discuss this with people we trust. If we decide to help you, we'll find a way to do it safely. If we don't, then we explore other options. Or I accept continued isolation. The presence seemed to shrink slightly, becoming less overwhelming. I have survived this long. I can survive longer. Thank you. Gratitude is strange. I have not experienced it in ages. A pause. Go, Harry Potter. Return to your people. Consider what I have offered. And know that whatever you decide, I will respect it. You are too remarkable to coerce. The presence withdrew, and Harry felt the extraction protocols activating, pulling them back toward known reality. They emerged in the space above the gray fog, surrounded by anxious allies. What happened? Klein demanded. You were gone for hours. We lost contact almost immediately. We found what was calling me. Harry looked around at the gathered faces, Klein, Dunn, Furs, Zio, the others who'd become family. And it made an offer. One that could change everything. He explained what they'd encountered, the primordial entity, its loneliness, its desire for reconnection, the power it had offered in exchange. The reactions were mixed. That's. Klein seemed at a loss for words. That's an offer I never expected anyone to receive. What do you think I should do? I think this is beyond my ability to advise. Klein's voice was heavy. The consequences of helping such an entity reconnect, they're genuinely unpredictable. It could be the best thing that's ever happened to reality. Or the worst. And refusing means the entity remains isolated. Which preserves the status quo but also maintains whatever instability its presence creates. Klein paused. There's no safe choice here, Harry. Only different risks. Harry had known that. Had felt it in his bones since the presence had made its offer. I need time to think. To talk to everyone who might be affected. He looked at Audrey. We need time. Then take it. Klein's shrouded form seemed to solidify with determination. Whatever you decide, the Tarot Club will support you. You've earned that loyalty, Harry Potter. Use it wisely. The discussions took weeks. Harry consulted with everyone he trusted, Klein and the Tarot Club, Dunn and the Nighthawks, Hermione and the Wizarding World's most brilliant minds. He shared everything he'd learned, invited debate, listened to perspectives that ranged from cautious optimism to terrified refusal. The consensus, such as it was, acknowledged that there was no clearly right answer. The potential benefits are immense, Hermione summarized during one late-night discussion. A primordial entity reintegrated into reality, potentially stabilizing cosmic structures that have been unstable since the fragmentation. Plus the personal power you'd gain, the ability to protect everyone, everywhere. And the risks? Equally immense. Unknown consequences that could range from minor disruption to complete unraveling of reality as we know it. Hermione's voice was heavy. This isn't a decision anyone should have to make. But I do have to make it. The calling won't stop, and the instability it's causing won't heal on its own. Harry stared at the ceiling. What would you do? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Hermione was quiet for a moment. But I trust you, Harry. Whatever you decide, I believe it will be the right choice for the right reasons. In the end, Harry made his decision alone. Not because he didn't value the input he'd received, but because ultimately, this was his choice. His risk. His responsibility. He found Audrey in their Backlund apartment, watching the smog-filtered sunset through the window. I've decided, he said. She turned to face him, her expression calm but alert. Tell me. I'm going to help it. The entity, the primordial, whatever it is. I'm going to try to facilitate its reconnection. Audrey was quiet for a moment. Why? Because it's alone. Because it's been alone for longer than I can comprehend, and it reached out for help, and I'm the only one who can answer. Harry's voice was heavy with the weight of the decision. Because if the situations were reversed, if I was trapped outside reality, desperate for connection, I'd want someone to give me a chance. Even with the risks. Even with the risks. Harry met her eyes. I've spent my whole life being told that my choices would determine the fate of others. The prophecy, the war, everything. And I've learned to accept that responsibility, even when it terrifies me. This is bigger than any prophecy. I know. But it's also simpler, in a way. Harry took her hands. The entity asked for help. I can provide it. Refusing would be safer in the short term, but it would mean leaving something in pain when I had the power to help. That's not who I want to be. Audrey studied him for a long moment. You've already decided how to do it, haven't you? I have some ideas. They'll need refinement, but, tell me. So Harry did. He explained his theory, that the reconnection didn't have to be all or nothing. That he could serve as a gradual bridge, allowing the entity to reintegrate slowly, with safeguards that would let them monitor for negative effects. It's risky, Audrey said when he finished. But it's also thoughtful. You've clearly been considering this carefully. I've had a lot of time to think. And you want to do this. I want to help. If there's a way to do it safely, or at least with acceptable risk, then yes. I want to try. Audrey nodded slowly. Then I'm with you. Whatever happens, wherever this leads, I'm with you. Harry pulled her close, feeling the connection between them, the love that had become as fundamental to his existence as his magic or his bridge nature. I know. That's what makes this possible. The preparation for reconnection took months. Harry worked with every expert he could find, developing protocols and safeguards and monitoring systems. Klein contributed Beyonder insights. Hermione contributed magical theory. Agnes, emerging from her long seclusion, contributed knowledge of the primordial era that no one else possessed. Slowly, a plan took shape. You'll serve as a conduit, Klein summarized. Channeling small amounts of the entity's essence into reality, monitoring for disruption, adjusting the flow as needed. It's not fast, but it's controlled. And if something goes wrong? We have extraction protocols. Multiple layers of failsafes. If the process becomes unstable, we shut it down and reassess. Klein paused. It's not perfect. But it's the best approach we can devise. Then let's do it. The reconnection began on a night that felt like any other. Harry positioned himself in the dimensional space where he'd first encountered the entity, surrounded by monitoring equipment and protective wards. Audrey was there, anchoring him. Klein observed from the gray fog. Allies in both worlds stood ready to respond if needed. Harry reached out to the entity. You came back. I said I would. And you've decided to help. With conditions. Slowly, carefully, with the ability to stop if anything goes wrong. I accept your conditions. The presence pulsed with something that felt like hope, a strange emotion to sense from something so vast. I have waited eons. A little more patience is a small price for connection. Harry opened himself as a channel. The flow began. Days passed. Weeks. Months. The reconnection proceeded gradually, with Harry serving as a living bridge between the entity and reality. It was exhausting work, demanding constant attention, endless adjustment, careful monitoring of effects that rippled across dimensional boundaries. But it was working. Reality wasn't unraveling. The entity was integrating, slowly becoming part of the cosmic architecture it had been excluded from for so long. And the instability its calling had caused was healing, dimensional barriers strengthening rather than weakening. You did it, Audrey said one morning, as they reviewed the latest monitoring data. It's actually working. We did it. Harry gestured at the screens showing stable readings across multiple dimensions. All of us together. But you're the bridge. Without you, without me, we'd have found another way. Or we wouldn't have, and the entity would still be isolated, and reality would still be slightly unstable. Harry shrugged. What matters is that this worked. That we helped something that needed help, and the universe didn't end. Audrey smiled. You're remarkable, you know that. You may have mentioned it once or twice. I'm mentioning it again. She kissed him. Remarkable. And mine. Always. As the reconnection neared completion, the entity offered its final gift. You have done what I asked, it said during one of Harry's channeling sessions. More than I asked. You have shown kindness to something that had forgotten kindness existed. I just did what felt right. That is the rarest thing in any reality. The presence pulsed with warmth that felt almost parental. The power I offered before, the ability to exist across dimensions, to protect and connect, it is still yours if you want it. I thought that required me to change. To become something not entirely human. The change has already happened. The work of reconnection has evolved you, slowly, gently. You are already more than you were. The entity seemed almost pleased. Not less human. More. The best of what humanity could become. Harry felt it, the expanded awareness, the deeper perception, the connection to things beyond normal ken. It had been growing throughout the process, so gradually that he hadn't noticed. What am I now? What you always were. A bridge. But now, a bridge fully realized. The presence began to withdraw, its work complete. Use what you have become wisely, Harry Potter. The universe will be watching. The entity faded, integrating fully into the reality it had been excluded from for so long. And Harry remained, changed and yet still himself, ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 14, The Convergence. Chapter 14, The Convergence. 1 year after the reconnection, Harry Potter stood at the intersection of worlds. It wasn't a metaphor anymore. His evolved nature allowed him to perceive the dimensional boundaries that most beings couldn't even imagine, the thin membranes separating realities, the currents of energy that flowed between them, the connections that linked all things across infinite space. He could feel Backland humming with its mixture of Beyonder power and industrial grime. He could sense the wizarding world, its magic ancient and proud. He could touch dozens of other realities he'd never visited, each one unique, each one part of the vast tapestry that the primordial entity had helped him understand. And he could feel something wrong. You've sensed it too, Klein said during their regular communication through the gray fog. 4 weeks now. Something's building. Harry's perception traced the disturbance, a knot in the dimensional fabric, growing tighter with each passing day. It feels like the summoning, but different. Hostile. Zangwill. That's my guess. He's been too quiet since the catacomb battle. A sequence 4 Beyonder doesn't just give up. Our intelligence suggests he's been gathering allies. Other beings who've been excluded from normal reality, entities that would benefit from dimensional chaos. Klein's voice was grim. He may be attempting something unprecedented, a coordinated assault on the barriers between worlds. Harry had suspected as much. His expanded awareness had been picking up fragments for months, whispers of conspiracy, echoes of gathering power, the unmistakable signature of Zangwill's particular brand of ambition. When? Soon. Days, perhaps. The convergence he's engineering requires specific alignments, dimensional resonances that don't occur often. Klein paused. He's been waiting for this moment for years. Possibly decades. And he's going to use it to tear reality apart. Or reshape it according to his vision. Zangwill doesn't want destruction, he wants control. A reality where he sets the rules, where dimensional barriers serve his purposes rather than limiting him. Harry thought about what that would mean. Not just for Backlund or the wizarding world, but for every reality in the vast network he'd come to perceive. Countless worlds, countless beings, all subject to the whims of a single power-hungry Beyonder. We can't let that happen. No. We can't. The War Council convened in the space above the gray fog, the most secure location available, beyond the reach of conventional surveillance or interference. Harry had never seen so many powerful beings gathered in one place. Klein was there, of course, his shrouded form radiating authority. Representatives from the Tarot Club filled their usual positions. But beyond them were others, Dunn Smith speaking for the Nighthawks, delegates from the other churches who'd set aside their differences in the face of existential threat, even beings from realities Harry had only recently learned to perceive. And standing at Harry's side, as always, was Audrey. The situation is unprecedented, Klein began. Zangwill has assembled a coalition of entities that would normally be incapable of cooperation, each one motivated by their own grievances against the existing order, each one promised something in the chaos he intends to create. How many are we talking about? Dunn asked. At least a dozen confirmed. Possibly more that we haven't identified. Klein's form seemed to darken with concern. Some are Beyonders of various pathways who've gone rogue. Others are creatures from the void, attracted by the dimensional instability. A few are things we don't have categories for, beings from realities we've never encountered. And Zangwill is controlling all of them. Coordinating. I doubt anyone truly controls entities of that nature. Klein paused. But he's convinced them that his plan serves their interests. Whether that's true or manipulation, the effect is the same. Harry had been studying the dimensional disturbance throughout the briefing, his enhanced perception tracing its contours. The convergence point is here, he said, projecting an image into the shared space. The intersection where multiple realities overlap, where the barriers are thinnest. Zangwill is planning to strike there, use the natural weakness to amplify his assault. Can we reinforce the barriers? Prevent the convergence from happening? No. The alignments are natural phenomena, we can't stop them any more than we can stop the tide. Harry's voice was steady despite the gravity of what he was describing. But we can be there when it happens. Meet his forces at the convergence point, disrupt his ritual before he can complete it. That's a defensive strategy, one of the church delegates observed. We'd be reacting to his moves rather than dictating the engagement. Offense isn't an option. Zangwill has positioned himself in a space between realities, beyond our reach until he commits to the convergence. Harry met the delegate's eyes. When he emerges to enact his plan, that's our window. Our only window. What about your abilities? Audrey asked. Your bridge nature, couldn't you reach him before he's ready? I've tried. Whatever space he's created, it's specifically designed to resist my perception. Harry's frustration was evident. He learned from our previous encounters. Adapted his methods to counter what I can do. Then we wait, Klein said. Prepare our forces, position them for rapid response, and strike the moment Zangwill shows himself. And if we fail? No one had an answer for that. The days before the convergence were tense with preparation. Harry worked with allies from both worlds, coordinating defenses that spanned dimensional barriers. The Tarot Club mobilized its full membership. The Nighthawks prepared their most experienced operatives. The Wizarding world contributed Aurors and Cursebreakers, their magic potentially crucial against entities that had never encountered it before. And through it all, Harry felt the convergence approaching, a building pressure in the fabric of reality, a gathering storm that would break whether they were ready or not. Audrey found him on the roof of their Backlund apartment the night before, staring at a sky he could now perceive in layers she couldn't imagine. You're worried. I'd be insane not to be. Harry didn't turn from his contemplation. Zangwill has been planning this for decades. He's assembled allies we didn't know existed. And he's specifically designed his approach to counter my abilities. You've beaten him before. I've disrupted his plans before. That's not the same as beating him. Harry finally turned to face her. This time, he's prepared for me. He knows what I can do, how I think, what strategies I'll likely employ. Going in, he has every advantage. Then we'll have to find new strategies. Approaches he hasn't anticipated. Like what? Audrey was quiet for a moment, her psychiatrist perception clearly working through something complex. Zangwill's psychology is built around control, she said finally. Every plan, every alliance, every action, it's all about establishing and maintaining dominance. That's his strength, but it's also his weakness. How so? He can't truly trust anyone. His allies are tools, not partners. And when things deviate from his expectations, he struggles to adapt because adaptation requires admitting he wasn't in complete control. Audrey's eyes met his. We don't beat Zangwill by outplanning him. We beat him by creating chaos he can't control. Controlled chaos. Is there any other kind worth having? Her smile was sharp. You're a bridge, Harry. A connection point between realities he doesn't fully understand. What if instead of defending against his assault, you turned the convergence itself into something unexpected? Used it in ways he hasn't prepared for? Harry considered the idea. The convergence was a natural phenomenon, dimensional alignments that created temporary weaknesses in the barriers between worlds. Zangwill planned to exploit those weaknesses for his own purposes. But what if Harry got there first? The primordial entity, he said slowly. When we facilitated its reconnection, I learned how to channel dimensional energy. Shape it, direct it, integrate it with existing structures. Could you do that with the convergence? Maybe. It would be dangerous, working with that much raw power, in the middle of a battle, against an enemy specifically prepared to counter me. Harry paused. But it might also be the last thing Zangwill expects. Then that's our strategy. Audrey took his hand. We don't play his game. We change the game entirely. The convergence began at midnight. Harry felt it like a physical shock, the dimensional barriers thinning, realities pressing against each other, the fabric of existence straining under forces it was never designed to handle. He was positioned at the heart of the phenomenon, surrounded by allies but essentially alone in his ability to perceive what was happening. The convergence point was a maelstrom of energy, currents flowing between worlds in patterns that shifted faster than thought. And through that maelstrom, Zangwill emerged. The sequence 4 Beyonder was more terrible than Harry remembered, his form enhanced by whatever dark alliances he'd forged, power radiating from him in waves that made lesser beings flinch. Behind him came his army, a nightmare collection of entities that defied easy categorization, each one drawn by promises of power or revenge or simple destruction. Harry Potter. Zangwill's voice carried across the dimensional chaos. I knew you'd be here. Predictable as always. Funny. I was about to say the same about you. Was I predictable when I spent decades preparing for this moment? When I assembled allies from realities you've never imagined? When I designed every aspect of this assault to counter your abilities? Zangwill's smile was cold. You're powerful, Potter. Perhaps the most powerful bridge that's ever existed. But power without strategy is just noise. And strategy without understanding is just arrogance. Harry began to move, not toward Zangwill but toward the heart of the convergence. You've spent decades planning for what I was. You have no idea what I've become. Harry reached for the dimensional energy. Not to defend or attack, to transform. He channeled his bridge nature into the convergence itself, began shaping the chaotic forces into something new. Something unexpected. Zangwill's expression shifted from triumph to uncertainty. What are you doing? Changing the game. The convergence responded to Harry's will, its wild energies coalescing into patterns that hadn't existed moments before. The barriers between realities didn't weaken further, they reorganized, creating a new configuration that placed Harry at its center. He wasn't just a bridge anymore. He was becoming the architecture. Stop him. Zangwill screamed at his allies. Stop him. The battle erupted. Harry had never experienced combat on this scale. Entities from a dozen realities clashed around him, their powers creating devastation that would have annihilated ordinary battlefields. Tarot Club members fought alongside Nighthawks, their combined abilities barely sufficient against the horrors Zangwill had assembled. Wizards cast spells that had never been seen in Backland, their magic interacting with Beyonder powers in unexpected ways. And through it all, Harry worked. The dimensional transformation was the most complex thing he'd ever attempted, reshaping the fundamental structure of the convergence while enemies tried to kill him, maintaining his concentration through chaos that would have shattered lesser minds. But he'd been preparing for this his whole life. Every challenge he'd faced, the war against Voldemort, the struggles in Backland, the reconnection of the primordial entity, had been building toward this moment. Every lesson learned, every power developed, every connection forged had a purpose. He was ready. Harry. Audrey's voice cut through the chaos. She was fighting nearby, her psychiatrist abilities wreaking havoc on enemies who'd never encountered psychological attack. Zangwill is moving toward you. Harry felt it, the sequence 4 Beyonder cutting through his own forces, willing to sacrifice allies to reach his true target. Zangwill had recognized what Harry was doing, understood that if the transformation completed, his plans would be ruined. Keep him occupied. Harry called back. I need more time. How much time? As much as you can give me. Audrey moved to intercept, joined by Klein and Dunn and a dozen others. They formed a living barrier between Zangwill and Harry, throwing everything they had at a being that outclassed them in raw power. It wouldn't be enough. Harry could see that clearly. Zangwill was too strong, too determined, too prepared. But it might buy him the seconds he needed. Harry poured everything into the transformation. His mother's love, the void energy, the connection abilities, the evolved nature that the primordial entity had helped him develop, all of it, channeled into reshaping reality itself. The convergence shifted. What had been a weakness became a strength. The dimensional barriers didn't just stabilize, they integrated, forming a new configuration where the realities that touched each other became allies rather than threats. And at the center of that configuration, serving as its keystone, was Harry Potter. No. Zangwill's scream was raw with fury. I will not be denied. He broke through the defenders, his power sweeping aside everyone in his path. Audrey went down, wounded but alive. Klein's shrouded form flickered and destabilized. The others scattered or fell. Zangwill reached Harry. You think you've won? The Beyonder's voice was barely recognizable, distorted by rage and power. You think this changes anything? I'll tear you apart, use your pieces to rebuild what you've destroyed, you won't. Harry's voice was calm, certain. The transformation was complete. He existed at the intersection of realities now, a bridge that connected everything, that held the new configuration together through his very nature. And that gave him power that even Zangwill couldn't match. What have you done? For the first time, real fear entered Zangwill's voice. I've become what you were trying to prevent. A permanent stabilization of the convergence. Harry met the Beyonder's eyes. You wanted to control the barriers between worlds. I've become part of them. You can't tear down the walls when I am the walls. Zangwill attacked, a desperate assault with everything he had left. Power that would have shattered continents, destroyed realities, unmade existence itself. It splashed against Harry like water against stone. It's over, Zangwill. Your allies are scattered or defeated. Your plan has failed. And you. Harry reached out, touched the threads of dimensional energy that now answered to him. You no longer have a place in the reality you tried to control. He pushed. Zangwill screamed as the dimensional forces caught him, carried him away from the convergence point, expelled him from realities that now recognized him as foreign. Not destroyed, Harry wasn't sure even his new power could truly destroy a Sequence 4 Beyonder, but exiled. Cast out into the spaces between worlds, unable to return without facing the barriers that Harry now embodied. The battle was over. The aftermath was complicated. Harry's transformation had saved reality, but it had also changed his nature in ways that would take years to fully understand. He was still himself, still human at his core, but he was also something more. A keystone in the architecture of existence, a bridge that connected worlds rather than just traveling between them. What does this mean? Audrey asked, days later, as they sat together in their Backlund apartment. She'd recovered from her wounds, though the battle had left scars that would take time to heal. I'm not entirely sure. Harry looked at his hands, the same hands he'd always had, but now he could feel the dimensional currents flowing through them. I can perceive more than before. Sense connections across realities that I couldn't touch previously. And I think I might be able to help stabilize the barriers permanently. Prevent anything like this convergence from being weaponized again. That sounds like a lot of responsibility. It is. But it's also. Harry struggled to find the words. It feels right. Like this is what I was always meant to become. Not a weapon, not a soldier, but a guardian. Someone who protects the connections between worlds instead of just using them. A bridge, fully realized. Something like that. Audrey was quiet for a moment. Does this change things? Between us? What do you mean? You're part of the dimensional architecture now. A fundamental aspect of how realities relate to each other. Her voice was carefully neutral. That's not exactly compatible with a normal relationship. Harry took her hands in his. Nothing about our relationship has ever been normal. We met when you were investigating an anomaly who didn't belong in your world. We fell in love while fighting void creatures and corrupt church officials. We got married in two different realities. He smiled. Why should this be any different? Because you're not just crossing between worlds anymore. You're holding them together. I am. But I'm still me, Audrey. Still the person who fell in love with you in the space above the gray fog. Still the person who wants to build a life with you, in whatever form that takes. Harry's voice was certain. The transformation doesn't change that. Nothing could change that. Audrey studied him for a long moment, her psychiatrist perception reading his emotional state, searching for any hint of deception or self-delusion. Whatever she found seemed to satisfy her. Okay, she said simply. Okay. Okay, I believe you. Okay, we'll figure this out. Okay, I love you and that's not going to change just because you've become a cosmic keystone. She kissed him. But you're explaining this to my mother. I refuse to be the one who tells her that her son-in-law is now part of the fundamental structure of reality. That seems fair. The weeks that followed were devoted to understanding Harry's new nature and its implications. Klein spent hours analyzing the changes, comparing them to known phenomena and finding few parallels. You're unprecedented, the Fool observed during one session. Not in the sense of being unique, there have always been unique individuals, but in the sense of being a new category entirely. The closest analog might be the original entities that existed before the fragmentation, but even that comparison breaks down quickly. Is that a problem? It's a question mark. We don't know what capabilities you'll develop over time, what limitations you'll face, what effects your presence will have on the realities you're connected to. Klein paused. But based on what I've observed so far, I'm cautiously optimistic. Your fundamental nature remains benevolent, you want to protect, not control. That matters more than the specifics of your power. So I just, continue as before. With awareness that, before, is now a relative term. You can still live in both worlds, maintain your relationships, pursue your goals. But you'll also have responsibilities that come with your new position, monitoring dimensional stability, responding to threats that cross barriers, potentially guiding the development of bridges like yourself who might emerge in the future. Like a guardian. Like a keystone. The piece that holds everything else together. Klein's shrouded form seemed to solidify with something like respect. It's a heavy burden, Harry. But if anyone can bear it, you can. Life settled into a new normal. Harry divided his time between worlds, maintaining his connections while fulfilling his new responsibilities. He monitored the dimensional barriers, subtle adjustments keeping them stable. He responded to threats that emerged at the intersections of realities, using his unique position to neutralize dangers before they could spread. And he built a life with Audrey, a family that existed across the boundaries he now embodied. Their first child was born 3 years after the convergence, a daughter named Lily, after Harry's mother. She showed signs of inheriting aspects of her father's nature, a bridge in potential if not yet in practice. She'll have choices, Harry said, watching his daughter sleep. Whatever abilities she develops, whatever path she wants to follow, that's up to her. I won't let anyone force her into a role she doesn't want. Like they tried to force you. Exactly. She'll be supported, protected, given every opportunity to become who she wants to be. But she won't be a weapon or a tool or a prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. Harry's voice was fierce with protective love. She'll be our daughter. That's enough. Sirius became a devoted godfather, again, his joy at having a second chance to fulfill that role evident in every interaction. He split his time between worlds, teaching Lily about magic and beyond her abilities and the strange, wonderful reality she'd been born into. She's going to be trouble, Sirius observed with evident pride. I can already tell. She's got her mother's intelligence and her father's talent for finding chaos. You say that like it's a good thing. It is a good thing. The world needs people who can find chaos and make something beautiful out of it. Sirius grinned. You've certainly proven that. Years passed. Harry watched his daughter grow, watched both worlds evolve, watched the connections he'd helped forge become stronger and more stable. The dimensional architecture he'd become part of proved resilient, adapting to changes and challenges without requiring constant intervention. He wasn't needed all the time. That was perhaps the most remarkable thing, he'd become essential to the structure of reality, but reality didn't demand his constant attention. He could live, love, raise a family, pursue goals beyond his cosmic responsibilities. It wasn't the life he'd expected. It wasn't the life anyone could have predicted for the frightened boy who'd fallen through the veil all those years ago. But it was his life. Chosen, built, earned through struggle and sacrifice and the connections he'd forged along the way. And he was happy. Truly, genuinely happy, in a way he'd never thought possible. On the 10th anniversary of the convergence, Harry stood at the intersection of worlds once more. Not to fight or defend or transform, just to observe. To appreciate what had been built from the chaos of that moment, the stability that had emerged from potential catastrophe. Audrey stood beside him, older now but no less beautiful. Lily was there too, 10 years old and already showing hints of the power she might one day wield. What do you see? Audrey asked. Harry extended his perception, taking in the vast tapestry of connected realities, the countless lives playing out across dimensional boundaries, the intricate web of relationships that gave existence its meaning. Everything, he said. I see everything. Is it beautiful? It's complicated. Messy. Full of conflict and contradiction and things that don't quite fit together. Harry smiled. But yes. It's beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And we're part of it. We're part of it. Always have been, even before I understood what that meant. Harry took his wife's hand, felt his daughter lean against his side. This is what matters. Not the power or the position or the cosmic responsibilities. This. Us. The connections we've made and the love we've built. That's surprisingly philosophical for you. I've had time to think. Audrey laughed, the sound carrying across dimensional barriers, touching realities she couldn't perceive but Harry could feel responding. Come on, she said. Let's go home. Sirius promised to make dinner, and I want to see what disaster he's created this time. Harry let himself be led away from the intersection, back toward the ordinary world where his extraordinary life continued. Behind him, the dimensional architecture hummed with quiet stability, a bridge fully realized, holding everything together through the simple act of existing. He was Harry Potter. Husband. Father. Friend. Guardian. Bridge between worlds. And for the first time in his life, that was exactly what he wanted to be. Chapter 15, The Fool's Choice. Chapter 15, The Fool's Choice. 20 years after the convergence, Harry Potter stood in a garden that existed in 3 realities simultaneously. It had taken him a decade to create this space, a sanctuary where the boundaries between worlds dissolved entirely, where Backlund's grey skies merged with the English countryside's green hills and something stranger from a reality he'd only recently learned to access. The garden was his masterwork, a demonstration of what a fully realized bridge could accomplish when given time and purpose. It was also his daughter's favorite place. Lily Potter, now 30 years old, sat beneath a tree that had roots in multiple dimensions. She'd grown into her inheritance gracefully, not a bridge like her father, but something adjacent. A translator, she called herself. Someone who could help beings from different realities understand each other. "You're brooding again," she observed. "I'm contemplating." "That's what you always say when you're brooding." Lily's smile was warm, familiar. She had Audrey's eyes and Harry's stubborn jaw, a combination that had made her formidable since childhood. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, exactly. I've just been thinking about time. About how much has passed, how much has changed." Harry sat down beside her, feeling the dimensional currents flow through the garden around them. "When I fell through the veil, I was 15 years old. Terrified, grieving, with no idea what was happening or what I would become. And now? Now I'm older than Dumbledore was when I first met him. I've lived through experiences he couldn't have imagined, gained power that would have seemed impossible, built a life that spans realities." Harry paused. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm still the same person who landed in that alley in East Borough." "You are and you aren't." Lily's voice was thoughtful. She'd inherited more than just her grandmother's name. "The core of who you are hasn't changed. But you've grown around that core, added layers and experiences and perspectives. That's not losing yourself. That's becoming more fully yourself." Harry smiled. "When did you get so wise?" "I had good teachers." That evening, Harry returned to the Backlund apartment he still maintained with Audrey. The building had changed over 2 decades, upgraded, modernized, no longer quite the modest workers' district residence they'd first claimed. But they'd kept it as a connection to simpler times, a reminder of how their story had begun. Audrey was waiting with tea, as she always was when she sensed him approaching. Her psychiatrist abilities had evolved over the years, becoming something deeper and more intuitive. She couldn't read minds, but she could read hearts, and after 3 decades together, she could read Harry's without effort. "You talked to Lily." "She found me brooding in the garden. Contemplating." "She said the same thing." Harry accepted the tea, settling into the chair that had molded itself to his shape over countless evenings. "We raised a remarkable person. We raised 3 remarkable people." Audrey's correction was gentle. James, their second child, was currently studying Beyond Earth theory at an institution that hadn't existed when Harry first arrived in Backlund. Sirius Jr., named for the godfather who'd finally passed peacefully 5 years ago, was apprenticing with the Nighthawks, following in Dunn Smith's footsteps. Remarkable runs in the family. Thanks to their mother. Thanks to both of us. Audrey sat across from him, her posture suggesting she had something serious to discuss. "Harry, there's something I need to tell you." His heart clenched involuntarily. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. But something's changing." Audrey met his eyes steadily. "The Tarot Club is gathering tomorrow. A full assembly, everyone, including members who haven't attended in years. Klein has called for it specifically. Why? He didn't say. But I sensed something when I received the summons. Something significant. Audrey paused. I think he's stepping down. Harry absorbed this. Klein had led the Tarot Club for decades, had founded it, shaped it, guided it through countless challenges. The organization existed because of his vision and his willingness to shoulder burdens that would have broken lesser beings. He's earned retirement, if that's what he wants. It's more than retirement. I think he's passing the mantle. Audrey's voice was careful. To you. The space above the gray fog had never been so crowded. Every Tarot Club member Harry had ever met was present, along with many he hadn't. The organization had grown over the years, expanded to include bridges like himself, beyonders from multiple pathways, even representatives from realities that had only recently been discovered. What had begun as a small gathering of outcasts had become something like a parliament of the extraordinary. Klein stood at the head of the long table, his shrouded form somehow more substantial than usual. Thank you all for coming, the Fool began. I know many of you have traveled far to be here. I wouldn't have summoned you without good reason. Murmurs of acknowledgement rippled through the assembly. For over 30 years, I've led this organization. Guided it through crises that threatened to destroy everything we'd built. Watched it grow from a handful of frightened beyonders to something that spans realities. Klein's voice held a weight that Harry had rarely heard from him. It has been the greatest honor of my existence. You're leaving us, someone said, one of the newer members, voicing what many were thinking. Not leaving. Transitioning. Klein's form seemed to shimmer slightly. What I am has been evolving for some time. The path I've been walking is reaching its end, or rather, its transformation. I'm becoming something that can no longer lead the Tarot Club in the way it needs to be led. What are you becoming? Something I don't fully understand yet. Something that exists beyond the normal boundaries of sequence progression. Klein paused. But that's not why I've gathered you. I've called this assembly to announce my successor. The hall fell silent. Harry Potter. Harry had known it was coming, Audrey's warning had prepared him, but hearing his name spoken aloud still sent a shock through his system. Me. You. Klein turned to face him directly. You've grown beyond what anyone expected, Harry. From a frightened boy lost between worlds to a guardian of reality itself. You understand connection in ways that even I never fully grasped. You've built bridges across every barrier that divides us, not just dimensional barriers, but the barriers of fear and mistrust and isolation that keep beings apart. I'm not qualified to lead the Tarot Club. No one is, at first. I certainly wasn't. Klein's voice held a hint of wry humor. But you have something more important than qualifications. You have the trust of everyone in this room. The respect of allies across multiple realities. And most importantly, you have the vision to see what the Tarot Club could become, not just an organization of beyonders, but a connection point for all beings who exist between worlds. Harry looked around the assembly. Faces he'd known for decades looked back, furs, aged but still sharp. Zio, battle-scarred and proud. The next generation that had grown up under his influence, that looked to him for guidance without even realizing it. And Audrey, smiling with quiet confidence, as if she'd always known this moment would come. I need to think about it, Harry said. Of course. Take whatever time you need. Klein's form began to fade around the edges. But know this, Harry Potter, whatever you decide, you've already proven yourself worthy. The Tarot Club would be honored to follow your lead. And I would be honored to know that everything I've built is in your hands. The decision weighed on Harry for days. He walked through the garden that existed in 3 realities, feeling the dimensional currents respond to his presence. He visited old friends in both Backland and the Wizarding World, seeking wisdom from people who'd known him at every stage of his journey. Hermione, now headmistress of Hogwarts, offered characteristically practical advice. You've been leading things unofficially for years, she pointed out. The Tarot Club, the Dimensional Monitoring Network, the cooperation between worlds, all of that flows through you. Making it official doesn't change what you're already doing. It just acknowledges it. Ron, still playing Quidditch at a level that defied his age, was more direct. Mate, you've been the most important person in multiple realities for 2 decades. The only person who doesn't see that is you. He grinned. Stop being modest and accept that you're brilliant. The rest of us figured it out ages ago. Neville, who'd served as Minister for Magic for 15 years before retiring to teach, offered philosophical perspective. Leadership isn't about being the most qualified or the most powerful. It's about being willing to serve, to put others' needs ahead of your own desires. He met Harry's eyes. You've been doing that your whole life. The question isn't whether you can lead. It's whether you're willing to accept that you already are. The conversation that mattered most happened in the Backlund apartment, late at night, with Audrey. I never wanted to be important, Harry said. Not like this. When I was young, all I wanted was to be normal, to have a family, to be loved, to live a life that didn't involve prophecies or wars or the fate of the world. And have you found that? Yes. That's the strange thing. I have a family. I'm loved. My life isn't defined by the prophecy anymore, that ended decades ago. Harry paused. But I've also become something I never expected. Something that comes with responsibilities I can't ignore. And now you're being asked to take on more responsibility. Audrey's voice was gentle. To lead an organization that spans realities, to guide beings who are looking for direction. Exactly. And I don't know if I want it. Don't know if I'm the right person for it. Harry. Audrey took his hands. Let me tell you what I see when I look at you. He nodded. I see a man who fell between worlds and built a home in both of them. Who faced down dark lords and primordial entities and came out stronger. Who raised 3 children to be kind and brave and connected to everything around them. Her eyes glistened. I see a man who has spent his whole life building bridges, not just dimensional ones, but the kind that connect hearts across any distance. Audrey. The Tarot Club needs someone who understands connection. Who can help beings from different realities find common ground. Who can lead not through power but through example. She squeezed his hands. That's you, Harry. It's always been you. But leading means less time with you. With our family. With the life we've built. Our children are grown. Our life is stable. And I'll be right beside you, just like I've always been. Audrey smiled. You're not being asked to sacrifice what we have. You're being asked to share it with more people. Harry was quiet for a long moment. You really think I should do this? I think you're going to do it whether you should or not. Because that's who you are, someone who helps when help is needed, who leads when leadership is required, who builds connections even when it costs him. Audrey kissed him softly. I fell in love with that person. I'm not going to stop now. Harry accepted the mantle of the Tarot Club 1 month after Klein's announcement. The ceremony was held in the space above the gray fog, with representatives from every connected reality in attendance. Klein, his form now barely visible, spoke words that had been passed down through generations of fools, words that Harry would one day pass to his own successor. The fool is not a position of power, Klein said. It is a position of service. We stand at the intersection of all things, seeing possibilities that others cannot perceive, building bridges that others cannot imagine. Our purpose is not to rule but to connect. Not to command but to guide. Harry felt the weight of the mantle settle onto his shoulders, not a burden, but a responsibility. A promise. Do you accept this charge? Klein asked. To serve the Tarot Club and all who seek connection across the barriers that divide us? To be a bridge for those who are lost, a guide for those who are seeking, a guardian for those who are threatened? I accept. Light flared through the gray fog, not Klein's power anymore, but something else. Something that was being passed, transferred, entrusted. When it faded, Harry stood where the fool had always stood. At the head of the table. At the center of everything. And Klein was gone, transitioned into whatever he was becoming, leaving behind only an echo of pride and gratitude. The years that followed were busy ones. Harry led the Tarot Club through challenges and opportunities, expanding its reach while maintaining its core purpose. New bridges were discovered, beings like him who existed between worlds, and he guided them through the confusing early stages of their development. Threats emerged and were met, crises arose and were resolved, the work of maintaining connection across realities continued without pause. But Harry never forgot what mattered most. He was present for his children's milestones, Lily's wedding to a Beyonder who adored her, James's groundbreaking research that revolutionized understanding of dimensional mechanics, Sirius Jr.'s rise through the Nighthawk ranks to become one of their most respected leaders. He was present for his grandchildren, teaching them about the connections that bound all things, showing them the garden that existed in 3 realities, passing on the wisdom he'd accumulated over a lifetime. And he was present for Audrey, always, their love deepening with each passing year until it became something that transcended the ordinary, a connection so fundamental that it would endure beyond any single lifetime. 50 years after the convergence, Harry gathered his family in the multidimensional garden. He was old now, not ancient, his bridge nature had extended his lifespan considerably, but old enough to feel the weight of accumulated years. Audrey sat beside him, still beautiful, still sharp, still the center of everything that mattered. Around them gathered children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren, the vast extended family they'd built together. Also present were the people who'd become family through choice rather than blood, Tarot Club members, allies from both worlds, beings Harry had helped across decades of service. "You're being ceremonial," Audrey observed quietly. "That usually means something's happening." "Something is happening." Harry looked at the faces surrounding him, so many stories, so many connections, so many lives that had intertwined with his. "I'm stepping down." Murmurs rippled through the gathering. The Tarot Club needs new leadership. Fresh perspective. Someone who can guide it into challenges I can't fully imagine. Harry smiled. "I've held the mantle for 3 decades. That's long enough." "Who will take your place?" someone asked. "That's for the club to decide. I'll support whoever they choose, but the decision should be theirs." Harry paused. "What I know is that the organization is stronger than it's ever been. The connections between worlds are stable. The bridges I've built will endure long after I'm gone." "You talk like you're dying," Lily said, concern evident in her voice. "Not dying. Just changing, like Klein did before me. Like everyone eventually does." Harry reached for Audrey's hand. "I've had an extraordinary life. I've loved and been loved. I've helped build something that will outlast me. What more could anyone ask for?" "More time," Audrey said softly. "Time is relative. We've had enough to build what we've built, love who we've loved, become who we've become." Harry squeezed her hand. "That's not nothing. That's everything." The final transition happened quietly, without ceremony. Harry simply expanded. The bridge nature that had defined him for so long reached its final expression, and he became something that could no longer be contained in a single form or a single reality. He didn't die. Death wasn't quite the right word for what happened to beings like him. He became part of the connections themselves. In the garden that existed in 3 realities, his presence could still be felt, a warmth in the dimensional currents, a steadiness in the barriers between worlds. Those who knew how to look could find him there, existing in the spaces between things, maintaining the bridges he'd spent his life building. Audrey felt him most clearly. Their connection had been so deep, so fundamental, that his transition couldn't sever it. She spoke to him sometimes, in the quiet moments, and felt his responses in the patterns of light that played across impossible flowers. "I'm still here," he seemed to say. "Still loving you. still holding everything together. "I know," she replied. "I've always known." The story of Harry Potter passed into legend. In the wizarding world, he was remembered as the chosen one who defeated Voldemort, then disappeared into mysteries that defied explanation. Textbooks devoted chapters to his accomplishments, though they could never capture the full scope of what he'd become. In Backlund, he was remembered as the anomaly who became a guardian, the bridge that held worlds together, the fool who led the Tarot Club to unprecedented heights. Beyonder spoke his name with reverence, aspiring to connections he had mastered. In other realities, beyond the ones he'd known, stories spread of a being who existed in the spaces between things. A guide for those who were lost. A bridge for those who couldn't find their way. And in all those stories, threaded through like golden light, was the truth that Harry had learned so long ago: the greatest power wasn't magic or might or cosmic significance. It was connection. It was love. It was the choice to build bridges instead of walls, to reach across barriers instead of reinforcing them, to see the humanity in beings from any reality and respond with compassion instead of fear. Harry Potter had fallen through a veil and found himself lost between worlds. He had made a choice, not to despair, not to give up, but to build something new. To forge connections that would outlast him. To become a bridge that others could cross. And in the end, that was exactly what he had done. The bridge endured. The connections held. The love remained. Forever. Epilogue: a young woman fell between worlds. She landed in an alley in a city she didn't recognize, surrounded by smoke and noise and the overwhelming sense of wrongness. She was terrified, alone, with no idea what had happened or what she should do. And then she felt something. A warmth that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. A presence that felt like safety, like guidance, like the promise that she wasn't as alone as she felt. "You're going to be okay," something seemed to say. "You're not the first to fall between. You won't be the last. But there are people here who can help you. Connections waiting to be made. A path forward, if you're willing to find it." The young woman stood, her fear slowly replaced by something else. Hope, maybe. Or determination. She didn't know the name Harry Potter. Didn't know about the bridges he'd built or the connections he'd forged or the love that had guided him through impossible challenges. But she felt his legacy all around her, in the stability of the barriers between worlds, in the warmth of the presence that had greeted her, in the simple truth that someone, somewhere, had cared enough about lost souls to create a path they could follow. She started walking. And somewhere in the spaces between things, a bridge that had once been a man smiled with quiet satisfaction. The work continued. The connections grew. The love endured. Always.